Hello guys, welcome to Anafictionif. Support the author summer with Aunt Kobayashi. Orange Flame. What if Issei had a summer harem with maid dragons? Part 2. Let's begin. The rooftops trembled under the weight of tension. The jorugumo crouched low, her many eyes gleaming, her grotesque spider legs clattering against the roof with a metallic hiss. Venom dripped from her fangs, sizzling as it struck the stone. Issei's fist tightened. Beside him, Kana stood still, her small frame sparking faintly, the air around her charged like a storm waiting to break. Above, Mina balanced atop her great paper hawk, her expression sharp and calm despite the creature's monstrous presence. "Don't give her a chance to spin her webs," Mina ordered, her voice crisp. With a flick of her wrist, talismans slipped scattered into the air. They folded into delicate swallows, wings shimmering faintly as they circled her in formation. The jorugumo hissed, fangs gnashing as her eyes darted toward the fluttering shapes. "Go," Mina whispered, thrusting her hand forward. The flock of shikigami swarmed, darting toward the Spider-Woman in a synchronized strike. They exploded one after another in rapid succession, pop-a-pop, bursts of force and light that sent waves of fire and smoke across the rooftop. The jorugumo staggered back, clicking her mandibles angrily, but she twisted her body with inhuman grace, narrowly avoiding being engulfed in the blasts. That's when Issei moved. "Not this time," he roared, his boosted gear flaring to life in a burst of red light. The gauntlet clamped onto his arm, glowing red and pulsing as he launched forward. His fist shot out, connecting squarely with her chest. Bam! The impact cracked the tiles beneath them, the force sending her stumbling backward straight into the path of Mina's final swallow, which detonated against her side in a brilliant flash. The jorugumo shrieked, a sound like metal tearing mixed with a hiss, her body reeling from the double strike. "Now, Kana!" Issei shouted, his arms still smoking from the punch. Kana was already moving. Sparks surged up her horn and down her arm, arcs of electricity crawling across her skin until her entire body was wreathed in lightning. With a sharp thrust, she unleashed it. A thundershock burst forth, a violent arcs of energy that slammed into the spider yokai with a crack. The smell of ozone filled the air as hundreds of volts coursed through her body, making her legs twitch and spasm grotesquely. But the jorugumo wasn't finished. With a guttural screech, she flung her arms forward, webbing shooting out in thick, sticky strands. Mina gasped as the threads tangled around her, yanking her from her perch. "Damn it! Mina!" Issei's eyes widened as he watched her body tumble from the sky. Without hesitation, he sprinted and leapt, arms outstretched. He caught her mid-fall, the impact slamming into his chest as his shoes scraped against the rooftop tiles. She blinked up at him, wide-eyed, her face flushed from the sudden closeness. "You caught me," Issei smirked despite the strain. "What, you thought I'd let you fall?" The jorugumo hissed, her many eyes narrowing as she turned to retreat, her long legs flexing to propel her away. But before she could spring free, a small figure was suddenly in front of her, lightning arcing fiercely around her. Kana stood there, her fist drawn back, electricity coiling tightly around her knuckles until it looked like a storm condensed into her hand. Her eyes were steady, cold, unblinking. "Not going anywhere," she whispered. Then she struck. Her thunder punch connected with the jorugumo's face, the impact shaking the building beneath them. Lightning exploded outward in a blinding flash, the sheer force sending the Spider-Woman crashing backward, her scream piercing through the night. Issei shielded Mina instinctively from the light, his heart pounding. When the brightness faded, the rooftop was scorched, webbing burned away, and the jorugumo was writhing against the cracked tiles, her monstrous beauty marred by the brutal strike. Kana lowered her fist slowly, sparks fading from her arm. Her eyes never left the enemy, her calm expression masking the storm she had just unleashed. Issei whistled under his breath, his grin returning despite the danger. "Remind me never to get on your bad side, Kana." Mina adjusted her glasses, still leaning against Issei for support, her own eyes narrowing as she studied the downed monster. "Don't let your guard down. Spiders always have more than one trick." The jorugumo twitched, her many eyes glowing with rage, and then let out a guttural screech, the sound scraping like claws against glass. Her many eyes burned red with rage, her monstrous body twisting as her massive legs slammed into the rooftop tiles, cracking them like brittle ice. "Here she comes," Issei barked, setting Mina down carefully behind him before throwing himself forward. The spider yukai lunged, her legs stabbing forward like spears. Kanna darted between them with effortless grace, her form slipping through the barrage as if she could read the monster's intent before it struck. Each dodge was followed by a spark of lightning trailing in her wake, the air alive with ozone. "Too slow," Kanna murmured as one leg came down. She sidestepped at the last second, letting the spider's limbs smash into the rooftop. Tiles shattered, dust spraying up, but Kanna had already moved again. Issei wasn't nearly so nimble. Another leg came slashing his way, and he raised his gauntlet just in time. Bang! The impact rang out, forcing him back a step as sparks flew from the friction of claw against armor. His arm rattled from the force, but he held firm. "Boost!" The voice of Drake echoed, the green jewel in his gauntlet glowing brighter. Energy surged through Issei's veins as he pushed back against the spider leg, then drove his fist forward into another, forcing it to recoil. The jorugumo snarled, weaving her limbs with terrifying precision, two legs barring Issei, two striking at Kanna, her sticky webs spitting from her fingertips to tangle the space between them. She was fighting both of them at once, her monstrous body moving in a chaotic but calculated rhythm. Issei ducked under one strand of webbing, his shirt collar nearly snagged. "TCH. This is getting annoying. Focus, Issei," Mina's voice rang sharp from behind. He risked a glance and saw her already moving, as she whistled into the air, causing confusion to Issei as he didn't know what she was doing. But the answer came from the cry of the first Shikigami, whom she summoned as a ride. The paper hawk, enormous and sharp-edged with its wings slicing the air as it took flight. Its screech echoed over the rooftops, carrying a force that made Issei's hair stand on end. The jorugumo's many eyes flicked upward just in time to see the shadow fall over her. "The hawk dove. Go," Mina commanded, her hand slamming down. The Shikigami hawk rammed into the jorugumo with a great impact, its paper wings flaring bright as seals ignited along its body. The rooftop shook from the collision, the monster shrieking in rage and pain as the hawk clung to her, talons locking into her chitin. Then, boom! The hawk detonated in a blaze of white fire, the explosion tearing through the night. A shockwave rippled across the rooftops, rattling windows. Issei threw up his arm to shield his face, his hair whipped by the force. Kanna braced herself, eyes narrowing against the flash of light. When the smoke cleared, the rooftop was scorched black, fragments of web and ash drifting through the air like burned leaves. The jorugumo lay in the center of it, twitching, her monstrous body writhing as smoke rose from her scorched carapace. Her hiss was weaker now, but the hunger and malice in her many eyes had not dimmed. Issei clenched his fists, chest heaving from the adrenaline. "She's still moving." Mina stepped forward, her glasses glinting in the glow of the burning rooftop. "Of course she is. A jorugumo doesn't die that easily." Her voice was cool, steady, though her knuckles were white around the next talismans in her hand. The jorugumo writhed, her scorched body twitching as smoke poured from the cracks in her carapace. Despite the explosion, her many eyes still burned with hunger and hate. She dug her legs into the rooftop, dragging her body upright with a low hiss, venom dripping from her fangs in steady streams. Issei tensed, the boosted gear pulsing along his arm. "She's still kicking? Damn, what's it going to take to put her down?" He shifted his stance, ready for another round. But Kanna just stood there. Still calm and almost bored. She tilted her head, watching the Spider-Woman lurch upright, her small lips pressing into the faintest pout. "This is taking too long." Before Issei or Mina could react, sparks surged down Kanna's arms and around her horn, the air thickening with static. Her body glowed faintly, the storm coiling within her chest finally breaking loose. Krakum! A thunderbolt ripped from her hands and slammed straight into the jorugumo midrice. The flash of light consumed the rooftop, the cracks splitting the sky like a divine hammer. The jorugumo shrieked once, her voice warping into a guttural hiss, then silence. Her body convulsed, smoking, before collapsing into a lifeless heap, legs twitching weakly before going still. The stench of ozone and burned flesh filled the air. Issei lowered his arm, blinking at the suddenness of it all. Wait. That's it? She's dead? Kanna nodded, brushing dust off her skirt, her expression calm as if she had swatted a bug. I think so. Mina's eyes widened, her chest rising and falling as she processed what she had just witnessed. She had fought alongside Issei enough to know his strength, but this girl she hadn't even looked strained. Not once. Her gaze sharpened, drifting toward the small horns poking faintly from Kanna's head, catching the moonlight. Then lowered to the faint puff of a tail peeking from beneath her clothes. Mina's thoughts swirled. Issei wasn't lying, this girl is terrifying. She could have ended this fight at any time. Just who is she? Meanwhile, Issei rubbed his chin, tilting his head with mock seriousness. Kanna, I gotta ask? Why are you using Pokemon moves? Kanna blinked at him, tilting her head. I was doing as you said. You told me to hold back and not release too much power. So I tried these moves instead as they looked very interesting when we played Pokemon. I wanted to test them. Issei almost fell over. Wait, you mean those moves are weaker than the ones you usually use? Kanna gave a small nod. Yes. Issei half laughed with worry, wondering how powerful her spells really are. Unbelievable. Thank you, Kanna, for listening to my request. Mina blinked at them both, then sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. You two are something else. She shook her head, but there was the faintest curve of a smile tugging at her lips. Straightening, she pulled out her phone, her professional mask sliding back into place. She dialed quickly, her voice calm and clipped when someone answered. Yes, this is Tadayuki Mina. The case has been resolved. The culprit was a jorugumo that had been eating the people of Shinjuku and had been neutralized. The body is intact for recovery. She paused, listening to the voice on the other end, her eyes flicking briefly toward Issei and Kanna. Finally, she nodded, her expression softening just slightly. Understood. Thank you for your time. With that, she ended the call and slipped the phone back into her purse. Her eyes lingered on the two standing before her, Issei still fussing at Kanna about anime moves, Kanna staring calmly into the night sky, unfazed. Mina exhaled. Another case closed. Thanks to you two. She offered them a short nod of respect, her gaze lingering just a bit longer on Kanna. Issei scratched the back of his head, giving her a sheepish grin. Hey, guess we make a good team, huh? Kanna said nothing, but her small hand brushed lightly against his, enough to make him glance down with a faint smile. Yup, now we can leave. But then Mina said firmly, brushing dust off her blouse. Issei blinked at her as the red glow of the boosted gear faded away. Wait, seriously? Just like that? Shouldn't we wait for those authority people you called? You know, to explain or I dunno, give statements or something? Mina shook her head, her voice clipped and efficient. Not necessary. Their job is to collect the corpse, clean up the scene, and file their report. We did the hard part. Honestly, they're already surprised we handled it this quickly. As far as they're concerned, our work is done. Issei let out a sigh of relief, rolling his shoulders as some of the tension bled away. Well, alright then. Works for me. Glad we're free. He glanced up at the sky. The sun was still up as the glow of afternoon still painted the city in warm colors. It's weird fighting monsters 1 minute, and then realizing the world outside just keeps moving like nothing happened. Guess that's just how it is now. What do we even do now? He muttered, scratching his cheek. Before Mina could answer, Kanna tugged lightly at his sleeve. He looked down, meeting her calm but intent gaze. Issei, she said softly, can we see a movie at the theater you told me about? For a second, Issei just blinked at her. Then a grin broke across his face. A movie, huh? Sure. Why not? We've still got time before we have to head home. Kanna's eyes brightened subtly, but undeniably. Her lips curved the slightest bit as she nodded, clearly pleased. We get to spend more time together, and see more new things I haven't seen yet. Issei ruffled her hair, chuckling. Alright, it'll be fun. But before the moment could settle, he turned toward Mina, raising a brow. Hey, what about you, Mina, do you want to join us? Kanna's small smile faltered, her chest tightening as she glanced quickly at him. Why does he always ask her to? Mina froze, caught off guard. Her cheeks warmed just slightly behind her glasses, and she adjusted them quickly to hide it. Me? Yeah, Issei said casually, hands behind his head. You've been working hard all day. Might as well relax a little, right? Besides, I'll even buy your ticket. For a long moment, Mina just stared at him, her mind blank. Then, slowly, she smiled soft, genuine, and just a little shy. Sure. I'd like that. Kanna looked away, her pout almost invisible, but the faint furrow of her brow betrayed her mood. Still, she didn't protest. She simply slipped her hand into Issei's as if to anchor herself. Issei gave her hand a light squeeze without even realizing it, grinning like his usual carefree self. Alright, then it's settled. Let's hit the movies. The three then got to the edge of the building and Issei was thinking how they would get down. Kanna, however, faked a yawn, then she leaned into him, tugging at his sleeve to get Issei's attention. I'm tired, she murmured in her usual flat tone, though her intent was clear. Carry me. Issei blinked. Eh? Right now, but before he could argue, she threw herself at him and her arms slipped around his neck, her body pressing close. He sighed, giving in immediately, and scooped her up into his arms in a princess carry. All right. You're so spoiled. Kanna nestled against him, her expression calm but the faintest spark of satisfaction glimmering in her eyes. Mina watched the scene, her lips parting slightly in disbelief. She pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose, but the gesture didn't hide the flicker of jealousy tightening her chest. She just throws herself into his arms, and he carries her without hesitation? Unbelievable, she muttered, before narrowing her eyes. Then, with sudden determination, she stepped forward and practically launched herself onto his back. Issei staggered, his knees buckling. Whoa! Mina? She looped her arms tightly around his shoulders, her voice perfectly calm as though this were the most natural thing in the world. I can't get down by myself. You'll have to help me too. Issei was about to protest, but then froze because her chest pressed firmly against his back. His eyes bulged, his face turning beet red as his brain short-circuited. Apay. So soft, so damn big his perverted side surged up like a tidal wave. This is heaven! Kanna's eyes narrowed instantly. Her pout deepened, her cheeks puffing up like a balloon. She tugged sharply at his collar, then grabbed his head with surprising strength, and forced his face gently against her modest chest. Issei's entire body jerked as he felt his cheek squish into her. MMPH? Kanna? His muffled cry only made her hug him tighter, her expression as unreadable as ever but the pink tint to her ears betraying her mood. Mina's eyes sharpened, and for a moment the tension between the two girls practically crackled more fiercely than Kanna's lightning. Issei, trapped between the two, flailed helplessly. Why does my life always end up like this? Then his gaze flicked past them and he noticed the ledge just a few feet away. He swallowed hard, pushing all impure thoughts to the back of his mind. All right, enough messing around. Hold on tight, both of you. He adjusted his grip, making sure Kanna was secure in his arms and Mina's hold on his back was steady. He bent his knees, focusing his strength, and then jumped. The rush of air blasted past them, Kanna's hair streaming upward, Mina tightening her hold instinctively. The alley below raced toward them, the fall heart-stopping for any normal human. But Issei's body, infused with power, absorbed the impact as his feet slammed onto the pavement with a heavy thud. Dust kicked up around them, his legs flexing under the weight before steadying. He exhaled, relief flooding him. Man, thank God I'm not normal anymore. Otherwise that fall would have been the end of me. He crouched, letting Kanna slip gracefully back onto her feet before leaning forward so Mina could dismount from his back. Both girls stepped down without a word, though their narrowed eyes at each other spoke volumes. Issei stretched his arms, trying to play off the awkward heat in his cheeks. Well, that was one hell of an exit. Now, how about that movie? The three of them turned, stepping out of the alley and back into the buzz of Shinjuku. Neon lights reflected in their eyes, the world around them alive and oblivious to the battle that had just ended. Together, they began walking toward the theaters one step closer to a rare, peaceful evening. The glowing marquee of the theater lit up the crowded street as the trio finally reached one of Shinjuku's largest movie houses. Neon lights reflected in the glass doors, while the chatter of couples, families, and groups of friends blended with the smell of buttered popcorn wafting from inside. Issei stretched his arms behind his head, grinning as they stepped up to the wide display of posters. All right. Here we are. Movies, snacks, comfy seats, it doesn't get better than this. He turned to Kanna, his grin softening into something more earnest. Since this is your first time, you can pick whatever you want, Kanna. Kanna's eyes flicked over the posters, her expression calm as always, but her gaze lingered a little longer on each title. To her, all of this was new: the bold colors, the flashy art, the names in both English and Japanese. She tilted her head slightly as she wondered what to pick. Mina, meanwhile, found her eyes drifting toward one particular poster near the center. A glossy depiction of two star-crossed lovers caught in a storm of petals. Eternal spring. A romance. She could already picture it: a quiet theater, a soft story, and maybe, just maybe, an excuse to sit closer to Issei. Her heart gave a tiny flutter. If she picks that one. But Kanna's gaze had already shifted elsewhere. Her eyes stopped on a poster that showed a massive, scaly silhouette rising from the ocean, skyscrapers crumbling in its wake. Red letters blared across the image: Godzilla, the latest U.S. import, fresh in theaters. Kanna raised her hand and pointed without hesitation. That one. Mina froze. Eh? Issei followed her finger, his eyes lighting up like fireworks. No way! The new Gojira movie? His grin widened until his cheeks hurt. Kanna, you're a genius! I was dying to see this one. Kanna tilted her head, blinking up at him. Godzilla Gojira is a giant monster, yes? Not just a giant monster, Issei corrected, his voice brimming with boyish enthusiasm. The giant monster. The king. Ah, this is gonna be awesome. Big fights, explosions, everything shaking around, yes. He pumped his fist, already marching toward the ticket counter. Mina stood rooted in place, her lips slightly parted, her earlier excitement crumbling into disappointment. She glanced back at the soft pastel romance poster, then back to the jagged edges of Gojira's silhouette. Her fingers curled tightly around her purse strap. I was hoping for a quiet, romantic story, and instead we're going to watch a lizard-level Tokyo. Still, as she looked at Issei's glowing face, his energy infectious, she sighed and adjusted her glasses. At least he's happy. That should be enough. The three stepped into line, Issei already chattering away about his favorite kaiju battles from old movies, his hands gesturing wildly as though he were the monster himself. Kanna listened quietly, her lips tugging upward ever so slightly as his enthusiasm rubbed off on her. When they reached the counter, Issei leaned in with confidence. 3 tickets for Gojira, please! The attendant printed them off, and as Issei handed Kanna hers, he gave her a playful grin. First movie ticket of your life. You better hang on to that, it's a memory now. Kanna took it carefully, studying the glossy paper as though it were something precious. Thank you, Issei. Mina accepted her own ticket more quietly, though her cheeks colored faintly at the thought of sitting beside him in the dark. Even if it wasn't the film she'd wanted, she couldn't help but feel a small thrill at being included. Issei glanced at the time on his phone, then at the line forming at the concession stand. Looks like we've still got a bit before the movie starts. He turned to the girls with a grin. So, anyone hungry? At the mere mention of food, Kanna's calm mask cracked. She perked up, eyes wide, and nodded with vigor. Yes, Issei chuckled. Figured as much. He looked over to Mina. What about you, Mina? Mina smoothed her blouse, her expression composed. I'm fine with something light. Just popcorn and a drink will be enough. Got it. Issei gave them a little wave as he stepped back. You two just sit down in the lounge. I'll handle the food run. Mina tilted her head slightly. Are you sure you don't want help? I could. Nah, I've got it, Issei said quickly, already backing toward the line. Besides, this way you two can relax. I'll be back in a minute. With that, he disappeared into the queue at the counter, hands in his pockets as he scanned the overhead menu. That left Kanna and Mina standing side by side in the bustling lobby, suddenly without Issei. For a moment neither spoke. Kana, ticket still clutched carefully in her hand, looked up at Mina with her calm, unreadable gaze. Mina adjusted her glasses. Her posture relaxed though the faintest tightness touched her shoulders. The noise of the lobby washed around them, but between the two girls, there was a heavy silence. This is the first time it's just the two of us, Mina realized, her mind racing. Without Issei here, without his awkward jokes or his questions, what am I supposed to say to her? Kana's thoughts, though quieter, were sharper. She's looking at me, I don't trust her. They shifted slightly, facing one another more directly now, as if silently acknowledging that neither could avoid the other. Mina opened her mouth, hesitated, then finally asked, "Do you always follow him around like this?" Kana blinked once, her head tilting. "Yes." Mina frowned faintly. "Doesn't it bother you? Getting dragged into dangerous things like this?" Kana's eyes lingered on her, calm but unwavering. "I chose to come." The honesty in her tone made Mina falter for a beat. She pushed her glasses higher, trying to regain her composure. "You're different from most girls your age." Kana didn't respond immediately. Instead, she looked toward the concession line where Issei was waiting, tapping his foot with a grin as he watched the staff scoop popcorn into massive tubs. "Issei isn't like most boys either." Mina followed her gaze. Her lips pressed together. "She's right about that." Kana decided that now was the best time, stared up at Mina, her face as calm as ever, but her eyes got sharper. She had been quiet for too long, and the thought that gnawed at her finally spilled out. "What are your intentions with Issei?" she asked bluntly, her tone flat but weighted. Mina blinked, stunned by the sudden question. Her lips parted, confusion flashing in her eyes. "And then why what?" Then the meaning sank in. Her cheeks flushed hot, and she stepped back half a pace. "Wait, hold on. No, you've got it wrong. We're just friends." But Kana tilted her head, unconvinced. "That's not true. You smell strange whenever you're near him. And you get easily flustered whenever you get near him." Mina's face turned even redder. "Smell strange? What do you mean by that?" She pressed a hand over her chest, horrified. "Issei, can he smell it too?" No, focus." Kana's lips pressed into the faintest pout. "You're trying to take him away from me, aren't you?" Her voice was calm, but her words carried the edge of a blade. She shifted her stance slightly, as though preparing to fight. A wave of dread washed over Mina. The image of Kana striking down the jorugumo with a casual thunderbolt replayed in her head. The girl hadn't even broken a sweat. Mina swallowed hard, her throat dry. "If she actually fights me here, I'm dead." "Two don't want to fight you," Mina blurted, her hands raised in a frantic defense. "And even if I did like him, I'm not trying to take him away from you." That made Kana falter, her head tilting again. "Not take him away? But Toru told me that if I don't do anything, my rivals will steal Issei. That they'll make him theirs and not mine." Mina's brow furrowed, her embarrassment shifting into disbelief. "Who told you that?" "Toru," Kana answered simply. "Who's that?" Mina exhaled sharply, forcing herself to calm down. "Listen, Kana. That's ridiculous. Just because someone likes Issei doesn't mean they'll take him away from you." Kana frowned, her confusion clear even behind her stoic expression. "But if you liked him, wouldn't you want him only for yourself?" Mina paused, her blush returning, but she forced herself to meet Kana's gaze. "If Issei accepted me as his wife, that wouldn't mean I'd take him away from you. Or from anyone else who matters to him. He'd still spend time with his friends. With family. With you." Kana's eyes widened just slightly. She looked down at her ticket, her small fingers tightening around the glossy paper. Her thoughts twisted. Toru said I would lose him if I didn't fight. But Mina says even if she liked him, she wouldn't steal him. Which one is true? Mina adjusted her glasses, still flustered but calmer now. "I'm not your enemy, Kana. So stop looking at me like I'm going to steal him out from under you." The dragon girl's lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't answer right away. Instead, she glanced toward the concession line where Issei stood, grinning as the clerk filled a massive tub of popcorn. His presence, simple, cheerful, unbothered, made her chest ease. "I'll think about it," Kana said finally. Mina let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thank the gods. For a second, I thought she was going to fry me right here in the lobby. The air between the two girls had just barely settled, the tension cooling into a wary silence. But Mina, despite her better judgment, couldn't hold her tongue. Her mind was still racing with the memory of Kanna frying the jorugumo like it was nothing, the raw power she wielded as if it were child's play. Curiosity gnawed at her until finally, she leaned in, lowering her voice. I have to ask, she began, her eyes narrowing as she studied Kanna's calm face. What are you exactly? You're far too powerful to just be some ordinary girl. Kanna didn't hesitate to respond. Her reply was a flat, matter-of-fact answer. I'm a dragon. Mina blinked, stunned for a beat, before scoffing lightly. A dragon? That's a good joke. She pushed her glasses up her nose, trying to mask her unease. Really funny. Kanna, however, just tilted her head. I'm not joking. I'm really a dragon. The sincerity in her tone hit Mina like a brick. There was no hint of sarcasm, no playfulness, just quiet certainty. Mina's lips parted, her mind scrambling for an explanation. No, that's ridiculous. She can't mean that literally. But when she looked closer at Kanna, she saw it. The seriousness in her eyes, the quiet conviction in her voice. And then she noticed again the faint curve of the small horns on her head, the way they caught the lobby's fluorescent glow. The little puff of a tail swaying ever so slightly near the hem of her skirt. Mina froze. What? Her voice shot out louder than she meant, sharp enough to cut through the buzz of the crowded lobby. Heads turned. People stopped mid-step, staring at her in confusion. The theater clerk behind the counter blinked, a bag of popcorn hanging midair in his hand. Mina's entire face flushed crimson. Ah ha ha ha, she forced a laugh, bowing her head quickly to the gawking strangers. Just kidding. Nothing to worry about. The moviegoers exchanged looks, muttered among themselves, and slowly went back to their business. Mina let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. Idiot! You just made a scene! She bent closer to Kanna, lowering her voice to an urgent whisper. What did you mean by that? By saying you're a dragon? Kanna blinked slowly, her tone as steady as always. I meant what I said. I'm an actual dragon. Mina swallowed hard. An actual, the word stuck in her throat. That's impossible. Kanna's expression didn't change. It isn't. I could show you my true form. But she glanced toward the concession line where Issei stood, grinning as he balanced his overflowing order of popcorn and drinks. I promised Issei I wouldn't. Mina followed her gaze, her chest tightening. She stared at Issei's carefree expression, oblivious to the monumental secret standing right beside her. Her mind reeled, struggling to reconcile the calm, small girl with the image of a beast of legend. She's a dragon. A real one. And Issei already knows. Mina adjusted her glasses, her hand trembling just slightly. Only one thought circled through her mind like a hawk hunting prey. Just who are these people I've gotten involved with? Yo! I'm back! Issei's voice rang out over the din of the theater lobby, cheerful and oblivious. He marched over, balancing a tray piled dangerously high with food, 3 bulging bags of popcorn, 3 towering sodas, hot dogs wrapped in paper, a heap of nachos oozing with cheese, and a stash of candy bars tucked into the corner. His grin stretched ear to ear as though this haul were a trophy. Kanna's eyes widened the instant she saw the spread. Whatever tension lingered between her and Mina was swept away by her dragon's-eyed appetite. Without a word, she snatched up the hot dogs, peeling back the wrappers with mechanical precision before scarfing them down. Each bite was neat, but relentless, her expression serene as though eating were a sacred duty. Issei's sweat dropped, watching her cheeks puff as she devoured her second hot dog. You're supposed to savor it, not speedrun it still, he couldn't help smiling. Turning to Mina, he offered one of the bags of popcorn with a flourish. Here's yours, just like you asked? But instead of accepting it, Mina fixed him with a piercing glare, her lips pressed into a thin, disapproving line. Issei blinked, his grin faltering. A what? Did I forget the butter? Or the candy? Wait, did I? I'm not angry about the food, Mina snapped, folding her arms across her chest. Her voice was low, clipped, and sharp. I'm angry with you. When, exactly, were you planning to tell me that Kana is a dragon? Issei's stomach dropped. He didn't even need to look at Kana to know what had happened. His palms slapped against his face with a groan. Oh, for crying out loud, you told her, didn't you? Kana paused mid-bite, looking up at him with her usual calm expression. She asked. Of course, Issei muttered under his breath. Mina leaned forward, her eyes flashing behind her glasses. Don't dodge the question. When were you going to tell me? Seeing no way out, Issei sighed and gestured toward the lounge seating nearby. All right. Let's sit down. I'll explain everything. The three settled into a booth tucked in the corner of the lobby. Kana sat between them, entirely unconcerned, happily chewing through her food as though nothing of importance was happening. Nacho crumbs dotted the corner of her lips, and she licked them away without pause. Issei, on the other hand, leaned forward with his elbows on the table, his expression finally serious. I was going to tell you, Mina. I swear. I just didn't know how to bring it up without sounding crazy. But since you already know about Kana, there's something else you need to hear. Mina's brows furrowed. Something else? Yeah, Issei said, lowering his voice. Something important. Something tied to the whole mess happening in Tokyo right now. Mina leaned closer, her curiosity piqued despite her frustration. Go on. Issei exhaled, then dropped the weight of it all. I'm kind of a dragon too. Mina blinked once. Twice. Then frowned sharply. You what? I wasn't always, Issei explained quickly, raising his hands in defense. I started out completely human. Normal guy. No horns, no tail, nothing. But let's just say life took a turn. And now I've part dragon. Kana and I were both from Saitama. At that word Mina froze. Her body went rigid, and her hands curled tightly into fists on the table. Saitama? Issei nodded, completely understanding of the storm brewing in her chest. Yeah. Her eyes narrowed, fury flashing like a blade. Her voice rose, her composure finally cracking as she slammed her palm onto the table. Don't tell me you're the reason Tokyo is falling apart right now. Issei's eyes went wide at Mina's outburst, and he threw his hands up immediately, palms out, his voice rushing to defend himself. Whoa, hold up. I promise it's not us. Me and Kanori not the reason the Yukai have gone nuts. He leaned forward across the table, earnestness carved into his face. But I think I do know why everything started happening. That froze Mina mid-layer. Her breath caught, and she adjusted her glasses with a sharp push. What do you mean? If you know something, you need to say it. Now. This could be massively important if it explains the panic. We might be able to quell it. Her tone was fierce, but her eyes shone with a quiet urgency. Issei took a deep breath, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. All right, but it's kind of a long story. He began slowly, lowering his voice despite the buzz of the theater lobby around them. It started with my Aunt Kobayashi. She's just a regular human. A programmer, actually. Drinks too much, works too much, that kind of person. But one night, everything changed. She stumbled across a dragon from another world. Her name was Toru. She was badly injured, dying, and my aunt helped her. Gave her a place to rest, took care of her, treated her like a person when no one else would have. Mina tilted her head slightly, frowning. Another world? Dragons crossing dimensions? It sounded insane, but something in Issei's tone told her it was no lie. Issei's lips curved into a small smile despite the tension. Toru fell in love with her for that. Decided to become her maid, her servant, whatever you want to call it. And not just for a little while, for life. So she moved in with my aunt's apartment in Saitama. That's where everything started. Mina's brows furrowed, skepticism in her gaze. Wait. You're telling me that the entire supernatural community abandoned Saitama, left their homes, their territories, just because one dragon decided to shack up with your aunt? That doesn't make sense. Kana, still chewing on the last of her hot dog, gave a tiny shrug, as if the answer were obvious. Issei sighed, dragging a hand through his hair. Yeah, I thought the same thing at first. But according to Drake, he lifted his arms slightly and Mina instantly knew he was talking about the red gauntlet. Toru isn't just any dragon. She's on the level of a dragon king. The words hung in the air. Mina's eyes widened slightly, her mind whirring. Dragon king? Issei leaned closer, his voice low and serious. According to him, that's a huge deal. There are only 5 dragon kings in the world. They're not just strong theory forces of nature. Each one can tip the balance of nations, even entire supernatural factions. And then Toru just appeared out of nowhere in Saitama. Mina's breath caught, her hand tightening around her popcorn bag. If that's true, then no wonder. Issei continued, his tone growing heavier. And she was careless at first. Really careless. Flashing her power, not hiding what she was, doing things without realizing what kind of effect it would have. So of course the yokai, and everything else all panicked. They thought they were under attack. And instead of fighting something they couldn't hope to beat, they ran away. Mina leaned back slowly in her chair, her mind reeling as she pieced the story together. So the reason Saitama became a ghost town for the supernatural, the reason all of these conflicts are spilling into Tokyo now is because a dragon just decided to live with your aunt? Pretty much. Issei gave her a sheepish smile, scratching his cheek. Crazy, right? Kana swallowed the last of her food and added, as though confirming the obvious, Toru is strong. Even for a dragon. Mina pinched the bridge of her nose, suppressing a groan. This is beyond insane. But if it's true, it explains everything. It explains the fear, the sudden abandonment, the ripple effect spreading through Tokyo. She looked up at Issei again, her voice quieter now, but tinged with both awe and disbelief. Do you realize what you've just told me? You're casually dropping information that could shake the entire balance of Japan's supernatural society. Issei shrugged, forcing a small laugh. Yeah, well, welcome to my life. Mina hadn't touched her popcorn. Her eyes were fixed on Issei, the weight of his words still sinking in. She leaned forward, her voice sharp but careful. Earlier, you mentioned Drake. Who is that? Issei glanced down at his arm, flexing his hand. Remember the red gauntlet I use in fights? Mina nodded slowly. Yes. I've seen it every time you step in. And I know what a sacred gear is. Good, Issei said, leaning closer. His voice lowered, steady and deliberate. Because the one I have isn't just any sacred gear. It's the boosted gear one of the 13 Longinus. A weapon capable of killing gods. The words seemed to shake the very air between them. Mina's breath caught in her throat. A Longinus, one of the legendary weapons whispered in every clan, every record of supernatural history. Issei placed a hand against the glowing gem, his tone grim. Drake's red dragon emperor is sealed inside it. He's the one I was talking about. The voice you sometimes hear when I fight? That's him. He's my partner. The reality slammed into Mina all at once, connecting dots she hadn't realized were even on the same page. Her hands trembled faintly as she gripped her knees. The Sekyutai Issei is the current Sekyutai. Her heart hammered. The title wasn't just a name. It was a legacy, a burden, danger, and opportunity all rolled into one. A legendary figure in every supernatural circle, feared and respected alike. And here he was smiling awkwardly in front of her, with popcorn grease on his fingers and soda fizzing beside him. Her face flushed crimson, but her mind raced faster than her heart. If I tie myself to him, no. If I marry him, it will not just be because I like him. But with the Sekyutai by my side, my fallen family could regain its standing, rebuild its influence. He could be the key to everything. Still, she forced herself to stay composed, her tone even. So the boosted gear. That's what made you a dragon. Issei blinked, then burst into a nervous laugh, rubbing the back of his neck. Nah, not exactly. That part's actually Toru's fault too. Mina stiffened. What? Issei leaned in conspiratorially, lowering his voice as if telling her some embarrassing family secret. She made me eat part of her tail. Without me knowing. Mina's jaw dropped. She what? Yeah, Issei said quickly, waving his hands. She told me it was just meat, but apparently it was her tail that she fed me. Overnight, It caused some kind of mutation, and well, here I am. Half dragon, half human. It was really confusing when I woke up. Kanna, munching happily on nachos, chimed in without looking up. It's true, Mina didn't laugh. She couldn't. Her face had paled, her fingers tightening around the edge of the table. A mutation like that could have gone wrong in 1,000 different ways. He could have died. Or worse. Her mind flashed with images issei writhing in agony, his body tearing itself apart from the inside, his soul collapsing under the strain of dragon and human clashing. She shuddered. That sounds horrific. You're lucky to even be alive, issei shrugged, trying to downplay the weight of it. Yeah, well, guess I've got thick-skinned out, he grinned, but his smile didn't erase the chill running down Mina's spine. Inside her, two truths tangled together, one of fear, knowing how close he must have come to disaster, and one of burning resolve. He's more than just strong. He's the security. If I walk away from him, I'll regret it forever. No matter what happens, I can't let him slip away from me. Issei leaned back in the booth, a sudden realization flickering across his face as he glanced at the clock hanging above the concession counter. His eyes widened. Crap, it's almost time for the movie. Mina straightened, her fingers still pressed against the rim of her glasses. But wait, there's still so much we need to talk about. Issei cut her off with a raised hand, his tone softer but firm. Mina, relax. We'll talk more after the movie. I promise. But this is Kanna's first time going to the cinema. He turned his head toward the quiet girl beside him, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I want her to enjoy it. At that, Mina paused. Her words caught in her throat as she followed his gaze. Kanna was already on her feet, ticket in one hand and the other carrying various food, her eyes fixed toward the theater doors with an eagerness she rarely showed. Her expression was as calm as ever, but the way her tail twitched slightly behind her, the faint spark of anticipation in her eyes, it was obvious how much this moment meant to her. Mina's chest tightened. Of course. We can talk about this later. Issei stood, gathering up the snacks and drinks, balancing them carefully in his arms. Then he extended one hand toward Mina, palm open, his grin warm and boyish. Come on. Let's not keep her waiting. For a moment, Mina just stared at his hand, her heart thudding in her chest. A dozen thoughts swirled through her mind: the danger, the secrets, the weight of his existence as the security. But above all of that, she saw the sincerity in his gesture. She sighed, shoulders loosening, and slipped her hand into his. You're impossible, you know that? Issei chuckled. Yeah, but you're still here, aren't you? Hand in hand, the two of them followed after Kanna, who was already waiting at the entrance to their theater room, her ticket held proudly like a badge. The glow from the hallway lights spilled across her face, catching the tiniest smile tugging at her lips. Together, the three stepped forward into the darkened theater, into Kanna's first experience of cinema, and into a brief moment of peace amid the chaos surrounding them. The lobby doors swung open as the crowd poured out into the bright neon-lit streets of Shinjuku. Among them were Issei, Kanna, and Mina. The evening air was cool and alive with the buzz of cars, chatter, and the flashing glow of advertisements. Issei and Kanna stepped out first, both with wide smiles plastered across their faces. Man, that was awesome! Issei pumped a fist into the air, his voice full of excitement. The way Gojira blasted that last note, pure hype. Kanna nodded solemnly, though her eyes gleamed with unusual brightness. Without warning, she raised her arms and fingers like claws, letting out a low growl. Rah! Gojira! She lunged forward, pretending to chomp at Issei. He blinked, then immediately played along, crouching and curling his hands like insect mandibles. You dare challenge me, lizard? I am a Muto, king of the bugs. He scuttled sideways, clicking his tongue like insect noises. Kanna stomped forward, mimicking Gojira's heavy footsteps, before letting out a sharp skreongk, as best as her tiny voice could muster. Her atomic breath was an exaggerated hiss as she blew air at Issei's chest. Issei threw himself back dramatically, arms flailing. Ag! My exoskeleton is no match. He dropped to one knee, clutching his side as if mortally wounded, before collapsing in defeat. Other moviegoers paused on their way out, staring or chuckling quietly at the bizarre spectacle of a teenage boy and a deadpan girl reenacting kaiju warfare in the middle of the sidewalk. Trailing just behind them, Mina raised a hand to her forehead, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. "Oh, for heaven's sake," she muttered under her breath before calling out louder. "Will you two stop that already? People are staring." Issei froze mid-death pose, looking up with a sheepish grin. Kanna, still standing tall in her Gajira stance, turned her head slowly toward Mina, her pout evident even through her usual calm demeanor. "You're ruining our fun," Kanna said flatly, her arms dropping to her sides. Issei scratched the back of his head, chuckling nervously. "Yeah, Mina, lighten up a little. We were just acting like children," Mina cut in, her voice sharp as her glasses glinted in the neon glow. She crossed her arms, posture stiff. "Honestly, how old are both of you? Carrying on like that in public?" The energy drained from Issei's shoulders, his grin shrinking as he sighed dramatically. "Buzzkill." Kanna mirrored him in her own way, her cheeks puffed slightly, her lips pressing together in a pout. "Yeah. Buzzkill." Mina pinched the bridge of her nose, exhaling heavily. "I don't care. If you want to play kaiju, do it in private. I refuse to be dragged down in your embarrassment." Issei and Kanna exchanged a glance, both deflated, their fun effectively stomped flat. The trio weaved through the bustling sidewalks, shoulder to shoulder amid the throng of people spilling out from bars, arcades, and karaoke lounges. Issei carried the last of their empty popcorn bag under his arm, gesturing animatedly as he spoke. "Okay, don't get me wrong, the movie was awesome. The fights? Perfect. Gajira's roar? Gave me chills. But they should have given more scenes to Gajira and less to the humans. I didn't come here to watch family drama, I came here to see monsters throw down." Kanna nodded immediately, her expression still calm but her tone firm. "Yes. More Gajira. Less humans." She mimed the monsters stomping again, clearly still caught up in the thrill of it. Mina, walking with her arms crossed and her posture elegant despite the crowd, gave a soft sigh. "You two really have no appreciation. The human storylines give context. Without them, it's just noise. Explosions and roars. I actually like the human parts." Both Issei and Kanna stopped mid-step, turning to stare at her with identical looks of betrayal. "Eh?" Issei's jaw dropped. "Mina, come on. They dragged it out way too long." Kanna's pout deepened. "It ruined the movie. Too many humans." Mina adjusted her glasses, unflinching under their judgment. "Some of us value plot, you know. Not just giant lizards punching bugs." Issei groaned dramatically, running a hand through his hair. "Man, you're hopeless." "Hopeless," Kanna echoed, nodding sagely. The two fell back into step, still sulking, while Mina hid the faintest smile tugging at her lips. "They really are like children sometimes." Issei scratched his cheek thoughtfully. "Still, even with that, I think I like the old movies more." Kanna's eyes flicked toward him, her calm mask breaking just slightly with curiosity. "Old movies?" "Yeah," Issei grinned, his eyes lighting up. "There's a whole bunch of older Gajira movies. Way before this one. Don't expect them to look as good as this. They're kinda dated. Guys in rubber suits stomping toy buildings. But they're classics." For the first time, Kanna's calm tone carried a spark of excitement. "There are more? Many more?" "Yep. A ton." Issei chuckled at her reaction. "If you want to see them, we can watch them at my aunt's place. She might have some old DVDs lying around. And if not, I'll just hit Akihabara again. They're bound to have a collection there that I can buy." Kanna's eyes softened, her voice almost eager. "I want to see them all." Issei smiled at her sincerity. Then it settled. Trailing slightly behind them, Mina listened quietly, her lips curving faintly. At least they're enjoying themselves, but her thoughts quickly sobered. She pressed a hand lightly to her chest, remembering everything she just learned. The Sekyutai. Dragons? Other worlds. Her voice cut through their chatter. "I'm glad you both enjoyed the movie," she said firmly, "but we really do need to finish our talk. What I just learned, it isn't something we can ignore." Issei slowed, his grin fading into something more serious. He nodded once. Yeah. You're right. This is important. Kana glanced between them, then gave a small nod of agreement. The crowd thinned as they turned down a quieter street. The noise of traffic dimmed, replaced by the softer hum of cicadas and the rustle of trees. Ahead, a small park opened between the building's lamps, casting pale halos of light across empty benches and winding paths. Here's good, issei said, stepping toward the benches near the center. Private enough. The three of them settled there as they found an empty table and bench with all three sitting down. Kana with a small bag of candy she had saved from earlier, issei leaning forward with his elbows on his knees, and Mina sitting upright, her expression sharp behind her glasses. Issei exhaled, rubbing his palms together. All right, Mina? What more do you want to know? Mina broke the silence first, her voice calm but firm. I want to know more about this Toru. Who is she really? Where did she come from? Is she a threat to everyone here? And I want to know more about your Aunt Kobayashi. Issei tilted his head, scratching his cheek nervously. That's a lot at once, but seeing her serious face, he sighed and leaned back. All right, I'll try to explain. Kana looked up at him briefly, then went back to quietly munching her candy, listening all the same. First off, Issei began, Toru's not a threat. She's intense, yeah, but she's not out to destroy or conquer anything. What she is, though, is ridiculously protective of my aunt. Like, insanely so. If anyone gets too close to her, Toru gets jealous. Really jealous. Mina frowned slightly, adjusting her glasses. Protective and jealous. That doesn't exactly sound harmless. Yeah, well, Issei chuckled nervously, she's more bark than bite most of the time. My Bacon Kobayashi's just a regular human. A total workaholic. The kind of person who practically lives in front of a computer. Honestly, she's the one keeping Toru in line. Keeping a Dragon King in line? Mina asked incredulously. Yup, Issei grinned, pride flickering in his eyes. That's my aunt. Toru owes her life to her. She was dying when they first met, and Kobayashi helped her. Ever since then, Toru's been serving as her maid, saying it's her way of paying back the debt. But really? It's just her excuse to stay close. Kana finally spoke up, her voice quiet but certain. Toru is my best friend. She took care of me before I came here. We came from the same place. Mina blinked at her, the words echoing in her head. Wait. She turned back to Issei, narrowing her eyes. Earlier, you said Toru and Kana came from another world. Explain. I know about different realms and dimensions. Most pantheons don't live here on Earth, but this sounded different. Issei rubbed the back of his neck, his expression torn between sheepish and serious. Yeah, it is. When I say another world, I mean another world. Not a different realm, not a hidden dimension, but an actual place outside of Earth. Another planet, another reality altogether. Mina stared at him, her lips parting. You can't be serious. Kana's calm gaze met hers. We are. Issei pointed at her with a nod. Exactly. Toru and Kana? They're basically aliens. And Drake even agrees. He's never heard of anything they said about where they came from. Plus, they were completely clueless about Earth's situation when they got here. Like zero idea about the rules, dragons, or even the gods here. Mina's fingers tightened around her knees. The weight of the revelation pressed into her chest like a boulder. Another world full of dragons living, breathing proof sitting right beside me. Her mind spun with the implications. She pinched the bridge of her nose, groaning softly. You're telling me there's an entire other planet out there, a world full of dragons. And somehow they just dropped into your aunt's apartment in Saitama. Issei gave her a sheepish smile, spreading his hands. Pretty much. Welcome to my life. Kana popped another candy into her mouth, her voice flat but tinged with amusement. It's true. Finally, Mina exhaled and pushed her glasses up, her voice cutting the silence. Then tell me what's your plan, Issei? I understand now that Toru didn't mean to cause all this, but intent doesn't erase consequences. The chaos won't just disappear. The supernatural community in Tokyo is still a mess. Yukai, mages, spirits, even lesser Kamathivi all abandoned Saitama, and now they're running wild here, hurting people who just wanted to live peacefully. Her tone was even, but her eyes shone with the pressure of someone carrying responsibility. Issei's smile slipped away. He sat forward, resting his elbows on his knees. Yeah. I know. His voice was quieter now, more grounded. That's one of the reasons I decided to help you in the first place. I feel guilty. Guilty that Toru caused all this without meaning to. Guilty that my aunt's quiet little life stirred up such a storm. He clenched his fists lightly, gaze fixed on the ground. So I want to fix it. I want to try talking to the ones causing trouble, tell them it's safe to go back home. That nothing's going to happen to them. If I can ease their fear, maybe things will calm down. Kanna tilted her head slightly, watching him. In her flat, quiet way, she murmured, "You want to fix what Toru broke?" Issei gave her a small nod. Yeah. Someone's got to. Mina studied him for a long moment, the lamplight glinting off her glasses. And the other reason? Issei's head jerked up. You said one of the reasons, Mina pressed. What was the other? Issei rubbed the back of his neck, his cheeks tinged pink. His laugh came out awkward and nervous. To get close to you. And help you. The words slipped out clumsily, but they were sincere. Mina's breath caught. Heat spread across her face, and she quickly turned her head, hoping the shadows of the park hid the flush in her cheeks. He stayed because of me? Not just obligation, not just guilt, but because he wanted to be by my side. Her heart thumped painfully in her chest, a dangerous mix of embarrassment and something warmer. She forced herself to regain composure, though her voice trembled faintly as she spoke. Idiot, you don't just say things like that. Issei grinned sheepishly, scratching his cheek. Sorry, but it's the truth. Mina drew in a steadying breath, her thoughts racing. Finally, she set her jaw and spoke with firmness. Issei, you need to understand something. Now that I know the truth, I'm under obligation to report it to my superiors. What you've told Mes Security, Toru being a dragon king, Kanna being from another world, it's all too important to keep to myself. Issei's grin faded. His gaze turned solemn as he nodded. Yeah. I get that. If that's the best course of action, then we'll do it. But Mina shook her head immediately, her hand tightening over her knee. No. That's just it. It's not the best course. While I know Toru and Kanna don't mean harm, my superiors won't see it that way. They'll see them as threats. And if they act on that fear, they might do something drastic. They could try to force Toru and Kanna out. And if that happens, it won't just endanger them. It will put your aunt in danger. And you, too. Her words carried the weight of inevitability, her eyes locking on his. Issei felt the knot tighten in his stomach. He clenched his fists tighter, the weight of responsibility pressing heavier on his shoulders. If they target O'Bacon because of this, his teeth grit, but then he looked up at Mina, his resolve clear. Then we've got to make sure that doesn't happen. Kanna finished her candy, dusting her hands on her skirt, and spoke in her usual calm tone. We will fight them if they try. Mina's eyes widened slightly at the bluntness, but she didn't doubt the quiet conviction behind Kanna's words. Mina raised her hand slowly, signaling for their attention. Her voice cut through the stillness. There is another option. One that doesn't involve turning the entire supernatural community into our enemies. Issei blinked, leaning in. Another option? Yes, Mina said firmly, adjusting her glasses as her eyes glinted in the lamplight. We go behind the backs of my superiors, the 5 great clans, and appeal directly to the Shinto faction. Issei's eyes widened. Wait, do you mean Amaterasu, Tsukuyami, and Susanoo? At the unfamiliar names, Kanna tilted her head. Who are they? Issei scratched his cheek, realizing how strange it was to explain something so basic to someone so powerful. They're, the big 3 gods of Japan. Amaterasu is the sun goddess, basically the leader of the pantheon here. Tsukuyami is the moon god. And Susanoo, he chuckled nervously. He's the storm god. If legend is to be believed, he is the fiercest of the 3. Mina nodded. They are the highest authority in this country's supernatural hierarchy. If we can explain everything to them, Toru, Kanna, even your position, Issei, we might be able to stop this chaos. They have a vested interest in restoring balance and returning Japan to normal. Issei leaned back, arms crossed, letting the idea sink in. Honestly? That sounds way better than fighting everyone. I wasn't exactly looking forward to punching my way through mages, yokai, and spirits just to get people to listen. In the back of his mind, Drake's voice rumbled like a dragon's growl. You will not grow stronger if you avoid conflict, partner. To evolve, you must fight opponents stronger than yourself. Issei winced inwardly. Yeah, I get it. But come on, fighting the entire supernatural community just to make a point. That's suicide. Mina's voice drew him back. There's just one problem. Her expression hardened, her voice lowering as though she didn't want the trees themselves to overhear. The only way to gain an audience with the Shinto gods is to impress them first. That means taking on more missions, making undeniable results, and usurping the favor of one of the 5 great clans. Without it, they'll never see us as worth their time. Issei frowned. So, in other words, we have to step on the toes of people already in power. Exactly, Mina said. And those old men won't take it lightly. They're old, stubborn, and spiteful. If I move behind their backs, they'll see it as betrayal and will retaliate. I'd be endangering myself and maybe you'll be even trying. Issei's brows furrowed. His gut twisted at the thought. Then you shouldn't do it. If it puts you in danger, it's not worth it. Mina looked at him for a long moment, then smiled faintly, small, but steady. Don't worry about me. I've already prepared myself for that. This is my duty to restore my clan's honor and standing. She adjusted her glasses, her tone sharpening. Plus I won't be doing it for free. Issei blinked, thrown off. Huh! If you want me to risk my position, my safety, and the wrath of the clans, Mina said, leaning forward so her eyes locked directly with his. Then I want a favor in return. Do you agree with that? Issei felt his heart skip a beat, not just from the seriousness of her words but from the closeness of her gaze. His mouth went dry. Why do I get the feeling this favori's gonna be way more than I'm ready for? Even Kana, normally unshaken, blinked at Mina curiously, waiting to hear what she would demand. But before I tell you what favor I want, she said, her voice steady but firm, I need to know something first. Issei tilted his head, puzzled. Sure? What is it? What's your dream? Mina asked bluntly. The question landed like a stone dropped in a pond. Issei blinked, caught completely off guard. My dream? That's what you want to know? Yes, Mina replied without hesitation. It's important. If I'm going to put myself in danger, if I'm going to throw away my security and possibly provoke the 5 great clans, then I need to know what it is you're truly aiming for. Not just guilt, not just duty or dream. Issei scratched his cheek, still confused. I don't get it, but if it's that important. He hesitated only a moment, but then his face lit up with a fire that Mina had never seen in him before. His eyes gleamed, his chest swelled, and his grin stretched wide. My dream, he shouted, his voice echoing through the quiet park, is to become the harem king. The words hung in the air like a thunderclap. Kana blinked once, then again. Mina froze, her jaw dropping slightly, her brain tripping over itself. Excuse me? Mina said slowly, as though hoping she'd misheard. Issei clenched his fists with fiery conviction, completely serious. That's right. Not just some random harem either. I want a beautiful harem full of bishujo who love me, and that I'll love back. That's my ultimate dream, and I'll chase it to the ends of the earth. Kana and Mina both stared at him in silence. Mina's lips parted, her voice dripping with disbelief. So let me get this straight. Your great, burning dream is to have a bunch of women? Not just a bunch, Issei shot back, pointing at her dramatically. A true harem. Full of love, trust, and passion. It's about finding girls who love me, and who I'll love with everything I've got. That's the life I want to build. Kana's expression didn't change much, but the faint twitch of her eye betrayed her thoughts. So scum, she muttered under her breath. Mina pinched the bridge of her nose, exhaling sharply. Unbelievable, all this time I thought you were carrying some noble burden. And here you are, declaring that? Issei puffed out his chest. Hey, don't knock it. Everyone else wants to be something boring like a CEO, or a hero, or rich. But me? I want to live surrounded by love, and I'm not afraid to say it. The silence that followed was thick. Both girls stared at him, their expressions hovering between exasperation and reluctant something. For Kanna, it was a cold realization. If I stay with him, it won't just be me. I'll have to share him with others. Her hands tightened into fists, her heart tightening with something she couldn't name. But then she remembered what Mina said. If issei accepted me as his wife, that wouldn't mean I'd take him away from you. Or from anyone else who matters to him. He'd still spend time with his friends. With family. With you. She would still be important to him even while sharing him with a group of women. For Mina, it was different. Her mind spun with calculations. That means if I do get involved with him, I'll never have him to myself. I'll have to share. But maybe that's not entirely bad. Finally, Mina sighed, brushing her hair back behind her ear. In a way, I should be glad. Issei blinked, startled. Glad? Wait, what do you mean? Mina adjusted her glasses, her eyes narrowing as she leaned closer. It means I can use that. Issei tilted his head, confusion plain on his face. Use what? Mina's gaze sharpened, locking onto Issei with an intensity that made him straighten without realizing it. She inhaled once, steadying her resolve, then spoke clearly. Issei. We should get married. Eh? Issei nearly toppled backward off the bench, his arms flailing as his voice cracked across the park. Even Kanna blinked in visible shock, her jaw parting just slightly. Inside Issei's mind, Drake's booming laughter echoed, deep and mocking. Gahahaha. How bold and direct. I like this girl, partner. Issei clutched his head, his thoughts spinning. Marriage? How did we jump to that? He snapped his head back toward Mina, his voice panicked. Wait, why marriage? Why is that your favor? Mina didn't flinch. If anything, her expression grew colder, more precise, though a faint blush crept across her cheeks. You simply don't understand your position in life right now, Issei. You're the current Sekyuryai. That means everyone who learns who you are will want one of two things: to use you or to kill you. Issei froze at the blunt truth. He hated how much sense it made. Mina pressed on, her tone firm, businesslike. And you already know my situation. I'm working to restore the Tadayuki clan to its former standing. If I marry you, it gives me the foundation and power I need to be taken seriously. The children we produce would inherit both your strength and my lineage. They would be far stronger and more talented than me alone. Together, we'd have both power and legitimacy. Her words landed like stones, heavy and undeniable. Issei's shoulders sagged, his heart sinking. His voice came out low, laced with disappointment. So that's it, huh? You just want to use me. Mina looked away, her cheeks coloring deeper. I won't lie. I am using you. For your name and your power. She swallowed, her voice dropping to a softer tone. But don't think for a second that's all it is. Issei's gaze snapped back to her, startled. Mina pressed her hands together in her lap, her usual composed posture cracking as her ears turned red. I kind of like you too. The words slipped out with awkward honesty, and she quickly turned her face away, embarrassed. Issei blinked several times, his jaw dropping. Wait, hold up. You're embarrassed saying you like me but not when you talk about marriage? Mina shot him a glare, her face bright crimson. Marriage is simply a business transaction. That's easy to say. My feelings are another matter entirely. Kanna's small hands trembled as they clenched into fists on her lap, her calm facade cracking for the first time. Her chest tightened with a strange, heavy ache she'd never known before, one that burned as Mina's words sank in. Finally, she couldn't hold it anymore. Her voice, usually quiet and even, rose with a bite of anger. I don't approve, Kanna said flatly, her eyes narrowing. Because Issei is going to marry me. The words hit Issei like a thunderbolt. His whole body jolted, his eyes wide. Wait, what? Kanna wants to marry me? Marry you? He stammered, his face flushing red. Since when did you? But Mina only adjusted her glasses coolly, her expression calm though her cheeks betrayed the faintest blush. Then there's no problem. Issei can just marry us both. Kana blinked, her composure breaking for the second time that night. Both? Issei's jaw nearly hit the ground. Hold on, you can't just. But Mina's eyes fixed on him now, sharp and deliberate. Listen carefully, Issei. Marrying me doesn't come without benefits. Not only will you have me, she leaned forward slightly, her tone gaining a teasing edge. And my bulbas. Issei froze, his face burning crimson. What? Why would you? Don't lie, Mina said firmly, her lips curving faintly. I know you've been staring at them. Issei's defense came out panicked and too honest. They were just so big and round, I couldn't help but I just wanted to bury my face in them. Kana's glare shot toward him, her cheeks puffing in jealousy. Mina smirked faintly at his fluster. Exactly. And unlike most, I wouldn't really mind. Plus I'll also approve of you having a harem. That's your dream, isn't it? Issei's jaw worked wordlessly. She's actually serious about this? Mina then turned to Kana, her voice calm but pointed. And as for you, I wouldn't disapprove if you also married him. So long as you're prepared to share. Kana's lips parted slightly. For once, she looked stunned, her normally expressionless face showing raw disbelief. Issei, meanwhile, felt his heart pounding, his head spinning. Marry Mina, marry Kana, have a harem, get to touch Mina's bulbas, live the dream, I shouted to the world. He slapped both hands to his cheeks, trying to cool the heat. What the hell am I supposed to do here? But Mina wasn't finished. Her tone softened, though her eyes gleamed with calculation. And don't worry about where we'd live. I have a mansion. It's spacious and peaceful. Perfect for you, your parents, aunt, and whoever else comes along. She leaned back, folding her hands neatly. So Issei. What's your answer? The silence stretched. Issei turned toward Kana, their eyes locking with a storm of panic and temptation. Neither spoke, either knowing what to say. But the weight of Mina's proposal lingered in the air, pressing down on both of them. Finally Issei slumped back, his voice weak. All right. I agree. Mina's eyes softened, her lips curving into a radiant, genuine smile that made her look almost angelic in the lamplight. Good. I'm glad. She adjusted her glasses, slipping back into composure. I'll try hard to arrange that meeting with the Shinto. But I won't say anything about you two being aliens. That would be too hard to believe. And as for the wedding, didn't expect it soon. I'm not ready yet. Her blush deepened, but her voice didn't waver. And tomorrow, I'll come to meet your aunt. I want to get to know Kobayashi and this Torah for myself. Standing gracefully, she pulled out her phone, inputting the directions Issei gave her. With one final glance at the two dragons, Kana still stiff in disbelief, Issei slumped in stunned silence. She offered a polite bow. Good night. I'll see you both soon. Then she turned and walked out of the park, her silhouette fading into the glow of Shinjuku streets. Issei and Kana sat frozen on the bench, the weight of everything that had just happened sinking in like a stone tossed into still water. What the hell just happened? Issei muttered at last. Saitama Prefecture. The night air in Saitama was cooler than Shinjuku's, quieter too, with no neon signs, no roaring traffic, just the hum of cicadas and the glow of scattered street lamps. Issei and Kana trudged up the stairs toward their apartment, their steps heavy with exhaustion after the whirlwind of revelations and proposals. Issei rubbed his temples as they reached the landing. Marriage, gods, clans, this day has been nothing but emotional whiplash. I need a break before my brain melts. But just as the two were going up the stairs, his nose twitched. His eyes widened. Wait a sec, do you smell that? Kana froze mid-step. Her head tilted slightly, her nostrils flaring as she inhaled deeply. A faint spark of recognition flickered in her usually blank eyes. It's not Toru. It's someone else. Someone familiar. Someone you know, Issei asked, his shoulders relaxing slightly. Kana nodded. Yes. An old friend. Issei blinked, surprised. More friends I don't know about. He gave a nervous laugh, scratching his cheek. Well, if it's a friend, then I guess that's okay. Let's see who it is. Together, they reached for Kobayashi's apartment, and pushed open the door. The familiar warmth of the Kobayashi's place greeted them, except this time, someone new was waiting inside. And that's when Issei froze, his eyes bulging, his entire body locking up like a statue. Right in front of him stood a womano, a goddess, whose chest seemed to defy both gravity and reason. They swayed slightly as she shifted, the sheer size and softness of them enough to make his jaw drop. Tears welled in Issei's eyes as he clutched his chest dramatically. So beautiful, the most bountiful, heavenly issei I've ever seen. What a crime, what a tragedy that I can't see them in all their naked glory, Kanna groaned, face palming. Issei. Meanwhile, the owner of those otherworldly assets tilted her head, blinking at the strange boy, practically worshipping her figure. Her lips curved into a soft, amused smile. My, she purred, her voice warm and teasing. What a cute little dragon boy, giving me so many compliments the moment we meet. The woman's presence filled the room effortlessly. She was tall, fair-skinned, her body an hourglass sculpted by the gods themselves. Long, wavy blonde hair cascaded over her shoulders, shimmering like spun gold. Her heterochromatic eyes were hypnotic, her left, navy blue rimmed with yellow and a slit green pupil, her right, green with intricate designs and a yellow slit at its heart. Twin horns curled proudly from her head beneath a pink cap. A black choker hugged her throat, just above the line of her black tank top that left little to the imagination, her cleavage spilling generously with every subtle movement. Jean shorts clung tightly to her hips, revealing more leg than should have been legal, the denim cut high enough to expose the curve of her buttocks. Thigh-high stockings completed the look, clinging to her skin before vanishing into pink shoes, and, as Issei's eyes immediately realized with utter reverence, she wore no bra. Her magnificent chest bounced freely, hypnotically, with every subtle shift. Issei staggered back, clutching his nose as blood threatened to pour. This is too much. My heart can't take it. Kanna, still calm but clearly irritated, tugged at his sleeve. Stop crying. You look pathetic. The blonde woman only giggled, her voice like silk. Era so dramatic. I like him already. She leaned forward slightly, resting her hands on her knees so her chest pressed together even more. I'm Lukoa. It's nice to meet you, little boy. Issei nearly fainted, his soul leaving his body in bliss as he heard that she likes him. Kanna, however, narrowed her eyes. Lukoa. Why are you here? The warmth in the room shifted. Lukoa straightened, her playful smile never fading, but her eyes glimmered with something deeper as she looked at Kanna. Because, my dear, Lukoa said softly, it's been far too long since we last met. The soft slippers echoed from the kitchen. Kobayashi and Toru stepped into the living room, towels in hand, clearly having just finished tidying up after dinner. What greeted them was Issei, on his knees, crying rivers of joy, hands clasped as if in prayer. Kanna, standing beside him, arms crossed, her expression a perfect mix of calm disappointment and mild disgust. And Lukoa laughing softly behind her hand, her ample chest bouncing with each chuckle. Toru tilted her head, blinking in confusion. Issei, why are you crying? Did something happen? Kobayashi's brow twitched the moment her eyes landed on Lukoa. Of course. I should have known. She crossed the room quickly, her irritation sharp as she pinched Issei by both ears. OWWW, Issei yelped, flailing his arms. Oh bacon! Why the violence? Kobayashi leaned down, glaring at him. Because you disappear all day without telling me where you're going, and now you come home crying at those? She jerked her head toward Lukoa's chest, her lips twitching in thinly veiled jealousy. Those? Issei repeated dreamily, glancing back at Lukoa's bountiful curves. His nose threatened to bleed again. It's not my fault, it's just they're so beautiful. Kobayashi's grip tightened. Answer me. Where have you been? I've been worried sick. Issei winced, tears forming for a different reason now. I just went out with Kanna. We went to meet my new friend, Mina. And then we went to see a movie. Kobayashi's frown deepened. A movie? With what money? Oh bacon, Issei whined, his face red. You're embarrassing me. Especially in front of the beautiful, big-bobed Onizen. Lukoa's soft laugh spilled out like warm honey. She covered her mouth politely, but her eyes danced with mischief. Era, what a cute young man. You flatter me so much. Kobayashi's ears twitched in frustration, and she tugged harder on his ear. Keep it up and I'll embarrass you more. Toru stepped in quickly, gesturing to Lukoa with a smile. Kobayashi, calm down. Toru then turned to Issei to explain to him why he was here. Lukoa is a friend that has come to visit me and Kana. She was worried since it's been a while since we last spoke. Oh, and Fafner dropped by earlier, but he left before you two arrived. Unfortunately, Issei was too busy rubbing his ear to listen to the last part. Ah. Lukoa, you probably don't know him yet, Toru said warmly, her eyes sparkling as she gestured toward Issei. But this young man here is Kobayashi's nephew. He came to visit for the summer, and he's been staying in the apartment next door. Lukoa's gaze softened as she straightened from her teasing lean, her golden hair tumbling around her shoulders as she tilted her head. Kobayashi's nephew, HM? She placed a finger to her lips, her smile faint but knowing. That explains why he smells like her, and yet not quite. How fascinating. Kana, standing at his side, gave the tiniest nod. He lives next door with me. The way she said it carried a quiet weight, almost possessive, though her face remained as blank as ever. Lukoa's heterochromatic eyes flicked between Kana and Issei, her smile deepening into something more amused. Oh my! So you're roommates? How cute! Issei waved his hands frantically, his face heating. Wait, it's not like that. I mean, yeah, I'm here for the summer, but I just Kana and I. Fufu, you're even more entertaining than Toru described, Lukoa said, covering her mouth with her hand. Her heterochromatic eyes glimmered with amusement as she gave a proper bow, her golden hair tumbling over her shoulders. It's a pleasure to meet you, Issei. Issei froze, suddenly shy now that she addressed him directly. He rubbed the back of his neck, his cheeks pink. Nice to meet you too. Lukoa's smile widened, her teasing nature coming to the forefront. She leaned closer, bending slightly at the waist so her enormous chest nearly brushed his arm. Fufu, you're so bashful. I didn't expect to meet another dragon here in this world. How exciting. The clatter of chopsticks and the warm aroma of Toru's cooking filled the apartment. Around the table sat Issei, Kana, Lukoa, Kobayashi, and Toru, all gathered together as plates of steaming rice, grilled meat, and side dishes vanished steadily from the table. Despite the strange company, the atmosphere was homely, laughter and quiet conversation weaving between bites. Lukoa, sipping from her tea with her usual unbothered grace, leaned forward slightly, her heterochromatic eyes settling on Issei. Tell me, Issei, Kobayashi, do you have dragons in your family bloodline? Issei blinked, chopsticks halfway to his mouth. Eh? Nope, not at all. Kobayashi, who was chewing quietly beside him, shook her head. Definitely not. Our family's as normal as they come. Lukoa tapped her lips thoughtfully, frowning slightly. Strange. Then how are you a dragon? Her gaze sharpened on Issei, her tone calm but carrying genuine curiosity. The table went silent for a moment. Issei scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Well, the thing is, I was a totally normal human. But the first day I got here and met Toru, his voice faltered, his face heating. I said I was hungry and Toru kinda fed me her tail. Lukoa froze, her chopsticks stopping midair. She what? Toru beamed, utterly shameless. That's right. I thought it would be a great way to feed him. Lukoa blinked slowly, her usual playfulness slipping into something sharper. You fed him your tail? Issei nodded awkwardly, rubbing his head. Yeah, and after that I mutated, I guess. Overnight I wasn't human anymore and woke up as part dragon. Lukoa's eyes widened, her carefree aura faltering. That's dangerous. Usually when humans ingest dragon flesh, their bodies can't handle the energy. She hesitated, her voice unusually grim. They explode. Violently. Kobayashi stiffened, her chopsticks slipping from her fingers. Hear that, Toru? She knew he could have blown up? Toru tilted her head, confused. Eh? But he didn't. See? Everything's fine. He's alive, healthy, and strong. She grinned proudly at Issei as if this excused everything. Lukoa, however, pressed a hand to her chest, still worried. Are you really all right, Issei? Issei chuckled nervously. Yeah, don't worry. I was lucky. The only reason I didn't go kaboom was because of this. He raised his left arm and, with a flare of red light, summoned the boosted gear. The red gauntlet materialized, gleaming ominously under the apartment lights. Lukoa's eyes widened, curiosity reigniting. Oh? And what's that? This, Issei said with pride, lifting his arms so everyone could see, is the boosted gear. It's one of the sacred gears, tools and weapons given to humans by a god in this world. And inside of this one lives an ancient dragon called Drake. The gauntlet pulsed faintly, the jewel in its center glowing for a moment before dimming again. Tora's eyes sparkled as she leaned closer, practically bouncing in excitement. Mr. Drake is a very powerful dragon. Though her ears drooped slightly. He was cruelly defeated and sealed by those accursed gods. Kana, sitting cross-legged with her bowl in hand, nodded solemnly. Mr. Drake is very strong and respected. Issei smiled, then tapped the gauntlet gently. Oi, Drake, don't just sit there. Why don't you introduce yourself? Show them you're here. The table went silent. Everyone waited. The jewel flickered faintly then dimmed again. Drake? Issei called again, a little more forcefully. Come on, buddy, don't embarrass me here. Say something. Still nothing. The boosted gear stayed lifelessly on his arm, as if mocking him with its silence. Kana tilted her head. He's really silent. Tora frowned, her tail twitching. Is he sleeping? Lukoa tapped a nail thoughtfully against her cup, her lips curving into a sly smile. Or maybe he's embarrassed. Not every day someone gets praised at the dinner table. Issei groaned, slumping over his rice bowl. Geez, Drake, you're killing me here. He tried to play it off with a sheepish laugh, but inside, a low rumbling voice stirred. Partner, Issei's thoughts sharpened. Finally! Drake, why are you being so quiet in front of everyone? But the dragon's tone wasn't its usual teasing bravado, it was low, tense, and edged with something Issei had rarely heard from him before. Tread lightly. That woman Lukoash's dangerous. Issei's eyes flicked toward the blonde dragon lounging gracefully across the table, her mismatched eyes sparkling with amusement as she sipped her tea. Out loud, she was teasing, playful, almost lazy. But inside, Drake's words weighed heavily. Dangerous? You've never sounded this worried. Are you serious? Serious enough, Drake grumbled. If I were still in my prime even then, I doubt I could defeat her. That kind of power is not something you provoke lightly. Issei's heart skipped a beat, his chopsticks trembling slightly in his hand. Wait, you? The legendary dragon who fought gods and shook the world? And you're saying you might not win against her? The gauntlet gave a faint, uneasy pulse. Exactly. Do not underestimate her just because she laughs and shows softness. Even bound to this human form, that one is a force beyond measure. Issei swallowed hard, trying not to let his expression betray what he just learned. Just who the hell is she? Before he could dwell on it, Kobayashi's voice snapped him back to the table. Issei. Her tone was sharp, the kind that made him sit straighter out of instinct. She set her chopsticks down, and leveled him with a look only an ant could give. I'm going to ask you again. Where exactly did you get the money to go to the movies? Issei flinched, scratching the back of his neck as everyone's eyes shifted toward him. Well, you see, he forced a laugh, his nerves crackling. I kinda got a job while I was in Shinjuku. Kobayashi narrowed her eyes, suspicion sharp as a knife. A job? While you were out visiting a friend? The one you conveniently spent all day with? Issei froze, caught red-handed. Yeah. That's right. Mina introduced me to the job. She, hired me to do odd jobs for her family. He waved his hands quickly, trying to look earnest. You know, carrying things, helping out, that kinda stuff. Kobayashi's gaze didn't soften. If anything, she leaned forward slightly, arms crossing over her chest. Issei. He winced, sweat trickling down his temple. Oh, Bacon's glare, it's scarier than any monster I've fought. I'm telling the truth, he blurted. If you don't believe me, then you can ask Mina yourself tomorrow. She's coming over anyway, So you can question her then. The words tumbled out in his desperation to escape Kobayashi's scrutiny. For a moment, the room was silent. Then Kobayashi leaned back, her expression softening only a fraction as she adjusted her glasses. Fine. I'll wait until tomorrow. But I will be asking this Mina a few questions. Issei slumped in relief, exhaling like he just dodged a fatal blow. Thank you. But Kobayashi wasn't done. She picked up her chopsticks again, muttering just loud enough for him to hear. Beloved nephew or not, you're not slipping past me so easily. I'll find out what you're really up to. Issei groaned quietly, stabbing a piece of meat as if it had personally offended him. Why do I always feel like I'm on trial whenever Obacon looks at me like that? Across the table, Lukoa watched the whole exchange with a small, knowing smile, her mismatched eyes glinting with interest. So this boy's carrying more secrets than he lets on. Fascinating. Kobayashi's apartment. The plates were stacked neatly, the last traces of Toru's cooking reduced to crumbs and sauce smudges. The warm hum of a satisfied meal lingered in Kobayashi's apartment as everyone settled into their places around the table. It was then that Lukoa, humming softly to herself, reached into the bag she'd brought with her and produced a tall, elegant bottle with a deep red label. I thought this would be perfect, Lukoa said, setting it down with a flourish. The glass gleamed under the light. A special wine I brought when I heard Toru had a new home. A good way to celebrate with everyone, don't you think? Kobayashi's eyes immediately locked onto the bottle. Her calm, tired office worker face lit up like a child staring at a new toy. Wine, she whispered reverently, adjusting her glasses. Yes, that's perfect. But even in her excitement, her practical side chimed in. She held up her hand firmly. But don't serve it to Issei or Kana. They're both underage. Lukoa tilted her head, genuinely puzzled. Underage? Yes, Kobayashi said flatly. Lukoa blinked, confusion evident. I don't understand. Why is that a big deal? Especially for Kana. By all accounts, she's already an adult where I come from. Kana, quietly chewing on a piece of meat, gave a slight nod as if to confirm it. Issei, however, paled when his eyes fell on the bottle. His heart sank, dread creeping into his chest. No, not that. He looked at the wine as though it were a cursed artifact. To think it's about time for me to head to bed, actually. Long day, lots of walking, lots of fighting, yeah, a bed sounds great right now. He shot up from the table like a soldier trying to escape the battlefield. But Lukoa leaned closer, her smile as soft as honey. Era, don't go yet, little dragon boy. I have so many questions for you and I'd love to know more about you. Issei froze halfway to the door, torn between politeness and pure survival instinct. He rubbed his neck awkwardly. Too mean. I'm happy to talk with you, really. But I should probably, retreat to my apartment before things get messy. By the way, his eyes darted nervously to the bottle. How strong is that wine, exactly? Lukoa giggled, her bobas bouncing slightly as she tipped the bottle in her hands. Strong enough to make even a dragon wobble. It's a very special vintage. Issei's face went pale. Special wine that even affects dragons? Oh nope, I am not sticking around for this. He spun on his heel, about to bolt for the door. But something tackled him from behind. Eh? Issei yelped as he was slammed into the tatame and then landed on his back, pinned down by surprisingly heavy hands gripping his shoulders. He looked down and felt his blood run cold. It was Kobayashi. Her face was flush-beet red, her glasses slightly askew. Her lips parted in an uneven grin, and every other breath came with a hiccup. Iseikion, she cooed, her voice unnaturally high-pitched and sweet. My adorable little nephew! I love you so much. She nuzzled her cheek against his back, giggling like a schoolgirl. Issei's eyes bulged. Oabakin? You're drunk already? Hey, Kobayashi hiccuped loudly, rubbing her cheek against him. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. My sweet, perfect Iseikion. Issei's soul left his body. His aunt, normally stern and practical, was suddenly acting like a lovesick girl, clinging to him with embarrassing affection. But worse than that was the sudden shift in atmosphere. Toru was releasing quite the amount of pressure. Her tail was thumped heavily against the floor, her hands clenching into fists as an ominous, suffocating aura poured from her. Her eyes glowed faintly in the dim light, a dragon's fury bubbling just beneath her smile. She whispered, her voice low and chilling. Kobayashi-san. The apartment temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees. Issei, still pinned to the floor by his drunken aunt, broke into a cold sweat. Oh crap. Toru looks like she's about to explode. I'm gonna die. I'm definitely gonna die. Lukoa, meanwhile, calmly poured herself a glass of the wine, her amused chuckle cutting through the tension. Fufu, now this is interesting. Kanna, nibbling on a piece of pickled radish, watched the whole thing with her usual calm, though her tail twitched faintly. Noisy. Issei writhing beneath the weight of his flushed aunt. Oh bacon, let go, Issei wheezed, trying to pry her arms off. You're way too strong, and she was. Her grip was like iron. Stronger than iron even. No matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. Panic clawed at his chest as he realized the truth. He was a dragon now, and yet he couldn't overpower his drunk aunt. Inside his mind, Drake's voice rumbled, tense and sharp. Partner, be careful. I can sense something dangerous. Issei's eyes widened. Dangerous? She's just drunk. No, Drake growled lowly. There's a high concentrated aura of Dragon Slayer energy pouring out of her body. It's making your strength falter. If she keeps holding on to you, you won't be able to resist her at all. Issei nearly choked. Dragon Slayer? Why does my Abakan have a Dragon Slayer aura when she's drunk? Meanwhile, Kobayashi tightened her hold, pressing her cheek to his chest, her words tumbling out in a pitiful, lovesick whine. Isakuen, you haven't been spending enough time with me, she pouted, her voice cracking with hiccups. You're always with Kanna. Always gone. What about me? That's not true, Issei stammered, face red with embarrassment and fear. I love spending time with you, oh bacon. You're the best aunt ever. But Kobayashi only hiccuped again, her lips trembling as tears welled up in her eyes. She sniffled and clung even tighter, rubbing her cheek against his shoulder. No, you don't mean it. You're always leaving me, always running off with that mysterious girl. Issei froze. Oh no. Not this. Don't bring her up. That Mina, Kobayashi suddenly shrieked, her tears spilling over. Her jealous glare burned hotter than any dragon's breath, as she shook him like a ragdoll. That mysterious girl you spend all your time with. She's trying to steal my precious Issei away from me. Eh? Issei flailed, his heart leaping out of his chest. Oh bacon, it's not like that. You've got it all wrong. Toru, who had been fuming with jealous rage a moment ago, suddenly slumped down beside them, her face as red as Kobayashi's. She clutched Kobayashi's arm, sobbing openly. Kobayashi, you only care about Issei. You don't love me anymore, she wailed, clinging desperately to her beloved, her tail coiling protectively around Kobayashi's waist. Eh? Issei yelped, his panic doubling. His aunt was practically smothering him, his dragon strength suppressed by the strange energy radiating off her, and now Toru was crying her heart out, clinging to Kobayashi like a drowning woman. Lukoa leaned back casually, swirling her glass of wine, her bulbas jiggling as she laughed softly. Era, this is better entertainment than I expected. Issei's thoughts screamed in chaos as he squirmed, his face buried against the tatami. Drake, help! I'm gonna die here, smothered by my aunt's love. Partner, Drake rumbled grimly. Good luck. Issei's face pressed against the floor as Kobayashi crushed him against her chest, the smell of alcohol rolling off her like a wave. His mind screamed for help, his voice echoing inward. Drake! Come on, buddy, say something and help me. Silence. Drake? Don't do this to me now. I need you. This is life and death. No, this is worse than death. Still nothing. As his mind was empty, Issei's heart sank. I'm alone in this. Issei, Kobayashi wailed above him, her arms crushing him tighter, her words slurred with drink. That Mina girl is just a tramp. A witch. A hussy. She's trying to take you away from me. My precious Issei. Issei's face burned red, his hands scrambling to pry her off. Oh Bacon, you're wrong. Mina's just a friend, I swear. Stop saying stuff like that. But Kobayashi wasn't listening. Her grip was unrelenting, her face burying against his neck, hot tears and hiccups tickling his skin. And then her body flushed warmer, her cheeks glowing scarlet. She fumbled with her shirt collar, tugging it down as she muttered, "Hot, too hot, I'll just take this off." Eh? Issei yelped, eyes bulging as she started fumbling with her blouse buttons. No, 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 no! Oh Bacon, stop! Keep your clothes on. He grabbed her wrists, desperately trying to halt her fumbling fingers, but another set of hands suddenly joined in helping, not hindering. Toru? Toru's golden eyes gleamed, her cheeks as flushed as Kobayashi's as she hiccuped and grinned. But Issei, it's fine. I want to see Kobayashi naked too, she giggled drunkenly, tugging Kobayashi's blouse open while her own hands trailed to her maid outfit, pulling the fabric off her shoulders. If Kobayashi's taking her clothes off, then I'll take mine off too, so we can all be closer. Issei's jaw hit the floor. Wait, what? No, don't, both of you start stripping. But the damage was done. Fabric fell loose, pale skin flashing in the lamplight. Kobayashi, half-focused, glared and pouted cutely at Toru even as the dragoness eagerly pressed closer. Both women could be seen on top of Issei's body in only their underwear. As Issei does everything to memorize this holy scene. Issei's looking at you, Kobayashi whined, her lips trembling, and not me stupid big dragon body. Toru only giggled, pressing her chest proudly against Kobayashi's side, giving a nice view to Issei's gaze. Then I'll just make him look at both of us, Kobayashi. Issei's soul left his body, his hands flailing uselessly between the two women as their antics spiraled further out of control. Two don't want to look at anyone right now. Put your clothes back on. Issei felt like a sinner for even suggesting that, but he really didn't want his aunt to continue attacking him. But instead Kobayashi then started to rub her lower body around Issei's crotch, which caused a reaction as she suddenly felt something pressing up. Hee hee. Issei is really happy. Much bigger than when he was younger, Kobayashi happily states as she was overjoyed at have caused such a reaction. Across the room, Kanna tipped back the last of the wine she had quietly poured for herself, setting the cup down with a soft clink. Her usually calm, blank eyes narrowed, her tail flicking with irritation. She stood, her small frame shadowed in the lamplight, and spoke in her flat but heavy tone. Annoying. Issei's eyes snapped toward her in horror. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. A drunk Kanna is the last thing I need right now. The air around her flickered faintly with static, her irritation palpable as she glared at the two women crawling over Issei like they were fighting over a toy. Lukoa, watching with her usual relaxed smile as she swirled her wine glass, chuckled softly. Era. Looks like things are about to get even livelier. The tension in the room snapped like a live wire. Kanna, normally calm and unreadable, narrowed her eyes as sparks began crackling across her skin. The faint smell of ozone filled the apartment. Her patience, already thin, tore completely as she watched Kobayashi and Toru pulling and whining over Issei while undressed. Enough, she muttered flatly, her voice carrying a dangerous hum beneath the monotone. Kanna, wait! Issei managed to cry, but it was too late. A bright flash lit the apartment as static burst from Kanna's body, arcing wildly across the room. The shockwave of electricity exploded outward, striking Issei, Toru, and Kobayashi in one violent jolt. Gyhhh! Issei screamed, his body jerking as sparks danced across his frame. Toru shrieked like a banshee, flailing her arms, while Kobayashi hiccuped one last time before collapsing, both of them smoking faintly as the current coursed through them. When the light dimmed, the scene was absurd. All three victims sat frozen in place, their hair standing straight up like porcupine quills. Issei's bangs jutted skyward, his clothes scorched with little black burn marks. Toru's hair puffed out in frizzed tufts. Kobayashi's normally neat bob was sticking out at every possible angle, her glasses somehow hanging crookedly off one ear. The room reeked of smoke and ozone, small wisps rising from their clothes. Issei coughed, releasing a small puff of smoke from his mouth like a broken chimney. Thanks, Kanna. He weakly raised a thumb in her direction, still twitching slightly from the residual current. Tora and Kobayashi, however, weren't so lucky. Both lay sprawled out on the floor, faint smoke trails curling from their bodies, unconscious with little spirals in their eyes. Kanna brushed invisible dust from her hands and sat back down calmly at the table as though nothing had happened, her face once again blank. Annoyance solved. Lukoa set her glass down, finally laughing aloud, her voice deep and sultry. Fufu, oh my, you three look absolutely fried. What a sight. Issei, still smoldering, groaned as he collapsed onto his side. Why does this always happen to me? Kanna only blinked at him, then nudged his arm gently as the alcohol went away. Better now. The apartment had finally gone quiet, save for the soft snores of Kobayashi and Toru drifting from the bedroom. Issei and Kanna had carefully dragged the two women into bed, tucking them under the blankets despite the faint smell of smoke still clinging onto them. Both lay sprawled out, Kobayashi mumbling something about ice-kunin in her sleep, while Toru clutched Kobayashi's arm tightly even in unconsciousness. Issei wiped his brow, still sore from earlier shocks. Finally peace. Kanna nodded, pulling the blanket neatly up to Kobayashi's chin. They'll be fine in the morning. The alcohol should be gone by then. Together they slipped quietly out of the room, and soon the three of them, Issei, Kanna, and Luko, stood outside the apartment under the cool night air. The half-moon could be seen, the streets hushed, a calm silence settling over Saitama. Luko stretched her arms overhead, her long hair flowing in the night breeze. Ara, what a night. I really enjoyed coming here and visiting, she giggled softly, casting Issei a look that made his cheeks heat. Things certainly weren't boring. Issei slumped against the railing, his shoulders heavy with exhaustion. I'm glad you had fun, but seriously, I just want to crawl into bed before anything else crazy happens. Kanna leaned against his side, quiet as always, but her eyes drifted to Lukoa when the older dragon turned toward her. So, Kanna, Lukoa asked gently, tilting her head, do you like living in this world? For a moment, Kanna didn't answer. She stared up at the stars, her pale face framed in the faint glow of the apartment lights. Then, slowly, her lips curved into a smile. Not her usual faint expressionless line, but a real, beautiful smile that shone with warmth. I absolutely love it, she said softly. Because Issei makes every day fun. He makes me feel less lonely. The words pierced Issei like lightning. His breath caught in his throat, his eyes widening at the sight of her radiant smile. Kanna smiling like that right now makes her look really beautiful. His heart pounded, and he quickly looked away, scratching at his cheek to hide the sudden rush of heat on his face. Lukoa's eyes softened, her own smile tender. I'm glad. To know that both you and Toru are living your lives here to the fullest, it makes me happy, she sighed, though her tone remained playful. It's such a shame I have to return home soon. I'd love to see more of this world. Issei blinked, his exhaustion forgotten. Wait, return home? Why? He straightened, a sudden urgency filling his voice. If you're so curious, why not just stay with us? Both Lukoa and Kanna looked at him, surprised. Stay? Lukoa repeated, a spark of excitement flickering in her eyes. Are you saying that's okay? Of course, Issei said without hesitation, his grin returning. My apartment has enough space for the three of us. Plus this way, you and Kanna can spend more time together that way. And he rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, his cheeks still pink. I'd be happy too. To have such a beautiful big Bobadonisan around to talk with. Lukoa chuckled, her laughter warm and sultry, her mismatched eyes glinting with amusement. My. You really are a charming young man, aren't you? She leaned down slightly, close enough that Issei could smell the faint sweetness of her perfume. Careful, or I might just take you up on that and never leave. Issei gulped, his heart hammering, while Kanna quietly slipped her small hand into his. Issei fumbled with his keys, the day's exhaustion making his hands clumsy, before finally clicking the door open to his apartment. There we go, he sighed in relief, swinging it open wide enough for Kanna and Lukoa to follow. Kanna, silent as ever, slipped in behind him like she always did, her small hands folded neatly in front of her. Lukoa, however, stepped in with the easy grace of someone who never needed to worry about fitting in anywhere. She glanced around the living room, her mismatched eyes roaming over the modest furnishings, the small couch, the low table, the shelves stacked unevenly with issei's DVDs and game cases. My, Lukoa murmured, a playful smile tugging her lips. It's a modest home, but it feels warm and homey. She glanced at Issei, her long golden hair swaying as she tilted her head. You're taking good care of yourself, HM? Issei rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. We try. Kanna helps out too, so it's not so bad. He pointed out the kitchen, the bathroom, and finally gestured toward the small bedroom. So, that's about it. Not much to show off. It suits you, Lukoa said warmly, her voice like honey. Issei felt his ears heat up, so he quickly cleared his throat. Right. Anyway, I need to, take care of something real quick. He hurried toward the bathroom, muttering, Be right back, you two. Don't burn the place down or anything. The bathroom door clicked shut, leaving Kanna and Lukoa alone in the quiet apartment. Kanna moved without hesitation, her small figure padding toward the TV stand. She pressed the power button, the old screen humming to life before she squatted down and pulled a purple console from the shelf. With careful hands, she slotted in a disc and turned it on, the startup chime filling the room. Lukoa tilted her head curiously, watching as Kanna picked up a controller. Oh? What's that? This, Kanna said plainly, her face bathed in the glow of the TV, is a GameCube. A tool humans made for entertainment. She pressed a button, the screen flashing with colorful characters. A small man with a red cap and a mustache appeared, running across a scrolling world filled with bricks, turtles, and strange mushrooms. Lukoa blinked, then leaned forward with interest. Era, how strange, he's stomping on turtles? And eating mushrooms? What's the point? Kanna's small fingers moved deftly over the controller. The purpose is to clear obstacles and reach the goal. If you collect mushrooms, you get stronger. She pressed a button, and Mario jumped onto a Koopa, the shell sliding across the screen. Lukoa laughed softly, a rich sound that filled the room. How delightful! A world in a little box, controlled by your hands. Humans really are clever. Kanna gave a small nod, her eyes never leaving the screen. It passes time. After a few rounds, she ejected the disc and reached for another case, sliding it open and clicking the disc into place. The screen lit up with a different roster of characters this time, bright colors and triumphant music blaring. Super Smash Bros., Kanna said simply. This way two people can play together. She handed Lukoa the second controller. Lukoa took it gingerly, turning it in her hands, her long nails clicking against the buttons. So I press these? Yes, Kanna said, already selecting her character. Moments later, the two of them sat side by side on the floor, controllers clutched tight in their hands as the screen blazed with color. The frantic theme music of Smash Bros. Pulsed through the apartment, accompanied by the constant clicking of buttons, and the occasional gasp of triumph or defeat. Kanna's face was its usual calm mask, but her eyes told a different story. Narrowed, sharp, they tracked every movement on the screen with pinpoint precision. Her thumbs glided over the buttons like she'd been born with the controller in her hands, each motion deliberate, calculated. Lukoa, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. She leaned forward so far her hair nearly brushed the carpet, her mismatched eyes wide with exhilaration. Her laughter rang out every time her character launched the other into the air or was knocked off the stage. Oh, I sent you flying! Did you see that? She cheered, bouncing in her seat as her character's attack actually landed. Kanna's face didn't twitch. She blinked once, then pressed a button, countering perfectly. You got lucky. Lukoa laughed even harder, her voice rich and amused. Era so serious. You're adorable when you're concentrating. Kanna's only response was to tighten her grip on the controller, her small shoulders stiff with determination. On the screen, her character unleashed a devastating combo, sending Lukoa's fighter soaring into the sky with a sparkle and a dramatic KO. Lukoa dropped her jaw in mock offense. Eh? Already? But I was winning. You weren't, Kanna replied flatly, already setting up for the next round. Soon the two were completely absorbed in their match, the apartment echoing with bursts of laughter from Lukoa and quiet mutters from Kanna as she adjusted her strategy. Their quiet competition filled the space with a rare kind of warmth, a strange yet comfortable mix of playful tension and family-like bonding. A few minutes later, steam clung faintly to Issei's skin as he stepped out of the bathroom, towel draped around his neck and hair still damp from a quick shower. He stretched his arms wide, sighing in relief. Man, nothing beats a hot shower after a day like today. He turned towards the living room and stopped. There, sitting cross-legged on the floor in front of the TV, were two dragons, completely immersed in a GameCube match. Lukoa's long blonde hair spilled around her shoulders as she leaned forward with wide-eyed excitement, laughing every time her character got smacked off the stage. Kana, in stark contrast, was calm as ever, her small fingers moving swiftly across the controller, her blank face betraying nothing as she focused on victory. Take that, Lukoa laughed, bouncing slightly as her character launched an attack. Blocked, Kana replied flatly, her character countering with perfect timing. The clash of colors and sound effects filled the room, making the scene look absurdly normal for two otherworldly dragons. Issei blinked then grinned, his exhaustion replaced with mischief. Two dragons fighting it out in Smash Brothers, huh? Hey, he said, walking over and plopping down beside them. Scoot over. I'm joining this battle. Both Kana and Lukoa turned briefly, then silently handed him a controller without argument. The match reset, 3 characters now on screen. What followed could only be described as chaos. Lukoa pressed buttons at random, shrieking with laughter every time her character accidentally ran off the stage. Oh ho ho. I didn't mean to do that, but it's still funny. Kana, steady as stone, adapted quickly, eyes narrowing slightly as she focused on countering both of them. Her character struck with precise timing, calculating every move. And then there was Issei. He grinned ear to ear, his thumbs moving faster than either of theirs. Alright, girls, get ready, time to show you why this is my territory. In less than 5 minutes, he completely dominated the game. His character slammed both Kana and Lukoa's fighters off the stage repeatedly, chaining combos and laughing in triumph. Victory, the screen announced. Issei leapt up from the floor, pumping his fist in the air. Yes. Who's the king of Smash now? That's right, Issei Hayato reigns supreme. Kana blinked at the screen, her character falling for the 3rd time. Hacks. Lukoa tilted her head, blinking in mock surprise, before bursting into laughter. Era Issei, you're full of surprises. First you're shy and bashful, and now you're a ruthless gamer. Issei sat back down with a smug grin, leaning against the couch. What can I say? I've trained long and hard for this day. Video games are a serious battlefield, you know. Kana puffed her cheeks ever so slightly, crossing her arms in what might have been the faintest sulk. Rematch. Lukoa, still chuckling, adjusted her cap. Yes, let's go again. I won't lose this time, not even to a cute, charming little dragon boy. Issei laughed nervously at the charming part but held his controller tight, determined. Alright, but don't cry when I crush you both again. The TV glowed late into the night as the 3 dragons, one human dragon, one stoic electric dragon, and one carefree goddess-like dragoness, battled it out in colorful, ridiculous glory. The hours slipped away almost without notice. The glow of the TV lit the small living room in soft blue hues, accompanied by the non-stop click-clack of buttons, the triumphant calls of victory. Screens, and bursts of laughter that filled the space like music. Kana's calmness never wavered, her eyes were glued to the screen as she whittled down stocks with precise, deliberate moves. Lukoa laughed every time she lost, clapping her hands as if even her defeats were entertaining. And Issei, who had eventually joined in, dominated match after match, his smug grin widening each time his character stood victorious while the girls' fighters flew off the screen. But even with his winning streak, it was less about competition and more about the rare warmth of it all. 3 unlikely housemates crowded around an old console, their world of dragons, gods, and chaos momentarily forgotten in favor of flashing pixels and shared laughter. As the night grew late, Issei yawned and finally put down his controller. Alright, I think that's enough. If we keep this up, we'll be here until sunrise. Kana gave a small nod, eyes heavy-lidded, though her hands still clutched the controller like she wasn't quite ready to let go. Lukoa, her long hair spilling over her shoulders, stretched languidly, her laugh soft. I could keep going, but I don't think my eyes will stay open much longer. Prepared this time, Issei had already dragged a small pile of blankets and pillows into the living room earlier, setting them neatly in the corner so no one would have to stumble while half asleep. He tossed them down, spreading them across the living room floor with an almost domestic efficiency. There, he said with a tired grin. Now we don't have to fight over space. Everyone just crash here. The glow of the TV was finally shut off, leaving only the soft hum of the console and the scattered controllers across the floor. Kanna was already curled under the blankets, her breathing slow with her eyelids heavy. Lukoa, still draped in her casual composure, stretched with a yawn that made her chest sway like an avalanche waiting to happen. Issei rubbed the back of his neck nervously, glancing at the makeshift nest of pillows and covers he had arranged for them. All right, this works. They can take the blankets here, and I'll just crash on my futon. No big deal. He carefully started to stand, moving to give them the space. Well, you two should sleep here. I'll just go sleep somewhere else. But before he could take a step, Kanna's small hand shot out and grabbed his sleeve with surprising strength. Her sleepy eyes blinked up at him, calm but firm. No. We're sleeping together. Issei froze, his mouth opening and closing like a fish. Sleep together? WWE can't. I mean, Lukoa might not want to sleep next to some random guy she barely knows. He turned toward the blonde dragoness, hoping she'd back him up. Instead, Lukoa only tilted her head, her mismatched eyes glimmering with mischief. A sultry smile curled on her lips. I don't mind, she said simply, her voice smooth as silk. She leaned down slightly, her hair spilling forward like golden waves. Of course, only if Issei is okay with sleeping next to me. Issei's brain short-circuited. His heart pounded so loudly he was sure both of them could hear it. Did she just invite me to sleep next to her? With those heavenly bobas right there? This is a dream come true. His face turned red as he blurted out, far too quickly, 3M fine with it. Totally fine. Kanna gave the faintest blink of acknowledgement, tugging him closer as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Lukoa chuckled, her laugh rich and teasing. Fool for you're honest, at least. That's very charming. And so the three of them lay down together under the mountain of blankets. Issei found himself on one side, his heart racing, while Lukoa stretched out gracefully on the other. Between them, Kanna nestled in calmly, her small body acting as the perfect barrier. Issei lay there stiff as a board, staring up at the ceiling. On one side, Kanna's steady breathing lulled him into a strange comfort. Next to her, Lukoa's presence radiated warmth, her long hair brushing the pillow near his face, her scent faint and sweet. Why did I think I would be sleeping in the middle? Issei thought with bitter tears falling from her eyes. But then Kanna shifted faintly, pressing closer into his chest, while Lukoa gave a soft hum and draped her arm across both of them, pulling them snugly into her warmth. Good night, Issei, Lukoa whispered, her tone playful. Good night, Issei croaked as his face burned as his head was buried in the heavenly pillow that is Lukoa's épée. And that was how the three found themselves with Lukoa. Her endless curves and natural ease, settled herself hugging Issei and Kanna, curling around him. Her arm draped over him, her chest pressing against his head as she became the big spoon without question. Issei stiffened at first, his face heating as he found himself enveloped in her softness. Ooh God, this is paradise, and hell rolled into one. But then his arms shifted naturally to the small figure in front of him. Kanna, already half asleep, nestled easily into his hold. Her head rested against his chest, her steady breathing brushing against him. She was warm, calm, her tiny frame fitting perfectly into the circle of his arms. Kanna, secure between both Issei and Lukoa, let out a quiet sigh as her eyes fluttered shut. For the first time in a while, she looked completely at peace. Issei lay there, wide awake for a moment, sandwiched between Lukoa's chest and Kanna's calm presence. His heart raced, his thoughts a jumble of panic, embarrassment, and an odd, comforting happiness. This is insane. How did my life turn into this? A buxom dragoness spooning me, and Kanna cuddled up like it's the most natural thing in the world. Lukoa's breathing slowed, her arms squeezing gently around him. Kanna shifted faintly in her sleep, snuggling closer into his chest. Finally, the exhaustion of the day won. Issei let out a breath, his body relaxing into the warmth of the two dragons beside him. His eyelids grew heavy, and before long, he drifted off as well. The next morning, the morning light spilled faintly through the curtains, soft beams breaking into the dimly lit apartment. The first thing Issei registered as his eyes fluttered open was warmth. The second was softness. His cheek wasn't pressed against a pillow. Not his was far better. His entire face was smothered in a pair of heavenly, voluminous issei. Warm, plush, and impossibly soft. Issei's heart thumped in his chest as his brain screeched, "This is it. This is paradise. Forget heaven or hell, this is where I belong." A blissful grin spread across his lips. He didn't dare move, soaking in the moment as if it were the last on earth. But then, another weight reminded him he wasn't alone. Kana, calm as ever even in her sleep, was nestled perfectly between him and Lukoa, her tiny frame pressed against his chest. Her soft breathing brushed against him with each exhale, her hands curled lightly into his shirt. This is the peak of happiness, Issei thought, a tear of joy threatening to slip free. A warm girl on one side, and a goddess therapy pillow on the other. I'll never ask for anything again. That was when the shrill buzz of his phone rang out from the TV. Issei twitched, his happy little bubble bursting. He instinctively tried to sit up, reaching for the phone. But he didn't get far, because Lukoa had him in a vice grip. Her long, pale arm was draped firmly around him, her hand clutching his side like he was her favorite plush toy. The moment he tried to move, her grip tightened. Lukoa? Too need to get that, he whispered nervously. But the dragoness shifted in her sleep, her mismatched eyes still closed as a dreamy hum slipped past her lips. And then, as if sensing her new toy trying to escape, she squeezed tighter, crushing his face deeper into her chest. MMPHHH. Issei flailed, panic striking as the world around him went muffled, smothered in softness. His arms flapped helplessly, the phone's ringing growing louder, more insistent, while Lukoa hugged him like a body pillow. Lukoa. I can't breathe, he managed to wheeze between smothered gasps, muffled against her cleavage. His legs kicked weakly under the blankets as he struggled to separate himself. Kana, still tucked against his chest, stirred faintly. One sleepy eye cracked open, blinking at the sight of Issei thrashing under Lukoa's embrace. Issei, don't go, she mumbled, before closing her eyes again and pressing back into his warmth. Issei's thoughts spiraled in sheer panic. This is it. I'm going to die. Death by issei. The happiest, dumbest way to go. Drag, say something, damn it. But the dragon within his soul was silent, as if even he was too embarrassed to comment. The phone kept ringing. Lukoa kept squeezing. And Issei's muffled cries grew weaker as he realized he was fighting a battle he might not survive. But Issei's legs kept kicking helplessly under the mountain of blankets, his muffled cries lost in the prison of Lukoa's chest. His hand slapped around desperately for the phone, which had fallen off the TV during his thrashing. By some miracle or dumb luck his foot smacked the corner of the TV stand, sending the phone sliding across the wood. Thump! It landed squarely in his palm. Yes, Issei thought in triumph, though the word came out as a muffled MMPHHH into Lukoa's issei. Unfortunately, in his wild fumbling, his thumb dragged across the screen, and a soft beep echoed. The phone clicked into speaker mode. Hello? Mina's voice thundered through the room, sharp and demanding. Issei? Are you listening? Issei's eyes went wide in horror. Oh crap, Mina? Right now! The loud voice and commotion finally stirred Kana from her slumber. Her eyes blinked open slowly, her small body wiggling between the two larger dragons. She glanced up, taking in the chaotic sight. Issei trapped, his arms flailing weakly, Lukoa cuddling him tighter with a blissful smile in her sleep. Annoying, Kana muttered under her breath, but then she heard Mina's voice, loud and insistent, coming from the glowing rectangle in Issei's hand. Her head tilted curiously. She wriggled her way out from under the blankets with surprising ease, sliding like a tiny escape artist until she was free. Standing at the foot of the futon, she looked down at the phone still shouting. Hello? Issei, Mina's voice snapped again. Kana bent down, her face calm as ever, and picked up the phone. She pressed it to her ear, mirroring what she had seen Issei do once before. Hello? On the other end, Mina froze. Who is this? Where's Issei? It's Kanna. Oh, good morning, Kanna. Can you pass the phone to Issei? Kanna turned her head slowly toward the futon. Issei was still buried in Lukoa's chest, his legs twitching weakly, a faint hhmmmpphh noise muffled from deep within the blonde dragon's cleavage. Kanna blinked once, then returned her gaze to the phone. He's really busy. Mina sighed, the sound of papers rustling faintly in the background. Busy? Never mind. Just tell him I'll be coming to his place at 12. Got it? Kanna gave the tiniest nod, though Mina couldn't see it. I'll tell him. Good. Don't forget. Mina hung up with a sharp click. Kanna lowered the phone slowly, staring at the dark screen. She turned it over in her hand, tilting her head with faint curiosity. Strange human device. She poked the black screen once, then twice. How does it work? Meanwhile, Issei's struggles weakened, his thoughts frantic. Kanna! Don't just play with the phone, help me! But Kanna simply tucked the phone under her arm like a prize and sat cross-legged at the edge of the futon, watching him with her usual blank stare, as if silently debating whether saving him or watching him suffer was more entertaining. But finally Issei's desperate flailing finally stirred the sleeping goddess dragon. As Lukoa let out a soft, throaty hum as her eyelids fluttered open, mismatched eyes hazy with drowsiness. She shifted slightly, and in doing so realized something. Her arms were clamped tightly around Issei and his face was buried deep in her chest. She blinked once. Then twice. And then her lips curved into a mischievous smile. My, she purred, her voice slow and sultry, honey dripping from every word. Isseikin, you're so bold. Snuggling up to me so tightly first thing in the morning? How forward. Issei, still gasping for breath, managed to wrench his face free just enough to sputter. Madame? You're the one who trapped me. I couldn't breathe. His face was crimson, sweat mixing with the faint smell of her skin. Lukoa giggled, her laughter warm and rich, vibrating against him. Era, but you didn't struggle that hard. Maybe you actually liked it? She gave his side a playful squeeze, tugging him even closer as if to prove her point. Issei's brain short-circuited. Like it? I was dying. But okay, maybe it wasn't the worst way to go. His thoughts scrambled as he tried to wriggle away. To swear I wasn't. Lukoa tilted her head, her golden hair tumbling over her shoulders like a curtain. Her smile widened into a teasing grin. Fufu, your face is all red. You're cute when you panic. Kanna, sitting cross-legged at the foot of the futon with the phone in her lap, blinked slowly at the scene unfolding. You two were so loud, she muttered, but made no move to intervene. Her blank stare shifted between Issei's frantic flailing and Lukoa's amused teasing, as though watching a show only she had front-row tickets to. Issei shoved weakly against Lukoa's arm. Come on, Lukoa-san! Don't tease me like this. But teasing is fun, Lukoa replied with a wink, lowering her face so close that her heterochromatic eyes caught the morning light. And you make the cutest expressions. I could get used to waking up like this. Issei groaned, his heart pounding so hard he was sure it was about to burst out of his chest. Why me? Why do I always get stuck in situations like this? Issei's apartment. Morning sunlight filtered gently through the blinds of Issei's apartment, painting the floor in soft gold. The faint hum of traffic outside blended with the rhythmic sound of sweeping, the sound of Issei, desperately cleaning. He moved quickly, dusting shelves, straightening cushions, and making sure not a single item was out of place. His movements were focused, but his expression was tense. He looked like a man preparing for Judgment Day. Kanna and Lukoa sat on the couch, watching the spectacle unfold like spectators at a comedy show. Wow, Lukoa said with a teasing smile, resting her chin in her hand. He's moving like a man possessed. I didn't know he cared this much about cleanliness. Kanna blinked, her expression flat as always. He doesn't. He's simply very nervous. Lukoa's brows lifted. Nervous? About what? About Mina. The girl that's coming over. Kanna replied, her tone calm and matter-of-fact. Is that so? Who is this Mina girl that got Kobayashi so angry at dinner last night? Lukoa questioned, confused. She's the girl who asked Issei to marry her, Kana replied. The words hit Lukoa like a bolt of lightning. She sat up straight, blinking in disbelief. Marriage? Already? Kana nodded slowly. Yes. She's a mage from this world. She said she wanted to marry him. For a rare moment, Lukoa was speechless. Then, with a soft sigh, she leaned back, twirling a strand of her golden hair between her fingers. My, I didn't realize this world was so quick from ours. Marriage already, and here I thought he was still figuring out how to talk to women without blushing. Her playful tone softened, a faint shadow flickering in her mismatched eyes. Deep down, she hadn't expected to feel that small sting of disappointment. She'd only just met Issei, yet his honesty and awkward sincerity had been oddly refreshing, even charming. Still, she wasn't about to let that show. With a chuckle, she added, and here I thought Japan's culture was all about polite courtship. I didn't realize women were the ones chasing men here. So bold. Kana, unfazed by the remark, replied simply, she's not the only one chasing him. Lukoa tilted her head, interest sparkling. Oh? Does that mean you're chasing him too, little Kana? Kana blinked at her. Issei is mine. That earned a soft laugh from Lukoa. Oh, possessive, aren't we? Then why did you let this Mina girl get ahead of you? Kana puffed her cheeks slightly, a rare sign of irritation. I didn't let her. Mina said we can share Issei. I'm still thinking about it. Lukoa blinked, then burst into laughter so loud it startled Issei across the room. Fufu. Share him? Oh, that's adorable. He's barely managing one girl and already being divided between two. That's very dragon-like of him wanting to hoard everything he desires. Issei turned confused. Huh? What are you two talking about? Nothing, Lukoa sang sweetly, waving him off, and watched him continue his cleaning before turning back to Kana. A harem then? How ambitious! He really is growing into a proper male dragon. Kana nodded, completely serious. Issei's dream is to be harem king. Lukoa's laughter filled the room again, deep and musical. A harem king? Oh, that's perfect. That's the kind of dream only a dragon's heart could hold. Big, bold, and completely ridiculous. Issei, overhearing this, shouted from the kitchen, Hey! It's not ridiculous. It's a noble goal. Lukoa covered her mouth, stifling another laugh, while Kana gave a quiet nod of agreement. It's his dream. Once the laughter died down, Lukoa brushed her hair over her shoulder and looked at Kana curiously. So tell me, little one, why is this Mina girl coming here? Surely not just to flaunt her engagement. Kana shook her head. She's coming to meet Kobayashi. She wants to ask for Issei's hand in marriage properly. Lukoa's brows rose. Oh, my, formal and everything. She's serious then. She also wants to meet Toru, Kana added. Because of an incident she caused in this country. It dragged Issei into trouble. That made Lukoa sit up straight, her expression shifting from amusement to concern. An incident? Kana nodded, looking calm but firm. It involves the people who are involved in the supernatural in this prefecture of the country. Toru scared them all when she first arrived. Lukoa exhaled slowly, leaning back against the couch, her tone suddenly thoughtful. That's not surprising. Toru's presence alone would be enough to make most spirits and magi panic. She's powerful enough to unbalance the entire region. Her smile faded a little as she looked toward the window, where the morning light spilled in. Still, to think her arrival caused such a stir that Issei got caught in the middle. Kana's gaze flickered to Issei, who was still fussing with cleaning supplies, muttering about dust and perfection. Issei didn't mind. He said he wanted to help her. Lukoa's smile returned, this time gentler. Of course he did. I might not have known him for long, but it's clear he wears his heart on his sleeve. That's just who he is. Kana nodded along, as that was also the reason she likes Issei as well. Issei finally set the broom aside with a heavy sigh of triumph. The once cluttered apartment from gaming night was now gleaming in the morning light. Every cushion was aligned, the small table wiped spotless, and not a single speck of dust dared to remain. There, he said proudly, wiping his forehead. Now I've got nothing to be ashamed about. My home's clean, everything's in order, even Abakan can't scold me for once. Kana and Lukoa both looked up from the couch, where they'd been lounging the entire time. Lukoa smiled lazily, her chin resting on her palm. You worked so hard. You'd think you were expecting someone important. Issei groaned and stretched. I kind of am. My friend Mina is coming, remember? And I promised Abakan that they'd meet today. I really hope they get along. Kana, who was dangling her legs off the couch, tilted her head slightly. What if Mina talks about the marriage proposal? Issei froze mid-stretch. He rubbed the back of his neck, his face dropping into a look of dread. Yeah, that's gonna be a disaster. Abakan's already overprotective. If Mina brings that up, she might actually throw her out the window. Lukoa laughed softly behind her hand. You really agreed to marry her, huh? I'm surprised. What made this girl so special that you said yes? Issei's face reddened immediately. Well, he scratched his cheek, looking away in embarrassment. Mina's beautiful. But it's not just that. She's brave, and amazing in her own way. She jumps into things head first, even when she's way over her head. She doesn't give up, no matter what. I kind of admire that about her. Lukoa's teasing smile faltered just a little, a faint pout forming on her lips. Beautiful and amazing, huh? She thought, a twinge of envy tugging at her chest. Kana, however, didn't even hide her reaction. Her cheeks puffed slightly, sparks flickering faintly around her horns. Before Issei could react, she reached out with a tiny hand and sent a sharp jolt of static electricity across his arm. Ow! Kana! What was that for? He yelped, shaking his arm as faint smoke curled up from his sleeve. Kana stared at him with narrowed eyes. I don't like that you compliment other girls and not me. Lukoa couldn't hold back a giggle, her laughter melodic and teasing. Era looks like someone's jealous. I'm not, Kana said flatly, though her glare told another story. Issei blinked, then laughed nervously, his expression soft. All right, you're right. I shouldn't have said it like that. He smiled and gently patted her head, his tone warm. But you know, Canary also amazing. Incredible, even. And beautiful too. I'd have to be blind not to notice that. Kana's eyes widened slightly, her usual composure slipping. Her cheeks turned pink, and she glanced away quickly, her voice quieter now. Stupid Issei. Lukoa watched the exchange with a small, knowing smile, though a faint blush dusted her cheeks as well. He really does have a way with words when he's not being a nervous wreck. Breaking the moment, she crossed her legs and asked curiously, so, Issei mind explaining what sort of trouble Tora caused? Kana mentioned something earlier, and now I'm dying to know. Issei's head snapped toward Kana, who suddenly found the ceiling very interesting. Kana, he said in a warning tone. Kana blinked innocently. It's bad to lie to Lukoa. Issei sighed in defeat. Figures. He sat down at the table, rubbing his temples. All right, fine. But you have to promise not to freak out, okay? Lukoa raised a brow but nodded. I'll try. Well, Issei began, when Tora first started living with Abakan, she didn't exactly hide her presence. Her power and aura were basically screaming to anyone sensitive to magic. It freaked out the entire supernatural community around Saitama. They thought a dragon king had invaded Saitama. Lukoa's expression turned serious. Oh dear, I can imagine the chaos that caused. Yeah, Issei said grimly, leaning back. It's gotten worse. Right now, there's basically a turf war happening all over the country. Spirits, yokai, mages, even minor kami are fighting over territory because everything got shaken up. And it's spreading. Lukoa's eyes softened, the amusement gone from her tone. That's not small trouble, Issei. I know. He exhaled heavily. At first, I didn't know anything about it. But then, during a trip to the city of Tokyo, I came face to face with one of those incidents, and it was during this trouble that I met Mina. She is an onmyoji, basically an official officer that is meant to keep the peace and order of the supernatural community in Japan, and was sent to where I was to try to calm things down. She's the one who explained what was happening. He paused, his eyes lowering. When I realized it all started because of Toru, I felt responsible. So I told Mina everything about her. About how Toru isn't bad, just really bad at hiding her power in the beginning. Lukoa leaned forward slightly, listening. Mina understood, Issei continued. She said it was an accident and that she didn't blame her. But she still wants to meet Toru, just to make sure she isn't a threat. A long silence followed. The only sound was the faint ticking of the wall clock. Lukoa finally spoke, her tone quieter than before. So that's why she's coming here today, not just for you, but to judge Toru too. Issei nodded. Yeah. And that's why I wanted everything perfect. I don't want another misunderstanding. Lukoa's gaze lingered on him, serious now, not teasing. You really care about everyone, don't you? He shrugged, his lips forming a tired smile. Someone's gotta make sure nobody blows up the city. Kana, who had calmed down from her earlier jealousy, leaned against his shoulder and murmured, You're still dumb and perverted. Lukoa laughed softly, the tension easing again. Maybe. But he's a good kind of dumb. Issei rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, his cheeks warming. Gee, thanks. Lukoa then leaned back into the couch, crossing one long leg over the other, as she studied Issei closely. Her usual playful tones softened into something more deliberate, maternal, almost. Well, she began, her voice lilting with faint irritation beneath the surface. Now that I actually know what's going on, I'm going to have to scold Toru properly. Issei blinked in surprise. Eh? Wait, what? That's not necessary. Like I said, it wasn't her fault. It was an accident. Lukoa's mismatched eyes narrowed slightly, though her smile didn't fade. Accident or not, that doesn't mean it's okay for you to take care of her mess, Issei. Her tone carried a firmness he wasn't used to hearing from her since he met her, the teasing warmth gone, replaced with genuine disapproval. She's the one who made the mess, and you're the one getting pulled into all this nonsense because of it. That's not fair. Issei scratched his cheek awkwardly. Yeah, maybe, but she didn't mean to cause trouble. She's just Toru. She doesn't really think about how much power she's showing off. Lukoa sighed, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. I know. But still, she should have known better. I'll talk to her later. Then, her tone shifted again, eyes narrowing with curiosity. Now about that marriage proposal. Issei froze. Ooh. That. Lukoa tilted her head and nodded, her expression deceptively calm. Yes, that. I want to know more about this. He rubbed the back of his neck, his voice sheepish. Well, it wasn't really romantic and is more of a transaction. It just sort of happened. Mina offered to help me with some of the chaos, and to keep Toru a secret to the rest of the world, and in return, we made an agreement. I guess she saw marrying me as a practical solution. Lukoa's brows knit together. Practical? That sounds cold. What does that even mean? Issei sighed and tried to explain, though he still sounded as if he didn't fully understand it himself. Well, as you know, I have the boosted gear. Apparently, that's a really big deal here. Lukoa raised an eyebrow. Two-sit? I wouldn't really know, but what does that have to do with her proposal? Apparently, Issei continued, it gives me the potential to defeat gods. That caught Lukoa's attention, her easy smile vanished. Defeat gods? He nodded. Yeah. That's what Drake told me. I don't really understand it either, but because of that, people see me as this big thing. Mina's family, her clan, actually is in decline. She said that if she marries me, it'll help restore her family's influence and reputation. I guess she thought it was a good deal. Lukoa's eyes darkened for a moment, the warmth replaced by something sharper. So, she's marrying you because of your power? Issei quickly waved his hands. It's not like that. I mean, she's not using me or anything. I just wanted to help her, you know. She's done so much for me already. The least I can do is return the favor. Lukoa frowned, the hint of anger beneath her calm voice growing more evident. No, Issei. You shouldn't marry someone unless you love them. Marriage isn't some business transaction. It's not about what you owe someone. Issei flinched slightly at the sharpness of her words. He wasn't used to seeing Lukoa this serious. I know, he said quietly, then looked down at the floor. But it's fine. Really. Her gaze softened a little, but she didn't look convinced. He exhaled, a small, sheepish smile tugging at his lips. It's not like I don't like Mina. Actually, he hesitated, his cheeks turning pink. To really do like her, he admitted. A lie, he thought quickly. He already knew he loved her, but he wasn't ready to say that out loud. Lukoa's expression flickered between disbelief and curiosity, and Issei blushed and continued awkwardly, rubbing the back of his head. She confessed to me too. That made Lukoa pause. She did? He nodded. Yeah. We might not love each other yet, but we agreed that we'll probably get there one day. It's weird, I know. But we both understand each other. And, he laughed, the embarrassment evident in his voice. She also said she was okay with my dream of having a harem. When she said that, I don't know, I was just really happy. Lukoa stared at him for a long moment, torn between scolding him and laughing. Finally, she sighed, leaning back against the couch. A harem, huh? You really are a dragon inside, Issei. Drake says the same thing, Issei admitted with a grin. Lukoa's smile softened, though her tone was gentler now. Still, you shouldn't rush something like marriage. Even if you like her, you deserve to be with someone who loves you for who you are, not just for what you can do. Issei nodded. Yeah, maybe you're right. Lukoa let out a small laugh, brushing her hair over her shoulder. But I suppose if she confessed, and you truly like her, then maybe there's something real there. I'll stop lecturing. She smiled again, the teasing glint returning to her mismatched eyes. Besides, I'd hate to see you marry someone just for convenience. It'd be such a waste of a charming boy like you. Issei flushed at her tone, quickly looking away. You're teasing me again. Lukoa laughed softly. Am I? I wonder. Issei then got up and stood by the doorway. His nerves hadn't settled since the moment he finished cleaning, and the knot in his stomach only grew tighter the longer he stood there. All right, he finally said, straightening up and forcing a grin. Time to go see Albacan and tell her the news. Luckily, it's her day off, so she won't be in a rush or too tired from work, and hopefully she has recovered from her hangover from yesterday. Kanna, already lacing up her shoes, gave a short nod. Knowing her, she'll be happy to see you. Lukoa stretched her arms over her head with a small, satisfied hum. This should be interesting. I can't wait to meet Mina properly. Issei laughed nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, about that. Lukoa turned to him with curiosity. Issei hesitated, then leaned closer to them and lowered his voice. There's something I need to ask before we go. Lukoa tilted her head, her mismatched eyes gleaming in the sunlight. What is it, Issei? Please, Issei said earnestly, clasping his hands together, don't tell my aunt about the trouble Toru caused, or the whole marriage proposal thing with Mina. Lukoa blinked. Oh? And why shouldn't I? You shouldn't be hiding things from your family. Her tone wasn't harsh, but there was genuine concern behind it, the kind that came from experience. Issei sighed, his shoulders slumping a little. I know it's bad to keep things from her. But you've seen how she gets. If she finds out about all the supernatural chaos going on, or that I'm involved with it, she'll worry herself sick. He paused, his expression softening. And I don't want her to stress over me. She already worries enough as it is. If she learns about the turf war, or that Mina's proposal has anything to do with all this mess, she'll probably try to stop me from helping. Lukoa crossed her arms, her usual teasing smile replaced with a thoughtful frown. That's a fair point. She does seem the type to overthink and protect. Lukoa then glanced at him, her eyes calm but serious. So what does she think now? She thinks I just got a part-time job, Issei replied, scratching his cheek sheepishly. I said Mina was a friend that found me a job and that I'd be helping her family with a few things. She doesn't know it's connected to the supernatural world. Lukoa exhaled, a faint sigh escaping her lips. I see, so you're protecting her by pretending everything's normal. Yeah. Issei's voice softened. She's done so much for me. The least I can do is spare her from this craziness, especially when she already has a house full of it. Lukoa looked at him for a long moment, then smiled faintly, a rare, understanding smile. You really are too kind for your own good, you know that? But all right, I'll keep quiet. For now. Issei's face lit up. Thanks, Lukoa. I owe you one, she chuckled. You can pay me back by relaxing. You look like you're about to pass out. Kanna tugged lightly at his sleeve. What if Mina brings it up anyway? Issei froze, his smile fading instantly. Let's hope she doesn't. She will, Kanna said plainly. He sighed deeply, letting his head fall back against the door. Yeah, you're probably right. Guess there's nothing I can do about that. I'll deal with it when it happens. Lukoa smirked and gave his shoulder a light pat. That's the spirit, Issei. Dragons face problems hidden, after all. Easy for you to say, Issei muttered, shooting her a half-hearted glare. You're not the one about to introduce your aunt to the woman who proposed to you. Lukoa laughed, a rich, warm sound that filled the small apartment. True, but I'll be there to watch. This should be very entertaining. Kanna nodded, expression as stoic as ever. It will be, Issei groaned, dragging a hand down his face. You two really aren't helping. Still, despite the teasing, a small smile crept across his lips as he opened the door. The air outside was bright and fresh, and though he could already feel the tension creeping up, he straightened his shoulders and exhaled. All right, he said, his voice firm but calm. Let's go face Abakan. The soft sound of knocking echoed through the hallway outside Kobayashi's apartment. Issei stood in front, a nervous smile plastered on his face as Kanna stood quietly at his side, her expression calm but her tail flicking faintly behind her. Lukoa stood just behind them, humming lightly, her bright hair shining under the morning light that streamed through the corridor window. All right, Issei muttered, rubbing the back of his neck, let's hope Abakan's in a good mood. A moment later, the lock clicked, and the door swung open to reveal Toru's cheerful face. Issei! Kanna, she exclaimed, delighted to see them. Good morning. You're early today. But as her eyes shifted, she froze mid-greeting. Her expression shifted from joy to confusion as she spotted the tall, curvy figure behind them. Lukoa-san? Toru blinked. What are you doing here? Lukoa smiled warmly and gave a lazy wave. Oh, Toru! It's been too long. I decided to stay here in this world for a while. Toru tilted her head, still confused. Stay? Here? But why here specifically? Issei stepped in before Lukoa could draw it out into something dramatic. Yeah, about that. Lukoa's gonna be living with me and Kanna for a while. I offered her a place since she wanted to explore and know about this world a bit more. Toru's eyes widened. Eh? Issei's apartment? You mean she's living with you? Lukoa chuckled softly, folding her arms with amusement. He was very kind to invite me in. Such a sweet boy. Toru blinked rapidly, her brain still processing it. Well, that's surprising. But if Issei agreed, I guess that's fine. But before she could relax, Toru suddenly felt something, a faint but unmistakable chill crawling down her spine. Lukoa's smile hadn't changed, but her expression carried a glimmer of something dangerous. Her mismatched eyes were locked on Toru, the cheerful energy replaced by something almost predatory. Toru stiffened, her scales practically tingling as the air around them shifted. You Lukoa-san? Did I do something wrong? Lukoa's smile widened a little, calm and terrifyingly serene. Oh, nothing you didn't already know was wrong, dear. But later we're going to have a very intense talk. Toru's wings twitched nervously as sweat began to bead on her forehead. A talk? Yes, Lukoa said lightly, her tone sweet but unmistakably sharp beneath the surface. A long one. Okay, Toru managed weakly, her voice cracking slightly as she gulped and nodded quickly. Watching the entire exchange, Issei's instinct screamed that Toru was about to melt into a puddle of anxiety if he didn't intervene. Anyway, he said quickly, clapping his hands together to change the mood. Where's Abakan? I, need to talk to her about something important. Toru blinked, startled out of her fear. Oh. Kobayashi's still sleeping. She has a killer headache from last night, and is currently still recovering. Lukoa grinned innocently. So she is still feeling the effects. Issei pinched the bridge of his nose. Of course she is alright, I'll go wake her up. We're expecting a guest soon. A guest? Toru tilted her head. Yeah, Issei said with a small smile. Mina's coming over. She's the friend I told you about. Tora clasped her hands together, her mood instantly brightening again. Oh, I can't wait to meet her. I'll make tea and food for everyone. She stepped aside, waving them in. Come on in. I was just cleaning up a bit. As the three entered the familiar apartment, the scent of polish and soap hung in the air, mingled with the faint remnants of last night's wine. The living room was bright and welcoming, but still bore the quiet aftermath of a chaotic evening, a few stray glasses on the table and a faint scorch mark on the wall where Kana had zapped them last night. Issei exhaled as he stepped inside. Feels like I was just here yesterday. We were, Kana replied matter-of-factly, already walking toward the couch. Lukoa smiled softly, her eyes scanning the apartment as she followed them in. It's cozy. I can see why Tora wanted to stay here. Tora laughed sheepishly as she wiped the counter with a towel. Yeah, Kobayashi's place is the best. But her laughter faltered for a second as she caught Lukoa's lingering gaze again. A chill ran down her spine. That look, I'm doomed. Meanwhile, Issei crouched near the hallway leading to the bedroom, steeling himself. All right. Just wake her up gently. Don't say anything about the chaos or the marriage thing. Just smile and hope for the best. He sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. This is gonna be one long morning. Behind him, Lukoa smirked faintly, watching him go. Good luck, Issei. I have a feeling you'll need it. Kobayashi's room. Issei quietly pushed open the bedroom door, the hinges creaking just a little. Soft light filtered through the curtains, painting the room in a warm morning hue. What caught Issei's attention immediately was the peaceful sight before him. Kobayashi lay sprawled on the bed in her pajamas. Her red hair was loose and unkempt from sleep. She was seen hugging her pillow tightly, her lips curved in a small, content smile. Her breathing was slow, even. She looked so relaxed that it made Issei hesitate to disturb her. She looked so peaceful, he thought, rubbing the back of his neck with a soft smile. She really overdid it last night. He stood there for a moment, quietly watching her, the corner of his lips twitching upward. Even though she could be strict, and even scary at times, she was still his precious aunt, the person who had always looked out for him when his parents were busy, always making time for him to play even when she was busy with her school life. She's such a hard worker that there was something comforting about seeing her like this. Still, he didn't have much choice. Mina would be arriving soon. Issei sighed and crouched beside the bed. Abakan, come on, wake up. He gave her shoulder a gentle shake. It's morning already. You need to get up. Kobayashi groaned faintly, shifting under the blanket. Her eyelids fluttered open, and her hand brushed at her hair. Issei, she murmured, blinking blearily. Since she didn't have her glasses, everything was blurry, but her vision cleared just enough to be able to make out his face. Her sleepy expression melted into a soft, delighted smile. Ah, it's my adorable Issei, she said happily, her voice still groggy. Before Issei could react, she reached out and grabbed him by the wrist, then suddenly pulled him down onto the bed. Awake, Abakan! He barely had time to yelp before he landed beside her, and in one swift motion, Kobayashi had wrapped her arms around him. His face was pressed against her chest as she sighed with satisfaction, snuggling him close like a plush toy. Abakan! Wait! What are you? Sure, she murmured, half asleep. You're warm. It's been so long since I got to cuddle you like this. Issei froze, completely flustered. His face burned red as he tried to wriggle free, but her grip was surprisingly strong for someone still half asleep. Abakan! Come on, you can't just hug me like this. You need to wake up. And she just groaned softly and pulled him closer, rubbing her cheek against the top of his head. No, I'd much rather sleep more with my cute nephew. Issei panicked, his thoughts a storm of confusion. She's half asleep, and completely unstoppable. Why is she still so strong? He tried again, pushing lightly at her shoulders. Abakan, seriously. You have to get dressed. Mina's coming over soon. It's already 10. That name did it. Kobayashi's eyes opened slightly, a pout forming on her lips. That girl again? The one who's trying to steal you away from me? Issei blinked in disbelief. Steal what? She's not Abakan. Please don't start that again. Kobayashi just huffed softly, tightening her hug. I don't like her. She's taking my precious issei away. I'd rather just stay like this. Albucayan, he groaned, his voice half exasperated, half pleading. When logic failed, Issei resorted to his last weapon, the one thing that always worked. A small, mischievous smirk formed on his lips. All right, you asked for it. He slipped his hands under her arms and began tickling her sides mercilessly. Wah! Issei! Stop! Ha 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 ha! Kobayashi burst out laughing, her whole body jerking as she tried to twist away. No fair! Ah ha ha ha! Issei, stop! Not until you promise to get up, he said as his body was on top of her, grinning as she kicked and squirmed, her laughter echoing through the room. Okay. I'll get up. I promise. Ha ha, stop already. Satisfied, Issei finally pulled away, laughing himself as he stood. Kobayashi was left breathless, cheeks flushed from laughter and hair sticking out wildly. She shot him a half-playful glare. You're evil, she said, chuckling softly. Maybe, Issei replied, smiling. But it works every time. Kobayashi sat up slowly, running a hand through her messy hair. Fine. I'll get dressed. But only because you asked nicely and tickled me half to death. As she got up and began gathering her clothes, Issei turned toward the door, shaking his head with a sigh of relief. Crisis averted. For now. Outside, he could already hear Tora humming cheerfully while Lukoa chatted with Kana in the living room. He smiled faintly. Now all that's left is to wait for Mina's arrival. Kobayashi's apartment. Kana and Lukoa were seated comfortably on the couch watching TV, while Tora was busy tidying the table and humming happily to herself. Issei could be seen helping Tora clean. The sound of the bathroom door opening caught the attention of everyone in the living room. As steam rolled out of the bathroom as Kobayashi finally stepped into the hallway, dressed neatly in a simple shirt and jeans, her glasses perched properly on her face. Her hair, freshly brushed, framed her expression in that familiar mix of calm composure and quiet exhaustion. Good morning, Kobayashi said, her voice composed but still carrying that hint of sleepiness. Good morning, Kobayashi-san, Tora beamed, tail swishing behind her. I was about to start making tea and coffee for everyone. Did you sleep well? Kobayashi glanced at her, then at Issei, who was trying his hardest not to look awkward. Yeah, she said dryly. A little too well, maybe. She exhaled softly, tying her hair back. All right, Issei. You said we're having a guest, right? That Mina girl? Yeah, Issei replied, where he was nervously straightening the magazines on the coffee table for the third time. She'll be here soon. You, feeling better, Abakan? Kobayashi gave him a small smile as she adjusted her glasses. Much better. Thanks to you, apparently. I don't even remember half of last night, but I woke up laughing. Issei laughed awkwardly. Yeah, you were definitely laughing, and trying to suffocate me, he thought, quickly choosing not to add that part. But just as he relaxed, Kobayashi's eyes shifted toward the couch and froze. Sitting there with effortless elegance was Lukoa, sipping a cup of tea that Tora had nervously brought her, her mismatched eyes shining with serene amusement. Kana sat next to her, munching on a piece of toast, completely unbothered. The color drained from Kobayashi's face. Lukoa-san? Toru, who was cleaning the table, flinched at the tone of her voice. Lukoa looked up from her tea with her usual warm smile. Oh. Kobayashi, good morning. Kobayashi blinked twice, as if she wasn't sure if she was still hungover. Wait. You're here? Here? I thought you went back to your old world after checking up on Toru and Kana. Lukoa set her teacup down delicately, her voice light. Oh, I was going to, but I changed my mind. This world is just so fascinating, so much to see, so much to learn. I decided to stay a bit longer. Kobayashi crossed her arms, eyes narrowing slightly. Ahu. So you're visiting then? Lukoa smiled even brighter, looking entirely too pleased with herself. Not quite, I'm living here now. The words hung in the air like a sudden drop in temperature. Living here? Kobayashi repeated slowly, her tone calm but dangerously cold. Lukoa nodded happily. Issei was kind enough to offer me a place. I'm staying with him and Kana for now. Silence. The kind of silence that could make a glacier seem warm. Even Toru, who was usually oblivious to such things, sensed the drop in temperature and stopped cleaning mid-swipe. Kanna continued eating, completely unconcerned. Issei could feel the glare before he even looked up. When he finally did, Kobayashi's sharp gaze was fixed squarely on him, glasses glinting, her expression a perfect storm of disbelief, irritation, and something very close to maternal fury. "Kobayashi-san?" Toru asked nervously, inching away. "Your aura is freezing the air." Kobayashi's voice was calm, but it carried the kind of edge that made Issei's blood run cold. "Issei." He straightened up immediately. "Yais, ma'am? Would you like to explain," she said, her tone as flat as a blade, "why you let her?" She pointed at Lukoa. "Move into your apartment?" Lukoa blinked innocently. "Oh, it's simple. Issei's such a sweet boy," he offered right away. "Isn't that right, dear?" Issei's face turned red as he fumbled for words. "Well, I mean, she didn't have anywhere to stay. And I thought it'd be rude not to help. She's a friend of Kanna and Toru, so I thought it would be okay." "Abakan." Kobayashi's glasses flashed. "A friend?" "Yes," Issei said, sweating. "Just a friend." Lukoa giggled softly, resting her cheek in her hand. "He's being modest, really. He's been such a wonderful host." Kobayashi's smile twitched. "Wonderful host." Toru slowly leaned over to Kanna and whispered, "Kobayashi's smiling, but that's the bad kind of smile." Kanna blinked once and nodded. "Very bad." Issei could practically feel the pressure building in the air, the kind that came before an explosion. He raised both hands defensively, waving them wildly. "Oh, Abakan, please! Don't look at me like that. It's not what it sounds like. She just needed a place to stay." Kobayashi pinched the bridge of her nose and sighed deeply. "You've been here for 1 week, and somehow, you've managed to turn your place into a dragon boarding house." Lukoa chuckled, clearly enjoying the chaos. "Oh, Kobayashi, don't be so tense, you should be proud. He's growing into quite the generous young man." Kobayashi turned her glare toward her. "You're not helping." Lukoa only smiled sweetly. "Wasn't trying to." Issei groaned, already regretting every decision that led to this moment. "Great. Mina's not even here yet, and she's already mad." Toru, ever the peacemaker, stepped in with a nervous laugh. "So, tea? Maybe tea will help." But as Kobayashi continued to glare at both Issei and Lukoa with the tension in the apartment being thick enough to cut through, even Toru had stopped pretending to clean and was quietly inching away from the conflict. Kanna, ever calm, was now halfway through her toast, simply observing as if she were watching a documentary titled Human Panic in its natural habitat. Then, mercifully, a knock echoed at the door. Knock, knock. All heads turned. The sound was a lifeline or a warning bell, depending on how one looked at it. "Oh, thank God," Issei muttered under his breath, practically leaping to his feet. "I'll get it. It's probably Mina." Without waiting for permission, he darted across the apartment, and opened the door and froze. Standing in the doorway was Mina. The light framed her perfectly, her chestnut hair tied neatly behind her head, with a few soft strands falling to the sides of her face. She wore a pale lavender kimono patterned with subtle flowers, the sash tied neatly around her waist, and light makeup that made her natural beauty shine without overdoing it. For a moment, Issei just stared, his mouth half open. "Mina?" he finally managed to say, his voice cracking slightly. "You look wow." Mina smiled softly, tilting her head. "Good morning, Issei." "You like it?" He nodded dumbly. "Like it? You look incredible. But, why are you so dressed up? It's not like it's a festival or anything." Mina chuckled lightly, covering her mouth with one sleeve. "Isn't it obvious? I wanted to make a good impression on your aunt and family. First impressions are everything, after all." Issei blinked, still processing that she dressed this formally just for his aunt. "You didn't have to go that far, really." "Nonsense," she said firmly, smiling as she adjusted the collar of her kimono. "One day, they'll be my family too, won't they? Giving them the right impression is key to having happy in-laws." Issei blushed as he felt his soul leave his body for a moment. She didn't just say that out loud, right? Before he could whisper a warning or even mention the new arrival inside, A familiar voice rang out from the living room. Issei. Who's at the door? Kobayashi's tone carried that faint edge of suspicion that made his spine tighten. It's Mina smiled sweetly, already stepping forward before Issei could even attempt damage control. That must be your aunt. Perfect timing. Wait, Mina! Maybe, Issei hissed, trying to stall her, but it was already too late, so he sighed in defeat and opened the door wider. Alright, come on in. Mina stepped inside gracefully, her every motion composed and polite. She removed her shoes neatly at the entrance before entering the living room, where 4 pairs of eyes immediately turned to her. Tora's eyes lit up in delight. Oh! You must be Mina-san. Welcome! Lukoa smiled softly, watching with interest as the young woman bowed deeply. Kanna gave a small, polite wave from her seat. Hello? And then there was Kobayashi. The air grew colder again as Kobayashi straightened up from her seat on the couch. Her polite smile was stiff, her glasses glinting dangerously. Mina, ever composed, stepped forward and gave a perfect bow. Good morning. I'm Mina Tadayuki. It's an honor to meet you all. I hope to get along well with everyone here. Her voice was calm, smooth, and full of genuine respect. Issei stood beside her, sweating bullets. He could already feel the tension building like a bomb ready to go off. Kobayashi's sharp eyes swept over Mina slowly, from her flawless kimono to her perfect posture, and then inevitably, her very generous figure. Her smile twitched. Oh no, Issei thought as his stomach dropped. She's doing the scary smile again. Kobayashi folded her arms, her tone deceptively calm. So this is Mina, the girl who's trying to steal my nephew away from me. Issei choked on air. Oh Abakan! You can't just say that. Mina, however, didn't flinch. Instead, she offered another serene smile. Steal? Oh no, I wouldn't say that. I'm merely hoping to earn him. Tora gasped softly. Kanna blinked. Lukoa let out a quiet, amused hum, her lips curling in a smile. Oh my, she murmured under her breath. This just got interesting. Kobayashi's glare sharpened like a blade. Earn him, huh? Mina straightened, meeting Kobayashi's gaze without hesitation. Yes. I'd like you to see for yourself that I truly care for him. Issei looked between the two women as if he were watching a standoff between 2 apex predators. Okay, great talk everyone. Maybe we should sit down. Tea. Tea sounds nice, right? Lukoa chuckled softly, leaning back in her seat. Oh, by all means. Let's have tea. I want to hear more. As the tension quietly simmered in the room, Tora hurried into the kitchen to grab cups while Issei desperately prayed that somehow, this wouldn't end with someone breathing fire. Kobayashi's apartment. Mina sat with perfect posture at the low table in Kobayashi's living room. Steam drifted lazily from the teacup in front of her, filling the air with the scent of green tea. Across from her sat Kobayashi, her elbows resting on her knees, casual in a plain shirt and slacks, but her sharp gaze could have cut through steel. Her expression was deceptively calm, yet the tension behind her glasses was unmistakable. The ordinary office worker looked more like a silent general essaying an enemy. Between them, the air could have frozen solid. Mina, unfazed by the intimidating stare, took a polite sip of her tea before setting the cup down gently. She glanced around, taking quiet stock of her surroundings. The dragon maid, Toru, hovered nearby, smiling nervously as she poured refills for everyone. The warmth of her aura was hard to ignore, raw and powerful. Mina's smile thinned slightly. So this is the dragon that caused the current mess. Then her attention drifted to the other side of the room, to the blonde woman lounging comfortably on the couch. Lukoa's presence was different. Her mismatched eyes and relaxed demeanor didn't match a human's presence at all. She radiated power, but unlike Tora's wild strength, Lukoa's was older, calmer, suffused with experience. Who is she? Mina wondered. Issei never mentioned her, but from her aura alone, she's clearly no ordinary being. She tucked her curiosity away for now and refocused on her true purpose. Turning back to Kobayashi, she placed her hands neatly on her lap and spoke in her usual calm tone. Thank you for taking the time to meet me, Kobayashi-san. I came here today because there are 2 matters I wish to discuss. But she didn't get far. Before you start, Kobayashi interjected smoothly. I'd like to ask you something about this job you supposedly gave my nephew. Mina blinked, caught off guard. Job? Yes. Kobayashi's tone was flat but firm. He said he has started working for you. So I'd like to know, what kind of work are you making him do, exactly? What's his salary, his hours, his benefits? Does he have insurance? Vacation time? And where's the official paperwork? The speed and precision of her questioning made Mina's mind reel. Wait, she stammered, lifting her hands slightly. That's not Kobayashi-san. I think there's been a misunderstanding. Oh, Kobayashi leaned back slightly, crossing her arms. Then enlighten me. Mina inhaled deeply, regaining her composure. I didn't come here to talk about his employment. Did Issei not tell you the real reason I'm here? Kobayashi frowned, turning her sharp gaze toward Issei, who was sitting nervously between Kana and Lukoa, his eyes darting anywhere but toward the two women. He told me you were here to talk about his summer job, Kobayashi said coolly. Mina blinked. He said that? Both women turned their heads in perfect unison toward Issei. Issei froze, his face pale, then forced an awkward smile. Hey, sometimes details slip through the cracks. Kobayashi's glasses gleamed menacingly, and Mina's usually gentle eyes narrowed. Perfect, I'm dead. Issei thought miserably. Mina sighed, pressing a hand to her temple. Honestly, you're hopeless. He let out a small, nervous laugh. Well, you see, it's complicated and… Mina raised a hand to silence him. I'll explain. Kobayashi's eyebrow twitched. Please do. Mina straightened her posture again, her tone firm but polite. The truth is, I came here today for two reasons. The first is to meet Toru-san. Toru blinked, in confusion. Madame? Why? Mina's expression softened slightly, though her eyes still carried the calm weight of professionalism. Because there's something important I wish to understand, something only she can answer. It relates to recent events happening across Japan. Toru tilted her head, visibly confused. Something important? What did I do? Kobayashi glanced between them, her suspicion returning. Hold on, how do you even know about Toru? Issei winced quietly. Oh no. Here we go. Mina opened her mouth to answer, but then paused, meeting Kobayashi's gaze directly. There was no hostility in her eyes, only honesty. Because her arrival affected things beyond your home, Kobayashi-san. The balance between certain communities in Tokyo and Saitama has been disturbed since she appeared. From my understanding from talking with Issei. I know, it's not her fault, she added quickly, noticing Toru's nervous expression. But I need to confirm a few details for everyone's safety. Kobayashi frowned slightly, processing that as she didn't understand what any of that was about. Before she could ask more, Mina continued, her voice steady and respectful. And my second reason for being here, she folded her hands neatly in front of her, is to meet Issei's family. That statement hung in the air for a long moment. To meet, Kobayashi repeated slowly, blinking once. His family? Mina smiled warmly. Yes. I wanted to make a good first impression. It's only proper that I meet my fiancé's family before things progress further. The silence that followed was absolute. Toru's mouth fell open, her teacup slipping slightly in her hand. Kobayashi blinked rapidly, certain she'd misheard. Fiancé? She echoed faintly. Terror filled his body and Issei's soul visibly left his body. Kana blinked and turned to Issei. Maybe we should have told her that either, she said flatly. I was getting to it, Issei whispered harshly, panic flashing across his face. Toru nearly dropped the teapot entirely, as her tale came out in shock. Wait! Issei's getting married? Lukoa chuckled behind her hand, clearly enjoying every second of this. What a lovely announcement. Though I wished it was under better circumstances. Kobayashi slowly turned her head toward her nephew, her expression calm but her aura radiating danger. Issei, care to explain this fiancé business? Issei froze, hands raised defensively. It's not what it sounds like, Albakan. I swear! Mina gave a small sigh, resting her cheek on her hand. You really didn't tell her anything, did you? Issei laughed weakly. Has surprise? Toru looked between all of them, utterly lost. Wait, when did this even happen? Kanna calmly took another sip of her tea. It happened in Shinjuku. I was there when she proposed. You were there? Toru gasped. Yes, Kanna said simply. Kobayashi, meanwhile, adjusted her glasses and took a long breath as a dark aura suddenly sprouted around her. All right, she said, her tone deadly calm. Someone is going to start talking. Right now. Issei, shaking, was too terrified to say anything. Mina gave him a small, sympathetic smile before straightening again to face Kobayashi. I'll explain everything, Kobayashi-san. Please don't blame him, he probably didn't want to worry you. Kobayashi's glare softened only slightly, but she nodded. You've got one chance. And somewhere deep down, Kanna simply thought. This is going to be a long day. Before we get ahead of ourselves, Kobayashi-san, I'd like to ask how much do you know about the supernatural side of this world? Kobayashi blinked, her sharp expression softening slightly. Not much, she admitted. I've only recently learned that it even existed. Before Toru showed up, I lived my whole life thinking things like dragons and magic were just myths. Mina nodded slowly, her expression understanding. I see. That explains your reaction. She folded her hands neatly on her lap and glanced toward Toru, who sat nervously beside Kobayashi, tail twitching in anxiety. Kobayashi raised an eyebrow. So is that why you know about her? Are you part of the supernatural side of this world? Mina shook her head gently. I am. But the only reason I even know about Toru's existence is because Issei told me. That drew everyone's attention to Issei, who stiffened immediately, feeling several sets of eyes burning into him. Wait, I didn't. Well, okay, I did, but it wasn't like I told everyone. Just Mina. Mina gave a small sigh but continued, her tone turning more serious. He spoke of her and her circumstances with the purest intentions. He wanted me to understand what had caused the disturbance in Saitama. Disturbance? Kobayashi repeated cautiously. Mina nodded, her gaze steady. Yes. You see, ever since Toru-san arrived here and began living openly, her immense power and aura have caused ripples, for lack of a better word. Her energy is unmistakably draconic. To those who dwell in the supernatural side, it was like watching a natural disaster descend overnight. Toru's face paled, her tail curling nervously behind her. I didn't mean to cause trouble. Mina's voice remained calm, though there was an unmistakable gravity to her words. I know. But your arrival frightened everyone in Saitama. Yokai, spirits, mages, even minor kami fled from their homes in panic, believing a powerful dragon had come to conquer or destroy the region. In their desperation, many of them migrated to other prefectures, mostly Tokyo, creating chaos in the process. The room went quiet. Even Lukoa, normally amused by everything, looked faintly thoughtful now. Mina continued, her tone softening. Currently, several organizations, mine included, are trying to restore order and calm the situation. But it's not easy. The balance of the supernatural community was fragile to begin with. The sudden influx of displaced beings has led to turf wars and accidents all across the city. Kanna nodded slightly, adding in her quiet way, we've already helped with one of those. Mina smiled faintly at her. Yes. Thanks to Issei and Kanna's help, we managed to resolve 2 major cases already. But more continue to appear all over Japan. It's exhausting work, but necessary. Kobayashi leaned back in her seat, processing it all. She rubbed her temples. So basically Toru shows up, everyone freaks out, and now the supernatural community is in chaos because of it. That's a blunt but accurate summary, Mina replied. Toru looked like she was about to cry. Tu didn't mean to cause all that. I just wanted to live with Kobayashi. Kobayashi sighed, giving her dragon maid a tired but affectionate look. I know, Toru. But yeah, I'll have to scold you later. What? Why? Toru wailed, clutching her head. Kobayashi ignored her dramatics, turning her attention back to Mina. Okay, so all this chaos, the balance collapsing, and you're helping fix it. I get that. It's bad, but I understand. She adjusted her glasses, her tone shifting into a sharp, no-nonsense edge. But none of that explains the real issue here. Mina blinked. The real issue? Kobayashi leaned forward slightly, her gaze piercing. Yes. Why are you and Issei engaged? The air instantly thickened again. Toru froze mid-sniffle, glancing between them. Kanna sipped her drink in perfect silence, clearly uninterested in interfering. Lukoa smirked faintly, her chin propped on her hand. Mina met Kobayashi's gaze heat-in. Her calm demeanor didn't falter, though a small, wry smile tugged at her lips. I suppose there's no avoiding that topic anymore. Kobayashi's eyes narrowed. I'd say not. Issei, already sweating bullets, raised his hands in protest. Oabakan, please don't get the wrong idea. It's not like. Kobayashi held up a hand, silencing him. Quiet. I'm talking to her. Yes, ma'am, he muttered, slumping. Mina sighed softly but retained her grace. It's a bit complicated. But I'll explain everything. Kobayashi crossed her arms, waiting. Mina continued, her voice level and honest. The engagement began as part of an agreement. I won't lie, it wasn't romantic at first. My clan, the Tadayuki family, has fallen into decline. I saw in Issei both potential and kindness, and I believe that our union could help restore my family's honor while giving him protection and influence within the supernatural world. Kobayashi's expression didn't change, but her eyes softened slightly, just enough for Mina to continue. But Mina said, glancing briefly at Issei, I also came to realize something else. Issei isn't just powerful because of the dragon within his sacred gear. He's someone who genuinely cares about others, who risks himself for people he barely knows. I respect that. And I acknowledge that I find myself wanting to be part of his life because of it. Her words were calm, steady, but they carried sincerity that even Kobayashi couldn't easily dismiss. Still, Kobayashi leaned back and muttered, so it started as a political deal and turned into something personal. Mina smiled faintly. That's one way to put it. Tora blinked. Wait, so you really like Issei? Mina looked at her with a small but genuine smile. Yes. I do. Lukoa chuckled softly. Era, she's honest. I like her. Kobayashi sighed again, rubbing the bridge of her nose. You people are giving me a headache. Issei, still seated awkwardly beside Kanna, tried to speak up. Abakan, please don't be mad. I didn't want to lie to you, I'm not mad, Kobayashi interrupted, though her tone carried a hint of exhaustion. Just surprised. And maybe a little terrified that somehow, in one summer, you managed to get into trouble and in some way have gotten engaged. Lukoa chuckled. When you put it that way, it sounds rather impressive. Kanna nodded. It is impressive. Kobayashi sighed again. I wasn't asking for agreement. The tension finally eased slightly, though the air was still charged with uncertainty. Mina sat quietly, her poise unbroken, while Kobayashi sipped her tea and processed the whirlwind of information she'd just been handed. The room had gone quiet again. Only the faint hum of the air conditioner filled the space as everyone tried to process what had just been said. Finally, Kobayashi set her cup down with deliberate calm. She looked up, her tone softer than before, but her voice still carried that firm, protective edge that Issei knew all too well. All right, she said slowly. I believe you. I understand the situation, and I can tell you're being honest, Mina-san. But we're not done talking about this. Her gaze hardened just slightly. Because I'll tell you here and now, I don't acknowledge this engagement. I refuse to give Issei to anyone. The statement hit like a quiet hammer. Mina met her gaze evenly, her poise unwavering. She gave a small bow of respect, but her tone didn't bend. I understand completely, she said calmly. But your approval means nothing because the ones getting married are me and Issei. For a moment, the world seemed to stop. A tick mark formed at Kobayashi's temple. The calm smile on her face twitched dangerously. Even Toru, who had been sitting quietly, subtly leaned back with her tail coiling up protectively, as if expecting an explosion. Issei's eyes widened. Mina, maybe you shouldn't. Too late. Kobayashi's polite tone turned ice cold. Oh, really? My approval means nothing, huh? Mina's polite smile remained, though her eyes were sharp. I simply meant that my relationship with Issei is our decision. I respect you deeply, Kobayashi-san, but I won't let anyone dictate our bond. The tension thickened so much it was hard to breathe. Toru whispered to Kanna, I think Mina's trying to die. Kanna blinked once. She's brave. Kobayashi exhaled through her nose, visibly restraining herself from responding. Her glare shifted sharply to Issei, who by now looked ready to melt into the floorboards. And you, she said, her voice deadly calm, we're talking later. Issei groaned, slumping in defeat. Yes, Sabakan. Satisfied that she had at least regained control of the moment, Kobayashi leaned back slightly, trying to calm herself with another sip of tea. Mina, meanwhile, remained perfectly composed, though the smallest flicker of satisfaction crossed her lips. To break the silence, Mina looked toward Issei again. Speaking of which, Issei, where do your parents live? I would love to meet them as well to introduce myself properly and tell them the news. Kobayashi glanced at her, her tone neutral again. That might take a while. His parents live in K. Issei's only here for the summer. Mina froze mid-motion. Her teacup stopped halfway to her lips. Did you just say K? She repeated, her expression shifting from polite calm to genuine concern. Yes, Kobayashi confirmed slowly. Is that a problem? Mina's gaze flickered between Issei and the others, the faintest crease forming on her brow. It's not a problem, exactly, but she exhaled quietly, setting the cup down. Ku is currently under the control of devils. The entire room went still. Tora blinked. Devils? As in, actual devils? Like the evil kind? Issei asked, raising an eyebrow. Mina shook her head. Not in the sense you're thinking of. They're organized beings, powerful entities who govern their own territories and follow a complex hierarchy. The town of Ku has been under their domain for several years now. Kobayashi and Issei both stared at her, stunned. Wait, are you saying our family has been living in devil territory this whole time? Kobayashi asked incredulously. Mina quickly raised a hand, realizing how it must have sounded. Please don't panic. It's not as bad as it seems. The devils there have an official agreement with the Shinto faction. They were granted that territory as a show of good faith and cooperation. Ordinary humans can live there safely as long as they don't interfere in supernatural matters. Kobayashi slowly relaxed, though her brow furrowed. So they're fine? They should be, Mina assured her. Your family shouldn't be in any danger. I apologize for startling you. It's just surprising to hear that Issei lives there. Issei frowned slightly, scratching his cheek. So wait. Devils exist, they own towns, and people live there normally? That's kind of weird. It's the world we live in, Mina said with a faint smile. Hidden from most, but always closer than you think. Toru tilted her head, intrigued. How curious. So this world has its own equivalent of demons ruling territories. Lukoa chuckled softly. They're quite ambitious little creatures, really. Mina gave her a brief glance, recognizing that faint air of divine authority behind Lukoa's lazy smile. She decided not to press it. Turning back to Issei, Mina's tone softened. When you return home, Issei, you should be careful. Don't get involved with any devils or their agents. If they offer you anything, deals, power, alliances, refuse politely. You never want to owe a devil a favor. Issei gulped, feeling a small chill crawl up his spine. Got it, I'll make sure to avoid them. Kanna leaned back slightly, resting her chin on her hand. What do devils look like? Mina smiled faintly. Human, for the most part. They have a pair of black wings they can hide. You'd only recognize them if you were trained to sense them. Kobayashi rubbed her temple again, muttering, This is getting way too complicated. Mina chuckled softly. Welcome to the hidden side of Japan, Kobayashi-san. You're handling it better than most humans would, dear. Kobayashi gave her a tired glance. That's because I don't have the patience to panic anymore. Mina then sighed, as she realized what she will have to do. I'll have to go through official channels if I want to meet Issei's parents then. Devils are notoriously strict about visitors entering their territories. It'll be quite the bureaucratic nightmare, Issei grimaced. Sorry about that. She gave him a small, reassuring smile. Don't apologize. It's not your fault. You'll be fine when you go back. That's your home, after all. Just try not to draw attention to yourself. Trust me, Issei said dryly, that's the last thing I ever want to do. Kanna poked him in the side. You always draw attention, he groaned. Don't remind me. Lukoa laughed quietly, lifting her cup. Well, at least your life won't be boring, issei. Kobayashi sighed again, looking thoughtful, tilted her head. Devils, mages, dragons. Japan really has gotten strange lately. Kana nodded once. It's fun. Issei buried his face in his hands. It's exhausting. Mina finally turned her attention toward the last person she hadn't been properly introduced to, tall, striking blonde sitting calmly on the couch with her tea in hand. Forgive me for asking, Mina began politely, though her tone carried quiet curiosity. But who exactly are you? I don't recall Issei ever mentioning you before. Lukoa smiled warmly, setting down her teacup with deliberate grace. Where are my manners? She said lightly, her voice soft and soothing, yet carrying a strange weight behind it. I'm sorry for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Quetzalcoatl, though most just call me Lukoa. Issei blinked several times, his mind blanking out. Wait, what? He sat upright, staring at her with wide eyes. Quetzalco? Lukoa chuckled softly at his struggling attempts. Quetzalcoatl, she repeated with playful patience. Issei tried again. Quetzalcoatl? Quetz. Lukoa's laughter rang sweetly through the air, her mismatched eyes shining with mirth. Oh dear, don't hurt yourself, Issei, you don't have to try so hard. Calling me Lukoa is more than enough. Issei let out a small breath of relief, rubbing the back of his neck. Good, because that name's a tongue twister. Kana looked up from her tea, blinking once. He can't say it. Toru giggled softly, still a little nervous from earlier but amused by the interaction. He's trying, though. Meanwhile, Mina sat there, her composure unbroken, though her brows furrowed slightly as she repeated the name under her breath. Quetzalcoatl. It sounded familiar, deeply familiar, but the memory refused to surface. She had read about it before somewhere? But she quickly dismissed the thought. Impossible, she reasoned. That would make her. Lukoa smiled as if sensing her thoughts. Don't worry about it, dear. The name comes from our world. That alone made Mina's curiosity grow, but before she could ask further, Lukoa continued smoothly, her tone light. And yes, I'm currently living with Issei. The words made Mina pause. She slowly turned her gaze toward Issei, her smile polite but her eyes narrowing slightly. You're living together? Issei instantly began waving his hands in defense. Wait, it's not what it sounds like. She just needed a place to stay, and I said yes. I mean, I couldn't say no to someone like her. That's what worries me, Kobayashi muttered under her breath, taking another sip of her tea. Mina's eyes narrowed further as she folded her arms, her calm smile turning faintly sharp. So let me get this straight, Issei. You've invited yet another dragon into your home? Technically, yes, Issei said sheepishly. But she's really nice. She just wants to learn more about our world, and... Mina sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of her nose. This makes 3. 3 dragons from another world. Lukoa chuckled softly. Well, I wouldn't worry too much. We dragons are fairly peaceful when treated kindly. That depends on the dragon, Mina muttered, glancing toward Toru. The dragon maid blinked, caught off guard. Huh? Me? Yes, you. Mina turned to face her fully, her tone professional but not unkind. Since you're at the center of this situation, I'd like to hear your side of the story. Toru straightened her back, placing a hand over her chest. MMY sighed. Well, I didn't mean to cause any problems. I was wounded and fleeing a battle in my world. I was going to die, but Kobayashi-san found me and helped me. I owe her my life. Her expression softened as she looked toward Kobayashi. She saved me when no one else would. That's why I decided to stay with her. Mina listened quietly, studying every word, every twitch of emotion. Her expression was unreadable calm, almost clinical, but her eyes betrayed that she was essaying everything carefully. I see, Mina said finally. So that's how it happened. She looked at Toru a moment longer, her tone softening slightly. You truly love her, don't you? Toru's eyes widened, her face instantly turning pink. Of course. I love Kobayashi-san more than anything in this world. The declaration made Kobayashi flinch. Toru, please don't yell that so casually. Toru ignored her, her tail swishing behind her with conviction. Mina sighed softly, though a small smile touched her lips. Then I suppose that explains your behavior. Behavior? Toru tilted her head. Mina nodded slowly. I don't know much about dragons, but those with power have a certain way of acting, but you act very subservient. Toru's confident expression faltered slightly. I guess that's true. Though I wonder what would happen if someone ever hurts Kobayashi. A terrifying pressure started to leak from Toru. I would absolutely crush them. Mina's tone grew quieter, but her words carried a faint weight of warning. Then for everyone's sake, I hope no one ever harms Kobayashi-san. Because if something were to happen to her, she looked at Toru with a knowing gaze. I imagine the amount of destruction that would follow would be catastrophic. The room went completely still again. Toru blinked, the color draining slightly from her face as she realized the truth in Mina's words. Finally, Mina relaxed her shoulders and smiled faintly. But as long as Kobayashi-san remains safe, I see no reason to interfere. Just please try to stay discreet. The last thing Japan needs right now is another supernatural panic. Toru nodded earnestly. I'll be careful. I promise, Kobayashi sighed, rubbing her forehead. You've been saying that since you moved in. Lukoa laughed lightly. Promises are easy, following them is the tricky part. Issei chuckled nervously, scratching his cheek. Yeah, no kidding. Kobayashi had just started to relax again when her mind circled back to something that had been gnawing at her. She leaned forward, adjusting her glasses with that familiar sharp glint that made Issei stiffen automatically. All right, she said in a low, measured tone. You mentioned earlier that Issei helped you solve some of these supernatural incidents. What exactly did he do and how are you compensating him for putting himself in danger? Mina blinked, surprised by the sudden seriousness in her voice. Oh. Of course. I can explain that. Lukoa looked intrigued, while Toru tilted her head. Mina folded her hands neatly in her lap before continuing. It all began when we met at Akihabara. A gang of Oni had tried to take over the area. They planned to kick out the previous residents, and were turning the district into their territory. She paused, glancing at Issei. He happened to be there by coincidence, and ended up getting involved before I did. Kobayashi's eyes widened slightly. He got involved? As in fought them? Mina nodded. Yes. He was able to fight and subdue their leader. Once that happened, the rest scattered and fled the city. The local authorities, the supernatural ones classified the incident as resolved. Issei scratched his cheek awkwardly. It wasn't that big a deal, Albakan. They weren't that strong. Not strong, Kobayashi repeated, incredulous. They're Oni. You fought Oni. Before she could say more, Mina continued, the second case we handled was far more delicate. A series of murders in Shinjuku. Several humans were being found completely drained of blood in back alleys. At first, we suspected a vampire, but after investigating, we discovered the culprit was a jorugumo spider yukai who had been luring victims to feed on. The word murder landed heavily in the room. Kobayashi immediately tensed, her hand gripping her cup tightly. Murder? You brought my nephew into a murder case? Issei quickly waved his hands. Abakan! I wasn't in danger. Honest. We figured it out before it got too bad. Mina raised her hand gently, her calm tone cutting through Kobayashi's panic. Please don't worry, Kobayashi-san. I was with him, and I can assure you he was never in any real danger. If anything, I was the one who should have been afraid, as Kanna here completely defeated Jorugumo with little effort. So far Issei has proven to be much stronger than normal. Toru's expression brightened instantly, her chest puffing out in pride. Of course he is. Feeding him my tail has made him incredibly strong. Kobayashi shot her a deadpan look. Please never do that again. Kanna sipped her tea calmly. It's true though. Mina's lips twitched into a small smile at their bickering before she continued. Either way, both incidents were resolved cleanly, and no civilians were hurt while we were there. Kobayashi exhaled, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Still, I'd rather Issei not fight at all. He shouldn't have to put himself in danger like this. I agree, Mina said softly, her tone turning more formal again. But unfortunately, with the supernatural balance still unstable, these kinds of conflicts are happening more often. We're short on people capable of dealing with them safely. Issei's strength makes him invaluable. Kobayashi frowned. Invaluable or not, he's still a kid. Mina's eyes flickered with something almost amused but quickly softened. Believe me, Kobayashi-san, I understand. But Issei doesn't like sitting on the sidelines. Toru smirked. That's what I like about him. A dragon's heart beats inside him. Kobayashi sighed. You're not helping. Lukoa chuckled softly, swirling the tea in her cup. You can't stop what's already in his nature. He's just like a young dragon testing his wings. Kobayashi muttered something under her breath about dragon trouble magnets before straightening again. Fine. Then tell me something else. How much are you even paying him for all of this? If he's risking his neck, he'd better not be getting pocket change. At that, Mina's expression brightened slightly. Oh, of course. He's properly compensated. She told Kobayashi the amount, completely casual. The effect was immediate. Kobayashi froze mid-sip. The teacup trembled slightly in her hand as her eyes widened behind her glasses. Excuse me? You're paying him that much? Toru blinked, surprised. Is that a lot? Kobayashi turned to her with a look of disbelief. It's more than my salary, Toru gasped. Really? Maybe I should become a supernatural investigator too. Don't even think about it, Kobayashi snapped. Issei laughed nervously. Ahaha, yeah, it's a lot, but Mina insisted. I wasn't even gonna take it, but she said it'd be weird if I didn't. Mina nodded firmly. It's fair compensation for his help. Besides, he's risked his safety more than once. I'd never let his efforts go unrewarded. Kobayashi sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose again. You people are going to give me gray hairs. Lukoa chuckled under her breath. You're handling this much better than I expected, dear. Barely, Kobayashi muttered. So tell me, Mina, what's the plan to stop all this before my nephew gets himself killed helping everyone? Mina's face turned serious again, her tone calm but resolute. That's what we've been discussing yesterday. The only way to truly end the chaos is to restore the balance. We need to help the displaced residents of Saitama return home. If we can do that, the unrest will fade on its own. She glanced at Issei briefly before continuing. To do that, we'll keep resolving cases like these until we gain the attention of the Shinto gods. Once they take notice, we can formally present our case to them. With their help, we can set things right and return everything to normal. The room fell quiet again as everyone absorbed that. Kobayashi looked impressed despite herself. So you're planning to get the gods involved? Mina nodded. It's the only way. The 5 great clans won't be much help as they're too concerned with maintaining their power. But the Shinto faction oversees balance across Japan. If we can show them that the current disorder stems from a misunderstanding, they'll intervene. With Issei and Kanna's help, I believe we can do it. Kobayashi stared at her for a moment, then sighed deeply, the tension easing from her shoulders. You sound way too confident for someone talking about literal gods. Toru's face then lit up as the tension in the room finally began to ease. Clapping her hands together with sudden excitement, she stood up from the table and smiled brightly. Well then, she announced, tail swishing happily behind her. I think it's about time I start preparing dinner for everyone. Her golden eyes sparkled as she turned toward Mina, a warm, hospitable glow replacing the nervousness she'd felt earlier. Mina-san, would you like to stay for dinner too? Mina blinked, caught slightly off guard by the sudden offer. Oh, Tu wouldn't want to impose, she said politely, lifting her hands a little. You've already been so kind inviting me into your home. Nonsense, Toru said cheerfully, already heading toward the kitchen. You're practically family now. And besides, it would be rude to let a guest leave on an empty stomach. Kobayashi hearing this releases a grumble in dissatisfaction. She really wondered how to stop this engagement. Lukoa chuckled softly from her seat, swirling the tea in her cup. Toru's right, it would be a shame to miss out on her cooking. She's quite good, you know. Kanna, seated next to her, nodded in quiet agreement. Very good. Mina gave a small, graceful laugh, her calm composure returning. If it's really not too much trouble, then I'd gladly stay and eat. Toru's wings fluttered slightly in joy. Wonderful. Please relax, I'll handle everything. She darted off toward the kitchen with energy that only dragons or caffeinated humans could muster, humming happily as she began gathering ingredients. Pots clattered, the fridge door opened, and the faint aroma of spices soon filled the air. Kobayashi sighed softly but didn't object, leaning back on the couch with her arms crossed. I suppose that's fine. You'll get to taste Toru's cooking firsthand, Mina-san. Though fair warning, she tends to go a little overboard. From the kitchen came Toru's voice. I heard that, Kobayashi-san. Mina smiled politely, watching the light-hearted exchange. It's no trouble at all. It's actually refreshing, seeing a home like this. You all seem so comfortable with one another. Lukoa chuckled, eyes glinting. Oh, it's always lively here. You never know whether you'll get dinner or a small catastrophe. Issei groaned softly, rubbing the back of his head. Yeah, tell me about it. Kanna quietly tugged on Issei's sleeve, expression calm as ever. Can I help Toru with dinner? Issei smiled and nodded. Sure. Just be careful and don't eat all the food, okay? Kanna blinked at him innocently. No promises. Wait, Kanna, Issei called after her, but the small dragon had already followed Toru into the kitchen. Mina laughed softly at the sight. You really do live surrounded by interesting people, Issei. He gave her a half-smile, a mix of pride and exhaustion in his tone. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Kobayashi turned her gaze toward Mina, her expression less sharp now but still watchful. You'll like the food. Just be ready for a big portion. Toru doesn't understand the concept of moderation. I'll keep that in mind, Mina said with a small bow of her head. And thank you, Kobayashi-san, for letting me stay a little longer. Kobayashi sighed again but waved her hand dismissively. You're already here, might as well eat. Just don't encourage Toru too much, she'll end up cooking for 30 people if you do. Lukoa chuckled, leaning back comfortably. I love a good dinner with company. This is going to be fun. As laughter and the faint sound of Toru humming filled the apartment, Mina allowed herself to relax for the first time that evening. She'd expected suspicion, interrogation, and hostility, and she'd found all of those, but beneath it all was something she hadn't anticipated. A strange, chaotic kind of warmth that reminded her of a real family. It made her kind of jealous and hopes that one day this becomes more commonplace. For the first time in a long while, she smiled without restraint, quietly murmuring to herself, maybe staying a little longer won't be so bad after all. From the kitchen, Toru's voice called out again, bright and full of enthusiasm. Dinner will be ready soon. I'm making something special tonight. Issei leaned toward Mina with a nervous whisper. That could mean really good or mildly explosive. Mina chuckled under her breath. I suppose we'll find out. The evening had grown calm by the time Toru brought out the dinner. The table was full with bowls of steaming rice, grilled fish glazed in soy sauce, bright vegetables arranged neatly on small plates, and the faint, sweet scent of miso soup drifting through the room. Dinner's ready, Toru announced cheerfully, tail swishing as she set down the last dish. Please everyone dig in. Kobayashi sat at the head of the table, quietly adjusting her glasses. Across from her sat Mina in her lavender kimono, still a little stiff but polite as she bowed her head slightly. Lukoa, relaxed and smiling, sat cross-legged with an air of curiosity, while Issei and Kanna flanked her, both looking eager to eat. Toru then proudly sat next to Kobayashi, her eyes glowing with the expectation of praise. Kobayashi simply muttered a quiet itadakimasu before taking a bite. The first few minutes were filled with the gentle sounds of clinking chopsticks and soft appreciation. Toru's cooking, as always, was perfectly balanced, rich, and full of warmth. This is wonderful, Toru, Mina said honestly after her first bite. It tastes very delicious. Toru beamed. Thank you? I put all my heart into it. Kanna, cheeks puffed with rice, simply nodded. It's very good. Issei grinned between mouthfuls. You've outdone yourself again, Toru-san. Kobayashi sipped her soup, smiling faintly. As usual. Lukoa, however, seemed more intrigued by conversation than food. She tilted her head slightly, her golden hair spilling down one shoulder as her mismatched eyes gleamed with curiosity. You know, she began, since we're all together like this, I'd like to learn a little more about this world and country's supernatural community. All eyes turned to her. Mina looked up, attentive. You mean Japan's? Lukoa nodded with a soft hum. The relationships between gods, the factions, the political situation between the mundane and the supernatural, and how they learn to coexist. I'm new to this world after all, and I'd rather not step on anyone's toes by mistake and offend someone while I'm here. Kanna blinked in surprise. But you offend people all the time. Lukoa chuckled. Only when it's fun, sweetie. Mina wiped her lips with a napkin and cleared her throat softly, easing the tension. Well, I can tell you what I know, she said, adjusting her glasses. Though my knowledge is limited. My work mainly keeps me focused on Japan from our pantheons, our balance between the Shinto gods and the local yokai. I never cared to learn much beyond that, so I can't speak much for other regions. Lukoa waved her hand dismissively. That's fine. Anything you can share would be helpful. I'd just like to understand the lay of the land. After all, she smiled knowingly, it's easier to live peacefully when you understand the rules. Issei leaned back slightly. Yeah, that'd be good. I mean, I know a little, but there's still a lot I don't get. That statement drew an approving hum from Kobayashi, who gave Toru a sidelong glance. It'd be nice if certain other dragons were as considerate as that. Maybe you could learn a thing or two from Lukoa. Toru froze mid-bite. Eh? She looked from Lukoa to Kobayashi, her tail stiffening nervously. Two didn't do anything wrong today. Kobayashi's glasses caught the light as she exhaled through her nose. That's not the point, Toru. You could stand to be a bit more cautious. Or understanding. Of course. I'll be very careful. Toru's tail stiffened. Sweat rolled down the side of her face as she forced a nervous laugh. I will try to do better. See that you do, Kobayashi replied flatly. Lukoa giggled, folding her hands together. I was just saying, dear. But you know, it's good to be mindful, especially around the powerful beings of this realm. Kanna, who'd been quietly nibbling on her rice, glanced up. There are powerful beings here? She asked softly. There are many, Mina replied to Kanna. Japan alone is home to countless gods, spirits, and entities. The Shinto pantheon is vast. But so are the Buddhist sects, the Onmyoji orders, and even smaller independent families with ancient pacts. The world is far more crowded than most humans realize. Mina then took a small sip of tea before speaking again. To start, the supernatural community is divided into several major factions. Here in Japan, the dominant one is the Shinto faction, governed by the deities Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo. They maintain the natural order and balance of spiritual activity across the country. She gestured lightly with her chopsticks. Then there are the 5 great clans families of Onmyoji and Mikas who serve as intermediaries between the gods and humans. They enforce laws, investigate disturbances, and handle lesser yokai or spirits. Their influence reaches into both politics and the economy. Then there is the... Lukoa nodded with genuine interest, eyes gleaming. Fascinating, it's so organized compared to my world. Kobayashi raised an eyebrow. You mean your world didn't have a system of checks and balances? Lukoa's smile turned a little wistful. We did, but our hierarchies were more chaotic. Gods ruled by strength, not diplomacy. Entire realms could fall because 2 divine siblings argued over worshippers. It's why I'd rather not see those mistakes repeated here. Mina smiled faintly. It does keeps things organized. Or at least, that's the idea. Toru muttered under her breath, more like it keeps everyone under someone's thumb. Kobayashi shot her a side eye. You're not wrong. Mina continued unbothered. Outside Japan, there are other pantheons, Christian, Norse, Hindu, and more, but Japan's borders are watched closely by the Shinto. They prefer neutrality and rarely interfere in global affairs unless balance here is threatened. Lukoa listened intently, her expression bright with interest. So the gods coexist here peacefully? Mina hesitated, then gave a small shrug. Peacefully enough. But every faction has its rivalries. From what I know, some divine politics are as petty as human ones. And as for the mundane world, she sighed softly. Most humans remain unaware of any of this. Everyone in power ensures it stays that way. Lukoa chuckled quietly. So regular humans don't know of any of this? It's to keep them from acting irrational and causing a panic. History has shown that we don't act in the best light in fear of the unknown. Lukoa then rested her chin in one hand, smiling lazily. You mentioned the Shinto gods show powerful, are they? Mina's expression turned serious. Very. Even the weakest of them could crush me with a thought. The three pillars Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo are beyond mortal comprehension. But they don't often act directly. They prefer to work through agents. Lukoa nodded approvingly. That's wise. Gods meddling too much tends to break things. A soft silence followed as everyone processed that comment. Kobayashi finally exhaled, muttering, "Can't argue with that." Now, Lukoa began with a pleasant smile, "About these sacred gears I keep hearing about. Issei mentioned his earlier, the gauntlet with the dragon inside. How common are they?" Mina set down her chopsticks with a quiet clack, leaning back slightly as her expression grew thoughtful. "Ah, sacred gears," she repeated, almost reverently. "Those are special. They're powerful artifacts granted to humans by the biblical God himself. Each manifests differently within its wielder, and their abilities vary. Some grant divine blessings, others command destructive power. No two are exactly alike." Kobayashi tilted her head, intrigued despite herself. "So they're like innate weapons? Built into people?" Mina nodded. "In a way. But most sacred gears are minor objects, useful, but not world-shaking. The most famous ones, however," she adjusted her glasses, eyes gleaming behind the lenses. "Those are called Longinus class sacred gears. They're monstrous weapons capable of slaying gods and dragons alike. And Issei," here she glanced toward him, "happens to carry one of them." Lukoa's brows rose slightly, her interest piqued. "So many humans carry these divine artifacts within their souls, how fascinating." She smiled, the gold of her eyes glinting like sunlight. "Your world is full of delightful surprises." Issei scratched the back of his head sheepishly. "Yeah, well, I'm kinda stuck with mine. Didn't exactly come with an instruction manual." Mina was then watching him closely, now her analytical gaze softened. "Actually," she said quietly, "it's surprising that Issei is such an unknown to the wider world." Kobayashi blinked. "Unknown? What do you mean by that?" The question caught Mina off guard. Her lips parted in mild surprise before she realized, of course. To these people, terms like Longinus meant nothing. She exhaled slowly, placing her hands neatly in her lap. "I suppose I should explain. People with sacred gears like Issei's aren't just rare theory, practically 1 in a million. People who wield Longinus-class sacred gears usually don't stay hidden for long. Once word gets out, the world takes notice. A Longinus user is considered a global-level threat. Many factions would kill, recruit, or worship someone like him just to control the power he wields. Either way, the result's the same: they become targets and are hunted down, no longer living ordinary lives." The table fell into silence. Even Toru, normally so carefree, stopped mid-bite, her golden eyes narrowing slightly. "Hunted?" Kobayashi repeated, her voice unusually sharp. "Wait," Issei said, blinking in confusion. "You're saying people would actually hunt me down for this?" Mina nodded gravely. "Yes. If certain organizations found out who you were, they wouldn't hesitate. A Longinus user can change the balance of power of the entire world. If allowed to grow unchecked, one could alter the entire era of the world. Those who hold them, willingly or not, can either save or destroy the current status quo. They can topple kingdoms, destroy factions, or create new ones. Entire factions would fight for control of someone like Issei." Issei's smile faded. The weight of her words hit like a stone in his gut. "You mean people would come after me? Just because of Drake?" "Not because of Drake," Mina corrected gently. "Because of what you could become. Because of what that power might make you capable of." She looked down briefly at her tea before meeting his eyes again. "If someone learned how to control you, they could gain that power for themselves." Kobayashi's expression hardened, her protective instincts kicking in immediately. "That's ridiculous. He's just a teenager. You're telling me these factions would target him for something he didn't even ask for?" "I'm afraid so," Mina replied softly. "It's the way of the supernatural world. Power attracts attention, good and bad alike." Kanna's fingers tightened subtly around her teacup, her voice quiet but certain. Anyone who tries to hurt Issei will regret it. Toru smiled faintly, resting her chin in her hand. You and me both, Kanakan. Lukoa chuckled lightly, though her gaze lingered on Issei with faint maternal warmth. Seems you've found yourself surrounded by guardians already, dear. Mina gave a small, wry smile. That's why you should be careful, Issei. There are people out there like me, people who would want to ally with you, not out of kindness, but out of ambition. Her eyes softened, guilt flickering behind her glasses. I'm being a hypocrite saying this, I know. I approached you for my own reasons too. But I don't want to see you get hurt because of people who only see power. Not everyone will be honest about their intentions. Some will try to use you, manipulate you, or worse. I don't want to see you hurt. Issei blinked, surprised by the sincerity in her tone. Then, slowly, he smiled. Thanks, Mina. I'll keep that in mind. She nodded, looking away before her cheeks betrayed her. Lukoa gave Mina a knowing smile. That was very kind of you, dear. You have a good heart beneath all that professionalism. Mina blinked, caught off guard by the compliment, then looked away quickly, hiding the faint pink on her cheeks. 2M simply stating facts. The silence that followed was calm, contemplative. The candlelight flickered gently across their faces, the hum of the air conditioner filling the quiet. Finally, Mina sighed and continued, as for dragons, though I don't know much. My studies focused on humans and spirits, not creatures as ancient or powerful as them. Toru raised an eyebrow. You've met a few, haven't you? Mina shook her head. Only through records and myth. Dragons are rare. Even among the supernatural, they're considered untouchable. Most are legends or extinct. Issei leaned back and grinned faintly. Then maybe we should ask Drake directly. He's been listening this whole time, I can feel it. Inside Issei's mind, Drake's voice thundered with exasperation. Why did you have to bring me into this conversation, partner? Issei mentally replied, because you know this stuff better than me. You're ancient. You love lecturing. Think of this as your moment to shine. Plus you should get over your fear of Lukoa. You're already dead, what's the harm? Drake grumbled, his draconic pride prickling. You are far too naive, partner. That woman radiates power far beyond her form. Do not treat her lightly. Even in my prime, I would not have dared to fight her. Lukoa? She's harmless. Look at her, she's smiling. That's exactly what's terrifying. Drake groaned, the mental sound of claws dragging across stone filling Issei's head. Still, since you volunteered me without consent, I might as well face my fate. Drake says hi, Issei said aloud, sheepishly as he summoned the boosted gear into existence. Lukoa laughed softly. Oh, does he now? Everyone stared as a faint glow pulsed along Issei's hand, Drake's deep voice rumbling faintly from within. Greetings, Lukoa. It's been a long time since I've felt a presence like yours. His voice carried weight, deep, steady, and resonant, yet there was a subtle undertone of caution that didn't escape anyone's notice. Lukoa smiled gently, unfazed. And greetings to you, Drake. Issei has told me much about you. Toru and Kana leaned closer instinctively, eyes wide with curiosity as it has been a while since they talked with the ancient dragon. Kobayashi simply adjusted her glasses, her expression unreadable but focused. Mina, for her part, couldn't hide her fascination. The reality of hearing an ancient dragon's voice made her scholar's heart race. Dragons in this world are not like the dragons of your realm, Lukoa. From what I can sense, and from what I've heard from you and Toru, your dragons are unified with an actual faction. Lukoa nodded softly, confirming. Yes. Our dragons have long been divided into clans and courts, but we are united under mutual laws and the natural order of our world. Even if we disagree, we remain one race. Drake's voice rumbled with quiet amusement. In this world it is not so. Dragons here, at least as far as I remember, are solitary creatures. We do not gather under one banner or share a homeland. We are wanderers, each bound to our own desires, instincts, and freedom. For us, to exist means to reign over one's own sky. There is no unity among dragons, only respect for strength. Toru frowned slightly. That sounds lonely. Isolation is a dragon's nature here, Drake replied, his tone carrying both pride and sorrow. We value freedom above companionship. The weak seek shelter under gods, but the strong carve their own paths across time. But even among us, there exists a hierarchy, an order born from power rather than decree. He paused, as if gathering the weight of countless memories. At the very top of this hierarchy stands the mightiest of all beings, Great Red, the true Red Dragon God Emperor. He is the strongest dragon, the dragon of dragons, the apocalypse dragon who embodies dream and destruction alike. His power is so vast that it could erase a universe simply by his will. The table went utterly still. Mina's lips parted, eyes wide behind her glasses. Destroy a universe? She whispered, almost disbelieving. Even Kobayashi froze, lowering her cup. You mean literally? Yes, Drake affirmed. His presence alone warps existence. Great Red is not merely strong, he is a phenomenon. He embodies the concept of reality's end, the end that follows all beginnings. To gaze upon him is to see the death of possibility itself. Kanna blinked wide-eyed. Can we meet him? She asked, completely serious. Toru immediately nodded, her tail flicking with childlike excitement. Yes. I'd like to see him too. If he's that powerful, he must be amazing. Even Lukoa's smile brightened, her golden eyes gleaming with genuine intrigue. I must admit I'd like to see this dragon god myself. It's been ages since I've met anyone near my level. Drake's voice carried a rumbling sigh that sounded suspiciously weary. I expected that question. But no, you cannot meet him, not easily at least. Great Red dwells in the dimensional gap, a space that exists between realms. It is a void between realities, a place where neither time nor matter can properly exist. For mortals, even gods, entering it unprotected would mean being erased instantly. Kobayashi shivered involuntarily, her analytical curiosity colliding with a primal fear. A void between worlds, she murmured. A place where nothing can exist? Indeed. Drake's tone softened, carrying the low, steady cadence of a storyteller. The dimensional gap is both infinitely vast and empty. It is where the borders of creation blur and vanish. Only beings of unimaginable power can endure its nothingness. Great Red flies through it freely, unbound, dreaming the dreams of worlds not yet born. Toru's golden eyes sparkled. That sounds incredible. Issei, however, Drake continued, his tone turning slightly gruff, should never even think of going there. Issei blinked, caught mid-bite. Hey, why me? Because you would die faster than you could say a pay. Issei choked on his rice as everyone tried not to laugh. Even Mina hid a small smile behind her sleeve. Lukoa chuckled softly, shaking her head. That sounds like a place only a fool would dare to visit. Exactly, Drake agreed. And speaking of gods, the gauntlet's glow shifted slightly. There is another who once lived in the same space as Great Red, the second strongest dragon of this world. Her name is Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon, the dragon god of infinity. She embodies endlessness, chaos, and nothingness. Lukoa's expression turned thoughtful. Infinity and nothingness, a contradiction in form, but not in essence. Unlike Great Red, she does not seek destruction. She simply is limitless. Still. Eternal. Drake's tone lowered, quieter now. Where Great Red is motion, Ophis is silence. She is the beginning that never ends and the end that never begins. Mina swallowed hard, awed. And where is she now? No one knows, Drake admitted. Ophis is a true shapeshifter. She has no fixed form and no traceable presence. She once dwelled within the dimensional gap before Great Red claimed it for himself, and when he did, he forced her out. Since then, Ophis has wandered between realities. That's kind of sad, Kanna murmured softly. It is simply her nature, Drake said. Toru tilted her head, deep in thought. So they're both gods, in a sense? Indeed, the dragon confirmed. They are beyond gods, beings whose power rivals creation itself. Below them come myself and my eternal rival, Albion, the White Dragon Emperor. Together, we are known as the Heavenly Dragon Emperors, the embodiment of dominance and supremacy. Our battles once shook the heavens and tore reality asunder. Issei winced. You mean the reason why you're dead? Drake grumbled darkly. Yes. Our rivalry is the reason for our death. Do not remind me. Toru giggled, finding the rivalry amusing. And below us, he continued, are the 5 dragon kings, beings of immense power. Each represents an element or force of nature. But as time passed and humanity rose, dragons faded. Most of the ancient ones are dead or gone. Only a handful remain, those who adapted, hid, or chose to slumber. Lukoa's smile softened. So that's why dragons here are myths. Yes. Drake's voice carried a faint echo of melancholy. Once dragons soared freely, their roars shaping continents and oceans. But as the humans filled the lands, it became unwise to remain. Many fell. Many were hunted. Others left this world entirely, seeking new skies. Silence filled the room again, but this time it was heavy, reverent. Lukoa's smile deepened. Well, she said softly, I must say your world's dragons are far more mysterious than I expected. Toru nodded, eyes shining. Maybe one day we can meet them. Or at least see this dimensional gap. Kobayashi sighed, pushing up her glasses. Let's not. The last thing I need is another dragon adventure tearing apart my apartment. Everyone laughed, even Drake's faint echo joined in. The sound of clinking plates and running water filled the apartment. Dinner had long ended, but Toru, ever the devoted maid, was still in the kitchen, humming cheerfully as she cleaned up. Her tail swayed with each movement, flicking lightly every time a dish was rinsed or set on the rack to dry. In the living room, the soft glow of the TV cast warm colors across the walls. Kana sat curled up on the couch beside Lukoa, both watching a late-night comedy show. The teenage dragon giggled quietly every now and then, while Lukoa reclined with her arm draped lazily across the backrest, her eyes half-lidded with content amusement. It was peaceful, deceptively so. At the dining table, Kobayashi sat opposite Issei and Mina. Her glasses reflected the light of the TV, hiding the sharp, protective gaze fixed on her nephew and his fiancée. The mood at the table, in contrast to the rest of the apartment, was tense and serious. All right, Kobayashi began at last, her tone calm but edged. Let's talk about this engagement now. Issei rubbed the back of his neck, smiling awkwardly. Yeah? It kinda just happened. Mina, sitting beside him in her lavender kimono, kept her posture straight but respectful. I understand this must come as a surprise, Kobayashi-san. But our engagement was mutually decided. Kobayashi's fingers tapped against the table. Decided? Between the two of you? Her eyes narrowed slightly. You didn't think it might be important to ask for my opinion first? Issei winced. Abakan. Mina inhaled softly, her voice steady but not defiant. With all due respect, your approval doesn't change what was already agreed upon between us. But she inclined her head slightly. I do hope to earn your favor, someday. The words were polite, but the conviction behind them was unmistakable. Kobayashi's gaze hardened. You've got guts, I'll give you that. She crossed her arms, exhaling sharply. But you'll understand if I'm not thrilled about someone dragging my nephew into danger. Especially someone whose work involves exorcisms and monsters. Issei frowned slightly. It's not like she dragged me into it, Abakan. I chose this. I want to help her. That's what worries me, Kobayashi replied flatly, adjusting her glasses. You've always had that stubborn streak, thinking with your heart and first, and your head second. It's going to get you hurt one day. Her voice softened then, not out of resignation, but out of affection. You're my sister's boy. I watched you grow up. I'm not going to pretend I like any of this supernatural nonsense, but I do understand now. And if this is the path you've chosen. She paused, sighed, and looked toward the kitchen where Toru's tail swayed in rhythm with the running water. Then I'll do what I can to prepare you for it. Toru's head popped out from behind the counter, eyes wide and sparkling. Kobayashi-san. Are you saying? Yes, Kobayashi said dryly, pushing up her glasses. While I'm at work, you'll continue to train him. Make sure he can handle himself when things go south. Don't hold back either. He's got a knack for getting into trouble. Toru straightened immediately, raising her hand in a perfect salute. Understood. I'll make him the strongest dragon alive. Kobayashi's eyes narrowed. Within reason. Toru blinked innocently. Aha, of course. Within reason. A faint smile tugged at Kobayashi's lips despite herself. She turned back to Mina. And you, she said calmly, make sure you watch his back. I don't want him running off alone trying to play hero. Mina nodded, expression solemn. You have my word, Kobayashi-san. I'll protect him. Kana, from the couch, lifted her head slightly. I'll protect Issei too, she said in her usual flat but sincere tone. Kobayashi turned to look at the small dragon and softened. Thank you, Kana. I appreciate that. Kana gave a small, satisfied nod before returning her gaze to the TV. Finally, Kobayashi looked back at Issei. I won't stop you, she said quietly. But promise me one thing, be careful. I know you're strong, but strength isn't everything. Don't throw yourself into danger just because you think you can handle it. Issei smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Abakan. I can take care of myself. Kobayashi's eyebrow twitched slightly. That's exactly what worries me. The table shared a small, knowing laugh, the tension easing if only slightly. Mina folded her hands neatly in her lap. You have my promise as well. We won't go looking for trouble. The only time we'll be fighting is when my superiors call about an incident. Our goal is to clean up the mess that Tora's arrival caused before things get worse. Tora turned from the kitchen, tail stiff. Hey, she said indignantly. That's not fair. I didn't mean to cause a mess. Kobayashi shot her a look over her shoulder. You brought chaos into Tokyo, Toru. That counts as a mess. Tora puffed out her cheeks, muttering under her breath. Mina smiled faintly. In any case, it's better if we handle it quietly. If Toru went to Tokyo now, it might spark even more panic among the factions. Kobayashi exhaled, leaning back slightly. You're probably right. Still, I have half a mind to send her there to apologize in person. That would likely make things worse, Mina replied diplomatically, though her smile betrayed amusement. But if things ever get too dangerous, I wouldn't mind some backup. Just in case. Kobayashi nodded slowly, understanding the implication. Then we should keep in touch. She pulled out her phone, scrolling briefly before sliding it across the table. Mina did the same, and the two quietly exchanged numbers, a silent acknowledgement that despite their differences, they were now bound by shared concern for the same young man. As the exchange ended, Mina rose gracefully from her seat. Thank you for the meal, and for the conversation, she said with a polite bow. But I should be heading home. It's late. Issei stood up immediately. You sure? I can walk you home. Mina smiled softly, shaking her head. That won't be necessary. I'm a big girl, remember? Next time, though, you can visit my home. It's only fair since we'll be living there eventually. Eh? Tora popped her head up from behind the counter, eyes gleaming mischievously. Already planning the honeymoon? Mina's cheeks flushed faintly. Not like that, she said quickly, shooting Tora a look. I just want everyone to see where I live. You're all welcome. Issei chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. Guess that's a promise then. Mina's smile softened. A promise. She turned toward the door, reaching into her sleeve for her phone just as it began to vibrate. The soft hum of the ringtone cut through the calm atmosphere. Her expression shifted. Kobayashi and Issei both noticed instantly. Everything okay? Issei asked. Mina glanced at the screen, and her eyes narrowed slightly, all traces of calm replaced by cold focus. It's my superior. She swiped to answer, her tone immediately formal. Yes, this is Mina. What happened? The others watched quietly as her calm demeanor hardened, her posture straightening with every word the caller spoke. Whatever she was hearing, it wasn't good. After a moment, her eyes flicked toward Issei, the faintest glimmer of concern breaking through her composed mask. Understood, she said finally, voice low. I'll be there immediately. She ended the call, her hand lowering slowly, the tension still thick in her shoulders. Mina? Issei asked quietly. What's wrong? Mina turned to him, her tone clipped but steady. There's been another incident in Tokyo. A major one. Kobayashi's face hardened instantly. How major? Mina's gaze was cold now, the professional side of her fully emerging. Bad enough that they're calling for me directly. The room fell silent, the laughter and warmth of moments ago replaced by an uneasy chill. Toru, sensing the change in the air, stepped out from the kitchen, drying her hands. Looks like peace doesn't last long around here, huh? Mina nodded once, her expression grave. No. It doesn't. The rhythmic clatter of steel wheels filled the quiet of the night train. The low hum of fluorescent lights mixed with the faint swaying of the car as it sped through Tokyo's tunnels. Beyond the windows, the city stretched endlessly, neon signs, elevated highways, and the glow of skyscrapers painting the darkness in fractured gold. Issei sat by the window, his reflection faintly visible in the glass. Beside him, Kanna leaned against the seat, legs tucked beneath her and eyes half-lidded, quietly watching the passing lights. Across from them sat Mina, composed as always dressed in her Miko outfit, though her brow was faintly furrowed in thought. It was the first time in a while that the three of them rode together in silence. Finally Issei broke it. So, what's the situation? Mina glanced up from her phone, its screen casting a pale glow over her face. The report came in less than an hour ago. A battle's broken out in Ginza. Multiple sightings of Oni, at least 7 confirmed so far. The local Onmyoji dispatched to contain them suffered heavy casualties. Most of the teams from the 5 great clans are already retreating to regroup. Wait, Issei leaned forward, frowning. Oni? As in the same kind we fought before? The Yakuza clan that attacked Akihabara? Mina exhaled softly, her voice calm but grim. It might be them. Or another cell working under the same network. Hard to say until we get there. For now, all I know is that they've been rampaging through Ginza for nearly an hour, and the barrier specialists haven't been able to contain them. Kanna tilted her head slightly, her expression calm but curious. Why Ginza? Isn't important for humans? It is, Issei replied, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Ginza's well, it's one of Tokyo's most expensive districts. Fancy restaurants, fashion boutiques, brand stores, that kind of thing. It's not exactly the type of place you'd expect monsters to show up. Kanna blinked. So rich people live there? Pretty much, Issei said with a smirk. Maybe the Oni got tired of stealing from shrines and decided to go after luxury bags instead. Kanna gave a small blink. What's a luxury bag? Before Issei could answer, Mina chuckled softly, the faintest smirk curling her lips. As good a theory as any, really. That caught Issei off guard. Wait, you're seriously saying that could be the reason? Mina shrugged lightly, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. You'd be surprised. Even Oni need funding for their operations. You think their weapons, clothes, and magic come cheap? Issei blinked. Wait, hold on. Oni need money? Like actual yen? Of course, Mina said matter-of-factly. The supernatural world may operate in secrecy, but it still runs parallel to human society. Most factions conduct their business in yen or gold. Whether it's exorcists, yokai, or rogue mages, they all use currency for trades, contracts, and bounties. Kanna's small voice broke the hum of the train. So do the dragons of this world do too? I wouldn't know, Mina said with a faint smile. But most of them are said to hoard treasures instead of paper bills. But for the rest of us? Yen works just fine. Issei blinked again, struggling to wrap his head around it. So if I ever went to some kind of secret I don't know, supernatural black market, I could just walk in and buy stuff? With the money I've got in my wallet? Mina's lips curled slightly amused. If you had enough, yes. You could even buy some very exotic things, magic books of spells, forbidden relics, rare materials, even pets. Pets? Issei asked, intrigued and horrified in equal measure. Like what? Cats with 3 tails? Little demons that eat coins? Closer to the first one, Mina said lightly, her tone teasing. But yes. If you want, I could take you and Kanna one day to one of those markets. They're fascinating places, not dangerous as long as you behave, as they are usually run by a prominent, powerful family in the area. It might be fun to look around. Issei blinked slowly, trying to process this. So you're telling me the secret supernatural world runs on yen and I can literally buy dragons, demons, and who knows what else if I had a big enough wallet? Mina nodded with a straight face. I doubt you would ever find something that rare and powerful being sold, as most would keep the good stuff for themselves. But yes, there are even big auctions around the city. He leaned back, groaning dramatically. Man, I thought the supernatural world would be more, I dunno, mysterious or ancient. Not corporate. Kanna nodded thoughtfully. So the supernatural world is capitalism too. Mina stifled a laugh behind her hand. I suppose that's one way to put it. Issei sighed, dragging a hand down his face. That just completely ruined the image I had. Next thing you're gonna tell me there's a dragon accountant somewhere keeping track of treasure taxes. Kanna blinked. Please tell me there isn't? I'm not giving them my food. That made Mina laugh for real this time, a soft, clear sound that caught Issei completely off guard. For a moment, the tension in the air lifted, replaced by something warmer. The train hummed softly as they passed another station, the voice over the speakers echoing faintly through the car. Few passengers remained this late at night, mostly quiet, tired workers heading home or dozing students clutching half-empty coffee cans. As the laughter faded, Mina's tone shifted back to business, her gaze returning to the window where the lights of the city rushed by. All jokes aside, Ginza isn't just a commercial district. There are sacred sites woven into its streets, old shrines that predate most of Tokyo. If the Oni are rampaging there, it might not be about money at all. Issei frowned. You think they're after something else? Maybe, Mina said. Or someone. The air in the train car seemed to grow heavier with her words. The sound of the wheels beneath them became a steady, echoing heartbeat against the silence that followed. Kanna's voice was quiet, but firm. Then we'll stop them. Mina glanced at her, then smiled faintly. That's the plan. Issei looked between them both, the serious priestess and the stoic dragon girl, and couldn't help but grin, the familiar spark of reckless determination lighting in his eyes. All right then. Ginza, here we come. Mina exhaled softly, hiding a small smile behind her hand. Try not to sound so eager. You'll jinx it. I'll take my chances, Issei said with a confident grin. Ginza, Chua, Tokyo, Japan. The train hissed to a stop at Ginza Station. The platform was mostly empty at this hour, save for a few lingering commuters and the distant hum of vending machines. When the doors slid open, Issei, Mina, and Kanna stepped out, their reflections glimmering faintly against the polished tiles. At first glance, everything seemed normal. Too normal. The air was calm, the advertisements bright, the faint smell of roasted coffee drifting from a nearby cafe. Mina's sharp eyes swept the area. Stay close, she murmured. The report said the disturbance is a few blocks north, near the luxury district. We'll know when we cross into the barrier zone. Issei nodded, his expression tense but focused. Kanna followed beside him, silent as ever, her blue eyes scanning the shadows with instinctive precision. They ascended the escalator to the surface. The city lights greeted them, towering buildings, glowing billboards, and the signature brilliance of Ginza's neon reflections against sleek glass. Taxis glided by in orderly lines, and distant chatter drifted from late-night diners. For a moment, it could have been any other night. But then, as they turned down a side street and crossed an unmarked intersection, the world shifted. The air thickened, like walking through a curtain of water, and a faint pressure pressed against their skin. Issei blinked, glancing around as the light subtly changed, colors dulling, sounds warping. The busy hum of the city faded to an eerie silence. He knew this feeling. Deja vu, he muttered under his breath. Just like Akihabara. Kanna stopped beside him, her expression calm but alert. Guess we crossed the barrier, she said simply, and then they heard it. Boom! The ground trembled beneath their feet. A shockwave rippled through the street, shattering a nearby window with a high-pitched crack. Issei's head snapped toward the sound north. The direction of the disturbance. Over there, he said, already breaking into a run. Kanna was right beside him, her small figure gliding effortlessly over the pavement, while Mina followed just behind, her hand already reaching for her talismans tucked into her sleeve. The air around them vibrated with the distant roar of battle, crashing stone, crackling fire, and the unmistakable guttural cries of Oni. As they turned a corner, the source of the chaos came into view. A wide boulevard that once gleamed with luxury and wealth now looked like a war zone. The glass of a department store lay in shards, cars were overturned and smoking, and the smell of ozone and blood tainted the air. Dozens of spiritual seals flickered faintly across the asphalt, evidence of onmyoji barriers hastily cast and shattered in battle. And amid the wreckage, the sounds of struggle still echoed. Down, Mina ordered suddenly, pulling Issei and Kana behind a wrecked taxi just as a blast of energy tore through the intersection ahead. The shockwave rolled past them, heat scorching the air. When Issei peeked around the edge of the taxi, his breath caught. 3 towering oni in black suits stood in the street, their bodies massive and heavily scarred. Each carried brutal iron clubs that glowed faintly with cursed energy. Their skin shimmered in hues of red and blue, tattoos burning across their arms. Scattered across the ground were several injured onmyoji, men and women in ritual robes, unconscious or barely moving. Damn it, Mina hissed under her breath. The guys got torn apart. Issei's fists clenched. Those S. He turned to her. You think these are the same ones from before? Possibly, Mina replied, her voice tight. The markings are similar to the Oni Yakuza we encountered in Akihabara. But their power feels heavier. Issei frowned. So why here? What the hell are they doing in Ginza? Mina shook her head. I don't know. There has to be a reason. Kana's voice was calm, but sharp. They're searching for something. Both Mina and Issei glanced at her. Kana's eyes narrowed, glowing faintly. Their auras are scattered, not focused on fighting. They're searching or waiting. Waiting? Issei repeated. For what? Before anyone could answer, another blast shook the ground, sending debris flying. One of the Oni roared, voice booming through the street. The creature swung its club and smashed a spiritual barrier like glass. The sound of the shattering charm echoed like a bell. Mina's expression hardened. No more waiting. We have to stop them before they kill anyone else. Issei nodded, summoning the boosted gear in a flash of crimson light. The red gauntlet formed around his left arm, glowing faintly with power. Kana stepped forward beside him, her small hands sparking with faint blue lightning. I'll handle the one on the right. Got it, Issei said, rolling his shoulders, heart already pounding in his chest. Mina stood between them, her voice calm but commanding. Stay focused. These are not small fry, keep your guard up. And remember, we're not here to slaughter them. We need one alive. Understood, Issei and Kana said in unison. The street trembled again as one of the Oni noticed them and turned, its single horn gleaming under the broken streetlights. It let out a guttural roar, stomping forward, shaking the pavement with every step. Issei's grin returned reckless and fearless. Looks like we've been spotted. Mina's eyes glowed faintly with spiritual light as she drew a charm slip between her fingers. Then let's make this quick. The Oni charged and the night exploded. The smell of blood and scorched paper filled the night air. Beneath the barrier sky of Ginza, the streets had turned into a graveyard of broken charms and smoldering talismans. Crouched behind a half-collapsed billboard, a group of battered onmyoji fought to steady their breath, their hands trembling as they clutched cracked staves and half-burned ofuda. Most wore the blue-trimmed robes of the Kushihashi clan, their family crests still faintly visible beneath streaks of ash and dirt. Among the 5 principal clans, the Kushihashi were known for their wood manipulation arts, defensive, nurturing, resilient, but against the Oni that had descended upon Ginza, their techniques had proven fragile. A young exorcist knelt beside a wounded elder, pressing a glowing talisman against his shoulder to stem the bleeding. They just kept coming, he rasped. We reinforced the barrier 3 times. It didn't matter their power. Quiet, hissed another, a woman with a blood-splattered bow in her hand. She scanned the ruined street ahead, eyes narrowing at the towering silhouettes of the Oni still rampaging through the district. Save your strength. We'll regroup near the 2nd ward line. Once we're out of the barrier. But she never finished. The sound of another explosion rolled through the air, shaking dust loose from the broken walls. A wave of heat rippled through the alley as one of the Oni slammed its club into the ground, cracking the street like glass. The woman flinched, throwing up a wooden barrier from the ground roots sprouting upward in desperate defense. The makeshift wall held for barely a second before splintering under the Oni's next strike. They were outmatched. Their wood shields crumbled. Their talismans burned faster than they could recite sutras. The air itself stank of demonic energy, thick and oily. "We're not going to hold," one cried. "Where are the reinforcements from the other clans?" "None are coming," the woman snapped. "We are the reinforcements." For a moment, despair pressed down heavier than the dust. The Kushihashi and Myoji exchanged grim looks, understanding that this could be their last stand. Then, boom! A shockwave tore through the street from the opposite end. The Oni roared, distracted, turning their bloodshot eyes toward the new arrivals. A red light flared in the distance, bright and pulsing like a heartbeat. The survivors froze, blinking against the glare. From the shadows emerged three figures. A young man with brown hair and a red gauntlet on his arm. A small, pale girl surrounded by sparks of blue lightning. And a woman in a red priestess uniform, her eyes sharp behind her glasses as she held a glowing talisman. The Kushihashi clan members could only stare. One started, his voice trembling. The answer came in the form of the Oni's reaction. The monsters snarled, then hesitated. For the first time that night, fear flickered across their brutish faces. Several of them stepped back, their clubs lowering as their eyes locked onto the brown-haired boy. "What are they afraid of?" whispered the wounded elder, his voice barely audible over the crackling air. The leading Amyoji blinked, recognition dawning as she saw the Miko's face. That's Tadayuki Mina from the fallen Tadayuki clan." Her breath caught. "Why is she here?" Then Mina turned. Her expression was sharp, commanding. "Everyone! On your feet!" The surviving Onmyoji flinched at the sound of her voice. It was not a request, it was an order. "Gather your wounded and retreat behind the next street. The barrier there is still partially intact," she shouted over the clash of energy. "We'll handle the Oni from here." But one tried to protest, glancing toward the two strangers beside her. "Those two, who are they?" "Not your concern." Mina's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. "Get moving before they finish what they started." The authority in her tone left no room for argument. The Kushihashi obeyed, dragging the wounded with them, half-earned staves clutched tightly in shaking hands. As they stumbled away, one of them, a young boy no older than issei, turned back and shouted hoarsely, "There are more of us ahead." The main squad fell back near the outer district. "They said the Oni are searching for something." Mina's eyes flicked toward him. "Searching? For the shrines," the boy cried. "The 3 Inari shrines around Ginza. They're trying to destroy them." The words hit Mina like ice water. Her expression tightened. "What? Why?" Issei looked at her sharply. "Shrines? They're shrines dedicated to Inarasama. It is said that most of Ginza's prosperity comes from those shrines," Mina said quickly. "But what do they gain from destroying them?" Kanna's eyes glowed faintly. "It doesn't matter if we stop them." Mina nodded, her hand tightening around her talisman as her gaze turned back toward the thundering street where the Oni gathered. The wounded Onmyoji vanished into the alleys, carrying their injured comrades out of sight. Their fading footsteps left behind only the distant echo. Mina exhaled slowly. "All right. From here on, no holding back." Issei cracked his knuckles, the emerald gem of the boosted gear pulsing in response. "Wasn't planning to." Kanna's tail flicked once, lightning arcing faintly around her. "Neither was I." 3 hulking figures surged forward through the ruined street, their massive iron clubs raised high. Each step shook the ground, sending spiderweb cracks along the pavement. Their crimson eyes burned with murderous intent, fangs bared. Mina shouted out. "Move!" Issei didn't need to be told twice. He grabbed her arm and pulled her close, bolting out of the way just as one of the Oni swung down its club, the impact smashing into the street like an earthquake, shattering concrete and launching debris into the air. Kanna darted sideways, her small form a blur of pale motion. The shockwave blew past them, scattering the concrete through the air. When they landed in the next street, Issei set Mina down carefully. "You okay?" Mina caught her breath as they moved too fast but wore a dangerous smirk. "Perfectly fine. In fact." Her sleeve fluttered as she made a hand signal, revealing 4 glowing talismans embedded into the ground where they had just stood moments ago. "I left them a gift." Before Issei could ask, Mina snapped her fingers. "Release!" A sudden pulse of light flared beneath the Oni's feet. The street erupted in a deafening explosion, fire and wind colliding in a surge of spiritual energy. The blast swallowed the yukai in a maelstrom of flame and smoke, shaking the surrounding buildings and sending a shockwave that rattled every window down the block. Issei instinctively raised an arm to shield his face as debris rained down. The flames reflected against his gauntlet's metal. When the smoke began to thin, the outlines of the Oni appeared blackened and smoking but still standing. Their skin was charred in places, their tattoos glowing faintly through the soot as if feeding on their fury. They roared in unison, the sound guttural and primal. Mina exhaled softly. They're more resilient than I thought. They're it off, too, Issei added, lowering her to the ground. Guess we made it personal. The Oni surged forward again, their steps thunderous. This time, Issei didn't retreat. He planted his foot, the emerald gem on his gauntlet pulsing. Boost! A deep, resonant hum rippled through the air as the aura around him flared red. He lunged straight at the center Oni, his punch meeting the monster's club in mid-swing. The impact rang out like a gong, sending shockwaves through the street. For a brief moment, they stood locked in power before the Oni was pushed back several steps. Issei smirked. Heh. Not bad. You hit harder than your buddies in Akihabara. He twisted aside as another Oni swung at him from behind, ducking low before driving his fist into its gut. The impact sent a burst of red light through the creature's torso, the sound of cracking ribs echoing through the air. But he barely had time to breathe before the third Oni came crashing down from above, club raised like a hammer. Issei rolled backward, narrowly avoiding the blow that cratered the street. The force alone nearly knocked him off his feet. He skidded back, gritting his teeth. They're faster too. Great. Just my luck. Behind him, Mina had already drawn another set of talismans, spreading them out with precise, graceful movements. Her expression was calm, calculating. They've been enhanced, she called out. Did someone strengthen them? Issei blocked a swing, sparks flying as his gauntlet clashed against the cursed weapon. Yeah, I can tell. He kicked off the ground, using the momentum to slam his knee into the Oni's chest. The creature staggered back, roaring in rage. Before it could retaliate, a faint hum filled the air, soft at first, like the whisper of wind through leaves, then rising into a sharp, electric crackle. Kana floated slightly off the ground, her eyes glowing blue. The air around her shimmered with energy, her hair lifting as arcs of lightning danced around her body. Issei, she said simply, her voice calm and steady. Move. He didn't need to be told twice. Issei leapt sideways, rolling behind a chunk of fallen debris. The three Oni, eager to pursue him, stomped forward, only to freeze as the sky above them suddenly flared with blinding light. Blue lightning fell like rain. The bolts struck fast, branching across the air like divine judgment. The first strike hit squarely on one Oni's shoulder, tearing through its body with a blinding flash. The second and third bolts followed, splitting the street open and engulfing the remaining two monsters in a storm of light and thunder. The Oni howled in pain, their skin cracking and glowing where the electricity surged through their cursed veins. Their clubs melted at the tips, metal warping under the heat. Mina shielded her face from the sparks, her expression one of awe even through the chaos. I'm so glad she's on our side. When the lightning subsided, smoke and ozone filled the air. The once rampaging Oni now staggered in place, their forms steaming, muscles twitching involuntarily from the shocks before falling on the ground dead. Issei straightened up from behind the debris, whistling low. Always remind me never to get on your bad side, Kana. Mina adjusted her glasses, exhaling slowly as the tension in her shoulders eased. That should be all for this area. Kana landed lightly beside them, her lightning aura fading into small sparks. Are we heading to the first shrine now? Mina nodded. Yes. We can't waste time. If they're targeting all three, then we have to secure them one by one before they destroy the wards. Without another word, the trio broke into a run. The shrines were not easily accessible. Built between the city as it swallowed them, they were hidden behind layers of urban development, tucked between narrow alleys and courtyards. Through here, Mina said sharply, pointing toward a narrow passage between two restaurants. Issei slipped through first, ducking under a collapsed sign. Kana followed effortlessly, her small frame weaving through the debris. The scent of incense faintly mixed with the stench of blood as they moved deeper into the maze of alleys. Every few corners, they came across small skirmishes. Groups of onmyoji from the 5 principal clans were scattered across Ginza, fighting their own battles. Fire and light illuminated the narrow streets as bursts of elemental power cut through the shadows. A squad of Duman clan exorcists used water techniques to trap Oni in a whirlpool, while members of the Himejima clan wielded talismans that summoned birds of pure flame. It wasn't as desperate as the earlier fight. The clans here fought with coordination and precision, their defensive formations holding steady. Mina slowed her pace only enough to glance at one group before nodding approvingly. They've stabilized this sector. Keep moving. Issei followed beside her, scanning the battlefield as they passed. The air buzzed with overlapping chants and the crackle of elemental seals. Guess not everyone's having a hard time, huh? They were probably stationed closer to the outer wards, Mina replied. The Oni that broke through earlier were the stronger ones. As they rounded another corner, a thunderous boom echoed ahead, followed by a deep roar. The source came into view, a lone figure standing amidst a field of fallen Oni. She had long, flowing black hair and curves that defied logic beneath her Miko robes, the chest of her uniform straining with every movement. Her aura shimmered faintly gold, radiating a confidence that bordered on arrogance. In the time it took Issei to blink, the woman leapt into the air, flipping over a group of Oni. Her talismans scattered in a glittering arc, and with a sharp gesture, she shouted, "Seal formation 8-fold binding." A flash of red light burst around her as the ground lit up with intricate seal work. The Oni roared in defiance, but their limbs froze mid-swing before they were violently crushed inward, their bodies imploding into particles of light. Issei froze mid-step, staring. Whoa, she's taking on 10 of them at once. Kanna tilted her head slightly. She's strong. Mina, however, didn't share their admiration. She paused only briefly, her expression turning cold, her eyes narrowing behind her glasses. For a moment, something unspoken flickered across her face, a flash of recognition mixed with quiet disdain. "Don't stop," she said sharply, her voice carrying an edge Issei rarely heard. Issei blinked, confused. "Wait, do you know her?" Mina didn't answer. She simply turned away, her tone clipped. "She can handle herself. Let's keep going." Kanna didn't question it and kept pace, but Issei glanced back one last time. The mysterious woman brushed her hair behind her ear, her confident smirk illuminated by the glow of her seals. "She looks kind of familiar," he muttered under his breath, the thought lingering in his mind as they moved on. Their path grew narrower as they approached the heart of the district. Broken glass crunched under their feet, the once polished marble sidewalks were now scorched and fractured. Suddenly, a heavy presence filled the air. Kanna's head snapped up, her eyes narrowing. 7 of them closing fast. 7? Issei exclaimed, stopping short as the street ahead trembled. The asphalt bulged as massive shapes emerged from the ground's even more Oni, each one radiating stronger demonic energy than the last. Kanna stepped forward, lightning flickering faintly along her arms. "They're different from the others." Before Issei could reply, a distant explosion rocked the air, followed by a faint shimmer of magic. Mina's eyes widened. "That came from the direction of the first shrine," she hissed. Issei's head snapped toward the sound. Smoke was rising in the distance. Mina turned to him sharply. "Issei, go! We'll hold these back." "What?" Issei shot back, disbelief in his voice. "There's 7 of them." "You can't." "I have Kanna with me," Mina interrupted, her tone firm but resolute. "I'll be fine. You're the only one who can reach the shrine fast enough." Issei hesitated for a heartbeat, torn between instinct and trust. Then Kanna spoke quietly, her gaze steady. "Go. I'll protect her." Their eyes Methers filled with quiet certainty. Issei nodded once, his hesitation fading. "All right. Don't do anything reckless, both of you." Mina allowed herself a faint smile. "I could say the same to you." Without another word, Issei turned and bolted forward, as he leapt over fallen cars and broken barricades. The Oni lunged to intercept him, but he was already gone, darting between them with inhuman speed. The nearest Oni swung its club, but Issei slid beneath the blow, using the momentum to kick off the ground and vault over its shoulder. The emerald gem on his arm pulsed. Boost! The next second, The Oni was sent flying back through a wall as Issei's punch connected square in its jaw. He didn't stop to look back. Behind him, Mina drew a fresh set of talismans, her aura flaring bright. Kanna's eyes glowed with electric light as she floated into the air beside her, the air crackling with power. Let's finish this quickly, Mina said. Kanna nodded, her tone calm but deadly. Understood. As Issei vanished into the smoke ahead, the 7 Oni roared, surrounding the 2 girls. Near the Asahi Inari shrine, in an alleyway with the building surrounding it completely broken, stood a red torii gate protecting a small shrine. Amidst the chaos, a lone boy fought desperately for his life. Ryuta Nakiri, a blonde-haired youth of 15, stood panting, his uniform in tatters, his right eye marked by a scar, the clan crest embroidered into his sleeve. The Nakiri clan, known for their earth manipulation, prided themselves on their precision and skill, but against this opponent, all his training felt meaningless. His body trembled as he held up his earth wall. Cracks started to form as it was barely enough to block the incoming attack. Towering before him was a small yet terrifying figure, a red-skinned Oni, her straight black hair flowing as her horns glimmered faintly under the moonlight. She wore a shredded black yukata tied loosely around her waist, her sharp teeth bared in a feral grin. This was Akami, the leader of the Iron Horn Yakuza clan. Her movements were erratic, her expression wild, and her aura twisted with unnatural corruption. Her smile stretched too wide as she cracked her knuckles. "Little priest boy," she hissed, her voice rough and distorted. "You've been fun to play with." Ryuta gritted his teeth, raising his staff again even though his arms trembled. "You're not getting near the shrine." Akami laughed, a manic, unholy sound. "Cute! Then die protecting it." She stepped forward, her bare feet cracking the ground beneath her as she raised her right fist. The air around her shimmered as her cursed energy so thick it twisted the space in a heated haze. Ryuta braced himself, strengthening his earth wall as the Oni's fist glowed red-hot. He knew he couldn't block it. He knew it would end him. "I can't die here, not while the shrine." The thought never finished, because before Akami's strike could land on his body, clang! A crimson fist intercepted hers. The collision sent a shockwave rippling through the alley, scattering dust in all directions. Both combatants were thrown back several meters, sliding across the cracked stone path. The blond boy looked up, dazed. "Who?" When the dust settled, a young man in a jacket and jeans stood where Ryuta had been, his left arm encased in a red gauntlet that pulsed red. Issei turned his head, flashing a reassuring grin. "Looks like I made it in time." "You okay, kid?" Ryuta blinked, speechless for a moment. You saved me." Issei Hayate gave a small grin without taking his eyes off the red Oni. "Yeah, well, you looked like you could use the help." The boy blinked in awe. Across the courtyard, Akami straightened, shaking out her arm. Her eyes locked onto Issei, widening briefly in recognition before narrowing with a feral grin. "Well, well," she hissed, her voice curling with malicious delight. "If it isn't the brat from Akihabara." Issei's expression hardened. "Yeah. I remember you too." He could still recall the chaos of that day, the barrier, the rampaging Oni, the Iron Horn clan's retreat. These were the Oni that had once lived in Saitama, forced to flee when Tora's power shook the region. Akami's smirk widened, though there was something off in her eyes, a dull, hazy red glow that didn't match the confident stoic beauty he remembered. Her stance was wilder, her breathing ragged, and a faint black mist coiled around her body like a curse. He frowned. "You're different. What happened to you?" Akami tilted her head slightly, her grin widening into something feral. "Different? Maybe. But I feel stronger. Freer." The black aura around her flared, shaking the ground. Issei sighed, his expression softening for a brief moment. "Listen, you don't have to do this." She blinked, thrown off for just a second by his tone. He took a small step forward, lowering his gauntlet arm slightly. "Please. Stop this and go home. I promise you that nothing will happen to you and your friends when you return to Saitama." Her roar cut him off. Akami lunged forward with terrifying speed, her fist grazing his cheek as he barely twisted aside. Sparks flew as his gauntlet met her knuckles again, the air between them vibrating with pressure. Her voice came out in a guttural snarl. Don't you dare pity me, human! Issei slid back, his boots scraping against the cracked stone. The kindness in his eyes dimmed, replaced by reluctant resolve. Guess there's no point talking, huh? Issei's gaze narrowed. You don't look like you're in control anymore. The petite Oni tilted her head, baring her fangs. I have no idea what you mean. Her grin faltered briefly as her expression twisting with something like pain, before her muscles tensed again, and the grin returned, sharper, emptier. Issei sighed quietly. Guess that answers that. He turned to Ryuta, who was struggling to stand. Hey, you should get out of here. It's not safe. But Ryuta's protest came out breathless. I can fight. I'm from the Nakiri clan, Issei shook his head. You're hurt. You did good holding her off this long, but this one's not normal anymore. I'll handle it. The boy hesitated, guilt flashing across his face. You're sure? Issei smirked, confidence radiating off him even as the air thickened with cursed energy. I've got this. Trust me. Ryuta swallowed hard, his body aching but his instincts screaming that this man was different, not just strong, but calm. Certain. He looked so cool. Then at least tell me your name, Ryuta said as he backed away, clutching his injured arm. Issei tilted his head slightly, grin widening. The name's Issei Hayato. Nice to meet you. The name hit like a spark, searing itself into Ryuta's mind. He nodded once before limping toward out of the shattered torii, disappearing down the path. As soon as the boy was gone, the air shifted. The ground cracked under Akami's feet as her aura continued to flare as raw power surged outward. Her pupils had vanished entirely now, replaced by burning red light. The faint mist around her grew darker, writhing with every breath. Issei set his stance, the boosted gear flaring. You've fallen pretty far since the last time we met. Akami's laugh came out broken, half snarl, half scream. You should have stayed out of our way, human! She lunged forward, the air shattering behind her from the sheer force of her movement. Issei met her heat-in, his fist colliding with hers in a burst of crimson and black energy. The resulting shockwave tore through the shrine courtyard, blowing away what little remained of the surrounding walls. Both slid back, either giving an inch. Issei exhaled slowly, eyes narrowing. She's faster. Stronger too. Whoever's behind this, they didn't just enhance her, they corrupted her. Akami's next strike came faster, a feint with her right before a spinning kick with her left. Issei ducked low, countering with an upward blow that sent her staggering, but she recovered instantly, snarling. The Oni roared and lunged again, and the courtyard erupted in light. Red and black collided beneath the broken shrine gates, each blow echoing like thunder. Sparks scattered through the night as the ancient fox statue's eyes flickered weakly with divine energy watching. The 7 Oni closed in from every direction, their hulking bodies blotting out the burning streetlights. Their twisted grins gleamed under the glow of the barrier sky, clubs and cleavers raised high. The ground trembled under their combined weight as they roared, charging at once. Mina's expression hardened, her fingers already pulling a handful of talismans from her sleeve. Kanna! Scatter! Kanna nodded, launching herself into the air in a blur of blue lightning. Mina spun, her arms sweeping outward, her talisman fanning through the air like a storm of feathers as they flew towards the charging Oni. The talismans lit up instantly, glowing crimson before erupting into controlled bursts. Fiery explosions bloomed across the street, shaking the buildings and shattering nearby windows. The blast waves sent debris and flame outward, forcing the Oni to retreat, but they were faster than expected. With guttural roars, they leapt away from the explosions, bounding across the rooftops and landing behind Mina. Persistent S, Mina hissed, quickly weaving her fingers into another seal. One Oni lunged with a wide swing. The club came down with the weight of a boulder only for a crackling bolt of lightning to intercept it mid-swing. Crack them! Kanna landed beside Mina, eyes glowing pale blue. The blast sent the Oni stumbling backward, smoke rising from its charred arm. Thanks, Mina said quickly, stepping back to regroup. Kanna gave a simple nod, her expression calm. Don't get hit. Mina's lips twitched into a faint smile. I'll try not to. Another Oni roared and rushed them, its claws slashing through the air. Mina threw up a barrier, a pale green shield snapping into place just in time. The impact cracked the barrier but held. As the creature drew back for another strike, Mina flicked her wrist as 3 talismans attached to its arm flaring red. Boom! The Oni screamed as the limb exploded into ash. But 2 more were already closing in. Kanna stepped forward, electricity rippling across her body, her small frame radiating a terrifying pressure that made the Oni hesitate. She spread her hands, gathering power. Bolts of lightning shot forward in rapid succession, striking with precision, yet the Oni twisted aside, leaping across the rooftops, and using their agility to dodge. Her brows furrowed slightly. They're fast. They're learning, Mina said grimly, pulling a brush from her pouch and blank talismans. She drew quickly, her strokes forming glowing sigils before she pressed her hand forward. The talismans began to shift, folding and twisting midair. Within seconds they reshaped and expanded into intricate figures, animals of paper. Shikigami art-bound spirits release. A flock of glowing paper birds burst forth, their wings shimmering with faint runic patterns. Dozens of white rats scurried across the pavement, tails sparking faintly as they darted under the Oni's feet. A tall paper deer materialized beside them, antlers etched with seals glowing in rhythmic pulses. The Oni paused, confused for a moment. Then the Shikigami moved. The birds swooped low, darting around the Oni's faces before diving straight into them, each one bursting into a small, contained explosion. The rats climbed onto their legs and detonated like miniature bombs. The deer leapt gracefully through the air, crashing into an Oni mid-charge before its entire body erupted in a wave of purifying light. Kanna shielded her face from the blast wave, her expression impressed. Those are quite efficient. Mina smirked, adjusting her glasses. Tactics are my specialty. The smoke cleared, revealing several Oni scorched and staggering, their blood hissing as it hit the ground. But even injured, they pressed forward, howling in rage. One charged Mina directly. Kanna's eyes widened. She reacted before thinking. Lightning crackled around her legs as she blurred forward, grabbing the Oni's arm mid-swing. The creature roared in surprise as she twisted, slamming its face into the asphalt. Electricity arced violently through its body, the stench of burnt flesh filling the air. Mina watched, momentarily awed by Kanna's sheer speed and strength. The girl's power was terrifying, yet her control was surgical, precise enough not to level the entire street. Kanna, Mina called, throwing a sealing talisman toward her. On your left. Kanna spun just in time, catching sight of another Oni lunging at her blind spot. She raised her arm, the talisman brushing against her skin, and Mina's charm activated, forming a brief protective sigil that flared between them. The Oni slammed into it like a wall. Before it could recover, Kanna kicked upward, her foot connecting with its jaw. The creature flew backward, crashing into a parked car that exploded on impact. The shockwave rippled through the street, sending flames and glass scattering. Nice timing, Kanna said simply. Nice kick, Mina replied, a rare grin crossing her face. Their rhythm began to form, Mina's Shikigami darting through the chaos, flushing out enemies, while Kanna struck with lightning precision, electricity dancing around her as her raw power increased, crushing anything that broke through. The two moved as though they'd trained together for years, each instinctively covering the other's blind spots. Yet amid their coordination, Mina couldn't help but notice Kanna's restraint. Even when surrounded, the young dragon held back, her aura flaring only to a fraction of its potential. The girl's eyes were calm, her breathing steady, her attacks measured. An Oni lunged at Mina from behind, its club raised high. Watch out, Kanna's voice cut through the air. Before Mina could react, Kanna's puffy tail enlarged and snapped outward, striking the Oni across the face and sending it flying. The creature's jaw broke with a sickening crack as it tumbled through a row of parked cars, leaving a trail of crushed metal in its wake. Mina sighed under her breath. Thank you, Kanna. Another wave of Oni rose from the smoke, only 4 still standing now, their bodies covered in glowing cracks from Mina's explosion and Kanna's lightning. For left, Kanna said quietly. Mina raised her hand, more talismans unfolding from her sleeves. Then let's end it. The two moved together, perfectly synchronized. Mina's talismans burst into the air, transforming into dozens of glowing paper cranes that circled above. Kanna drew in her power again, her eyes glowing bright azure as arcs of lightning danced between the cranes in midair. Now, Mina shouted. The cranes dove, each one a living conduit. Kanna's lightning struck them, amplifying their charge, and in the same instant, the paper birds detonated with precision around the Oni. Boom! 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 The explosions came in sequence, a symphony of thunder and flame. The Oni screamed as the combined force of spiritual energy and lightning ripped through them, reducing their bodies to ash. When the dust settled, the street was silent. Mina lowered her arm, panting slightly. Her shikigami crumbled into ash around her. All 7 down. Kanna landed beside her softly, her lightning fading away. You fought well. Mina smiled faintly, brushing soot off her cheek. You too. We should hurry to issei's direction. Kanna glanced toward the direction issei had gone, her tone calm but certain. He'll be fine. He always is. Mina's eyes followed her gaze, her expression softening. Let's hope you're right. Shockwaves thundered throughout the streets, painting the sacred fox statues in hues of red and gold. Each clash between issei and Akami sent shockwaves tearing through the air, scattering glass and shattered stone across the shrine grounds. Boom! Their fists met again. The resulting shockwave blew out what remained on the surrounding buildings. Akami slid back across the ground, her feet digging furrows into the cracked stone as she came to a stop, snarling. Her body pulsed faintly with cursed energy, black veins spreading like ink down her neck and shoulders. The once vibrant red skin had dulled, streaked with smoky gray lines that pulsed in rhythm with her heartbeat. Issei lowered his stance, breathing heavily. You've gotten stronger, but this isn't right, Akami hissed, clutching her head as if the words themselves caused pain. Shut up. Don't talk like you know me. She lunged again. Her speed was blistering, almost blinding. Issei barely raised his arm in time to block the blow, her fist scraping across the gauntlet with a screech. He countered with a right hook to her ribs, the impact sending her crashing through one of the shrine's torii pillars. But she was already up again, growling low, her golden eyes wild and unfocused. Drake, Issei muttered under his breath, his tone grim. This isn't normal. What the hell's going on with her? Inside his mind, the dragon's deep voice rumbled. Her aura is unstable. Something's infected her soul, a curse, perhaps, one that feeds on rage. She's fighting it, but it's winning. As if to prove the point, Akami screamed, a guttural, almost inhuman sound as dark flames erupted from her body, warping the air around her. The ground beneath her cracked, and a wave of cursed energy surged outward, scattering the last of the shrine's prayer charms. Issei grimaced, holding his ground as the energy rushed past. Yeah, I can see that. Akami shot forward again, her claws slashing in rapid succession. Issei ducked one, blocked the next, then caught her arm mid-swing. But before he could counter, she twisted unnaturally, bringing her knee up and slamming it into his side. The blows sent him stumbling back, his ribs aching from the impact. Don't hold back, partner. Drake's voice snapped through his head. If you keep hesitating, you'll die before you can save her. I know, Issei shouted, regaining his footing. Akami's body trembled, her claws clutching at her temples as she screamed again, her voice cracking. For a split second, her golden eyes flickered flashes of clarity beneath the madness. Stop please, she whispered, her tone broken and frightened. I can't stop it. Issei froze. His chest tightened. The Oni before him, the one who'd caused all this destruction, was crying. He took a cautious step forward, lowering his gauntlet. Hey, it's okay. You can fight it. Just breathe. You don't have to. Her eyes snapped open again. Don't come near me, she roared, slamming her hands into the ground. The earth exploded. A torrent of black fire surged upward, forming a massive pillar that consumed the area. Issei threw himself backward, rolling across the stone just as the flames scorched the ground where he'd been standing. The heat was unbearable, but luckily his draconic body was quite resistant to fire. He coughed, pushing himself up. Damn it! She's losing it. Partner, listen to me. Drake's voice cut through his panic, sharp and commanding. You can't reason with her while she's in that state. If you truly want to save her, you must knock her out fast. Issei clenched his jaw. Knock her out right. Boost! Power flooded through him, coursing into his muscles like liquid fire. The ground beneath his feet cracked from the sudden surge of pressure. Akami snarled, black flames bursting from her back as she launched herself at him once more. Her claws met his fist in midair, and for a brief instant, the entire shrine lit up in red and black light. Issei gritted his teeth, forcing back her strength. Sorry, I really didn't want to do this. He shifted his weight, then drove his knee into her stomach. The impact forced the breath out of her lungs, and before she could recover, he followed up with an uppercut straight to her jaw. The hit connected with a thunderous crack. Akami was lifted off her feet, her body twisting midair before crashing into the ground. Dust and debris exploded outward as the corrupted aura flickered violently around her. Issei stood over her, panting, his chest rising and falling heavily. His gauntlet dimmed slightly, the energy receding as he looked down at her trembling form. The black corruption that had coated her horns was beginning to recede, small patches of her skin returning to normal. But the battle wasn't over yet. Her breathing was erratic, her eyes still clouded with the residue of whatever curse gripped her. Issei crouched beside her carefully. Come on, fight it. You're stronger than this. For a long moment she didn't respond. Then, her clawed hand twitched. I can't, she whispered weakly, tears streaking down her face. It hurts, make it stop. Issei's jaw tightened. He reached out slowly, resting his hand on her shoulder. Drake's voice softened in his mind. She's trapped between herself and the corruption. You did enough. The rest will depend on removing the curse later. Then let's get her help, Issei muttered. Before she burns herself out. He quickly slammed his fist to her head and making her head bounce to the floor, knocking her out. The moment she was unconscious, the corruption hissed, then began to retreat like smoke pulled by the wind. Finally, Akami's body went still. Her breathing evened out, and her skin returned to its natural red hue. Issei exhaled, his shoulders dropping. She's out cold. Good work, partner. Drake rumbled approvingly. You didn't kill her. Issei nodded, standing up and glancing around at the ruined shrine. Yeah, but whoever did this to her won't stop here. He looked up at the cracked torii gate, the faint glow of divine energy still flickering weakly through its wood. That's all for the day. Thanks for listening.